what I know. Better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes. Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right.
Chapter 35, A True God Rises. What is a god? Is it a being that is immortal? If that is true, you might say a certain type of jellyfish might be considered a god, as it has potential for immortality. Is it a being that knows everything? If that's so, then the Yamanaka could be considered gods, as they have the ability to read thoughts and control another's actions. Is it a being that can give and take life as he pleases? If so, then Pain might be considered a god, as he can give life to those recently departed. Is it someone that can be at all places at once? Then Naruto could be considered a god, with Shadow Clones and the Hiraishin. There are different religions throughout the world, but in ours, a god is considered someone who can be everywhere, omnipresent, know everything including people's thoughts, omniscient, and someone who is all-powerful. With these three requisites, the god can do anything he wishes. And now, Naruto is about to achieve just that. Land of Iron. 2 years have passed since Naruto, Gaara, and Jiraiya had left Konoha in their train trip. Hyuga Hinata had also recently joined them since she had finished her training with Senju Tsunade earlier. Hinata was a true prodigy in medicine, but also in combat. Armed with her Byakugan eyes, she could instantly diagnose any type of injury or disease anyone carried. Her eyes seemed to improve her chakra control beyond normal standards of ordinary shinobi. Her chakra control and reserves were on par with Tsunade, as was her knowledge of medical techniques and Tsunade's monstrous strength. She also received a slug contract from Tsunade, as she had no one else to pass it to, thus making Hinata Tsunade's heir and apprentice. Hinata had also surpassed both Anko and Shizune in poison making. Not much of a surprise when you grow up living with a guinea pig in which you can test out all of your poisons. And the fact the guinea pig didn't die from them was just a plus. Naruto thanked the heavens when he noticed that Hinata remained the sweet and caring girl even after training with Anko. Naruto shivered at the thought of living with a Hinata Anko style. Naruto and Gaara both advanced with Jiraiya as their teacher. While Naruto could best Jiraiya any time in terms of raw power, he didn't have yet the finesse in other areas. That's why they would sometimes take on a few missions so that they could gain valuable experience. Currently, it's almost dawn, and we find Naruto of 16 years old, almost 17, walking to their hotel after another day of training. "I'm home," Naruto said with a tired and strained voice. Hinata looked up from her notes. The first thing you would notice about Hinata's changes would be the purple diamond figure in the middle of her forehead. Hinata had grown into a very beautiful woman. She was around 5 feet 7 inches with a slim figure worthy of a goddess. She had long and toned legs, smooth skin, and a well-developed chest, around D-cup in size. Hinata had retained her straight Hime-style haircut, but she had let her hair grow to waist length. The short strands that framed her face remained, but were now shoulder length. She now wore a new attire comprised of a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, dark blue and white zip-up jacket with dark blue over mesh armor with black pants and black low-heeled sandals. On the back of her zip-up jacket, she had the symbol for yin and yang. "Are you feeling well, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, worried. While Naruto didn't show any external signs of a disease, she was a trained medic and easily spotted his slight discomfort. "Is something wrong?" Jiraiya asked him, making Gaara look at Naruto concerned. "I don't really know," Naruto said, flexing his body. "My chakra feels weird," Naruto said as he released a small amount. His chakra seemed to be unstable and uncontrollable at this point. "Let me take a look," Hinata said and activated her Byakugan. She was surprised when she saw Naruto's chakra acting up. It was like the chakra had a mind of its own and was all over the place in his body. It seemed to be affecting his muscles and bones, but it seemed more concentrated around his eyes. "You're right, your chakra is acting weird. Lie down so I can properly check," Hinata stated, and Naruto sighed. "I don't feel," Naruto was saying, but didn't manage to finish it as he simply fell to the ground, completely unconscious. It was extremely rare for anyone to simply drop to the ground while talking. "Naruto!" all of them yelled and rushed to check up on him. Hinata was the first to arrive and was already performing a diagnosis with her eyes, trying to find out what was wrong. She didn't understand. His chakra network was extremely active, too active for someone who had just passed out. His chakra seemed to be changing and rewriting his chakra coils. "Get back!" Hinata yelled, and everyone jumped back just in time to avoid a small shockwave of chakra that radiated from his body. His once deep blue chakra was now light silver, like the moon. His chakra capacity seemed to be increasing as this new chakra seemed thicker than his old one. His chakra felt so peaceful and yet strong, so unrestrained and yet controlled. Eventually the chakra calmed down and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Naruto groaned as he slowly regained his consciousness, but he felt somewhat stiff. Hinata could see his new chakra working overtime in his muscles. He slowly opened his eyes and everyone's breath hitched. His once blue eyes, or red ones if he was using a Sharingan, now had a ripple pattern in them. His eyes were silver with several concentric circles around his pupils, which seemed to have shrunk. Naruto's eyes had shifted into the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. The eyes of the sage of the six paths, the father of all ninjutsu. "Father," Kurama/Shikaku whispered from their host mindscape, "there will come a time when all of you will be led down the right path." Kurama remembered the last words of his father just as he passed away. "Is it Naruto?" Kurama thought, looking at the fainted form of Naruto. "That's the..." Hinata thought to herself as she gazed upon the new eyes of Naruto. "Rinnegan," Dry thought, gobsmacked. It's true that he had seen them before, but he never saw one activating itself in front of him. Naruto groggily opened his eyes, only to pass out again. Hinata approached him and did a quick checkup, only to notice that he was only sleeping, but he seemed to be running with a small fever. She took him to their bedroom. "Please be alright," Hinata whispered, clutching to his arm as she fell asleep next to him. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke up in his mindscape with Kurama looking at him curiously. Kurama still trying to figure out how in the world Naruto was able to awaken the Rinnegan. The eyes of his father. How Naruto did that, he couldn't even start to understand. On the other hand, the Sage of Six Paths always talked in riddles when addressing the 9 Biju. "Kurama, what happened?" Naruto asked as he groggily got up. His head seemed to be on fire. Forget that. His whole body seemed to be on fire. Although it didn't hurt, it felt somewhat annoying. "Disc!" Kurama scoffed. "Do you even know what you've just unlocked?" Kurama asked and sighed at the oblivious face of Naruto. "That's why I asked, Furball. The last thing I remember is talking to Hinata-chan," Naruto explained, with a tick mark on his eyes. "You just unlocked the Rinnegan! My father's eyes!" Kurama yelled, and Naruto's jaw dropped. He blinked and blinked again as his brain rebooted and he processed the words he just heard. He quickly approached a nearby lake that he had created when he changed his mindscape to a more comfortable place. He immediately noticed his eyes. Instead of the traditional deep blue or blood red, they were now a dark silver with concentric circles around his pupils. He looked around and noticed that he could see chakra to a whole different level. While not in a detail that would rival with the Byakugan, he seemed to be able to see chakra everywhere. Kurama had red chakra while everything around him had a dark silver tone. Naruto withdrew chakra from his eyes and noticed how it received back to his usual Mangekyo, then to his Sharingan until it stopped in his deep blue eyes. Naruto unlocked the next level of his eyes, the final level of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan. the eyes of the gods that belong to the Rikudo Sannin, father to all shinobi. The most revered dojutsu in all existence. Of the three great eyes, the Rinnegan was the most prized and powerful. On another perspective, the Rinnegan appeared to be the natural evolution to the Sharingan, and, as such, there were only supposed to be two great dojutsus. Though Naruto wondered why there had never been Uchiha who had unlocked it before. My eyes keep changing. The moment I've mastered my Mangekyo, another one pops out, Naruto said, sighing, although he was very glad for this power boost.
Ungrateful brat. Many people would kill just so they could put their hands on those eyes.
Kurama reprimanded the boy. I know, Naruto said, waving his hands in defeat. So, Naruto started in a sing-song voice as his eyes instantly flashed into the Rinnegan. What can these eyes do? Naruto asked Giddy.
Why would I know?
Kurama replied. You said that these eyes belong to your father, Naruto said in a deadpan voice.
Yes, I did, but that doesn't mean I ever saw him training them.
Kurama said, sighing.
I know a couple of powers, but the rest are unknown to me.
Kurama explained, and Naruto nodded.
I only know that it gives you control over all the elements, the Deva Path and Preta Path.
Kurama said, and Naruto was drooling. Just the prospect of having natural affinities for all elements was good enough for him. Paths? Naruto asked, confused.
Yes, the Deva Path allows you to control gravity, and the Preta Path allows you to absorb chakra.
Kurama explained, and Naruto's jaw dropped. His eyes were the best thing that had ever happened to him. You said there were more, Naruto asked Giddy to know the rest.
It's best that I don't tell him about summoning the Geromazo. I hope he never learns about it. Some things are best locked away for all eternity.
Kurama thought to himself before thinking what to answer to Naruto.
There are more powers. The reason he was called the Sage of the Six Paths was because he had more of these paths, but I only know of those two.
Kurama said, and Naruto nodded. Why did I faint? Naruto asked, trying to find some answers.
You fool. You think that the Rinnegan is a simple dojutsu compared to the likes of the Sharingan or Byakugan. You think that just because your eyes change, you suddenly can use all 5 elemental natures?
Kurama rhetorically asked.
The awakening of the Rinnegan changes Zell's body so they can withstand their power. It's the reason why your chakra is now silver. The reason as to right now your muscles are being rebuilt to be stronger than anyone else's.
Kurama explained, and Naruto took the information like a sponge. I understand, but why did it activate so suddenly? Naruto rhetorically asked. I mean, I did nothing out of the ordinary today, Naruto said, but Kurama was deep in thought.
You should check the Yuga's and Uchiha's clan libraries. They might have information regarding it, as both clans are dojutsu wielders. As of now, I might have a theory,
Kurama said, and Naruto motioned him to go on.
As you know, my father had 2 sons, each one inheriting a piece of his power. The older brother, Ken, started the Uchiha clan, while the younger one, Shin, started the Senju clan.
Kurama started.
Both Uchiha Ken and Senju Shin had descendants for the ages, disregarding the half-blood Uchihas coming down until the last of each clan. Both your mother, Senju Kushina, and your father, Uchiha Mito, were the last of each other's clans. You achieving the Rinnegan might come from the fact that both the Senju and Uchiha's blood are together in you. Where it once divided my father, it came together in you,
Kurama explained.
It's ironic, in fact,
Kurama said, chuckling.
Both clans start with my father, and they seem to end with you. With Tsunade being past reproducing age, you are the last of both Senju and the Uchiha clan, the last descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, the last leaf of a once mighty tree.
Kurama said in a sad voice. If I ever have any kids, do you think they'll inherit my Rinnegan, or will my power be split between them? Naruto curiously asked.
It's a good question, though only time will tell. Even though I'm sad to see my father's line reduced to a single member, at least the last member bears the same eyes as the original. Like I said, it's ironic. It feels like everything was meant to end with you, as both clans are extinct and the last member bears the Rinnegan. Ha!
Kurama said, chuckling sadly. I guess, Naruto muttered. But he still didn't answer my question as to why he suddenly activated, Naruto stated, and Kurama got deep in thought.
Building on the premise that the Rinnegan is achieved with both Senju and Uchiha blood, it's possible that could only be achieved once your body had fully matured. Moments earlier, before you fainted, I noticed that your yin and yang chakra seemed to be in perfect balance with each other.
Kurama said.
Look at it this way. Your body was too young to match the power of your soul. What I mean is that your yang chakra was weaker than your yin due to the fact that your body was still developing. Today must have marked the point where both energies balance each other out to perfection, thus leading to the activation of your eyes.
Kurama explained, and Naruto nodded, taking everything in. How do you come up with all this stuff? Naruto asked, surprised at the fox's knowledge and reasoning.
I'm just that good.
Kurama boasted, puffing his chest out, making Naruto stare at him.
Get going. Your mate needs you.
Kurama said, and Naruto left his mindscape. Naruto and Hinata's room. Naruto returned from his mindscape and found himself lying in his bed. He looked outside and the moon was shining in the sky. He looked down to see Hinata asleep next to him. Clutching his arm furiously, Naruto brushed a few strands of her hair to the side so he could gaze upon her beautiful and angelic face. It was then that he noticed dried tears on her cheeks. Hinata-chan, Naruto whispered gently, running his hands through her soft cheeks. He bent down and placed a small kiss on her forehead, making her stir. She slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the small light of the room, and noticed Naruto awake and staring deeply into her eyes. Naruto-kun! Hinata choked out and hugged him fiercely while crying. I was worried about you when you faded like that, Hinata said, and Naruto simply hugged her, showing that he wasn't going anywhere. You know me, Naruto said, breaking the hug. He brought his forehead to hers and locked eyes with her. I don't stay down for long, Naruto said, looking at her with caring eyes filled with love. I talked with Kurama. It was just a byproduct of my Rinnegan activating. I'm not going anywhere soon. I'm staying here with you. Forever. Naruto whispered and gently closed the gap between them. Their lips brushed together at first until they locked in a deep, passionate kiss. All the while, Naruto was caressing her face, feeling her smooth, flawless skin. And this is the part where I have to skip because I'm just gonna say I'll just give y'all a hint of what happened. It's called a lemon, and yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. So if you guys know what I'm talking about, or if you've read ahead, you know what's going on, and if you don't, that's all I'm gonna say here, because I don't know if the next word I'm gonna say about it is gonna get me demonetized or not. So I'm just gonna skip to the part where they wake up, and you're gonna have a feeling of what they did. Next morning, within the dark room, a few beams of light managed to sneak through the windows and managed to hit Senju Naruto. Naruto started stirring. He felt he didn't get much sleep last night, and he knew the reason why when the memories came rushing into him. He looked down to see his princess cling to him with a happy smile on her face. Naruto smiled and began to gently run his hands through her soft hair. No matter how messy it was for last night's activities, she remained beautiful. Her hair was so soft and silky, and he just loved feeling her hair. Hinata began to stir as she felt someone gently stroking her hair. She instantly knew it was Naruto, and she simply snuggled closer to him and sighed happily. Morning, beautiful, Naruto whispered, kissing her forehead. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, sighing blissfully. Good night, Naruto innocently asked, making Hinata giggle. Best night of my life, Hinata replied, drawing circles on his chest. After all, they were both still naked, and Naruto did enjoy having her breasts pressing against his chest. I'm glad, Naruto said, and both fell into a comfortable silence, enjoying the warm feeling they got from being together. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out, and Naruto hummed in response. Please let me play some sound seals, Hinata said, blushing. Why do you ask? Naruto asked teasingly. I think I was a bit loud last night, Hinata mumbled beneath her breath, making Naruto chuckle. That was the most beautiful sound I've ever heard, and it's reserved to me, so don't worry, Naruto replied, and Hinata nodded. She really didn't want to deal with Jiraiya if he found out they shared more than a bed last night. Ah, shit, Naruto thought when he heard snickering inside his mind. Naruto paled when he recognized the voice. He forgot to cut Kurama's connection last night.
I'm so proud of you, my boy,
Kurama yelled from within his mind. Please tell me you didn't watch, Naruto asked.
I did more than watch. I recorded it,
Kurama replied, grinning like a fox. Why would you do that? You don't even have a gender. How could you even get turned on? Naruto asked, confused. While Kurama had a male personality, he really didn't have any of the organs to back it up. Kurama was a Biju. He didn't have organs or bones or flesh. He was just a chakra with a mind.
So, it's teasing material,
Kurama replied, and Naruto's sweat dropped. You okay, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as she watched Naruto space out. Yeah, I forgot to cut Kurama off, so we did have an audience, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head, and Hinata blushed, but she didn't want to think of that right now. You know, Naruto started, Jiraiya and Gaara are probably worried about us. We have been here since last night, and it's already noon, Naruto said, and Hinata pouted. 5 more minutes, Hinata pouted, making her best puppy dog face. How about we go take a shower? Naruto simply asked. Together? Hinata asked, blushing. Naruto just looked at her. He didn't think of that when he asked. Naruto got an evil glint in his eyes. What are you implying, princess? Naruto asked in a teasing voice. Nothing, Hinata started, and Naruto chuckled. He pushed the sheets away from them and picked up Hinata from her bed, carrying her bridal style into the bathroom. When they were finished, they could both say it was the best shower they ever had. Outside. Jiraiya and Gaara were running for taijutsu. Kata is trying to improve Gaara's taijutsu when they heard the door unlock. They stopped their train to see Naruto and Hinata walking out together. Naruto seemed fine, as if nothing had happened. How are you feeling, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, but Naruto waved him off as he sat down to eat something. It's nothing. Everything that happened was because of my Rinnegan activating. I'm fine, Naruto replied, and Jiraiya sighed in relief and turned to Hinata, who seemed to be humming a tune while eating some bread. I'm so proud of you! Jiraiya yelled and started dancing around the table like a headless chicken. He's mental, Naruto thought as he looked at his godfather. You finally became a man! Jiraiya said, crying anime tears. Gaara choked on his food. Hinata dropped her bread, and Naruto splashed water all over the table. What? Naruto asked, getting up from the table. Don't try denying it, kid, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. I know that glow and I see it, Jiraiya said, pointing to Hinata, who was blushing and looking away. Have you ever heard of privacy? Naruto was yelling at his godfather. So, tell me, Jiraiya started licking the tip of his pen and taking out a notebook. How was she? Jiraiya asked, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Even Gaara backed away with Shikaku telling him to run for his life. I thought you stopped being a pervert, Jiraiya-sama, Hinata sweetly said. Jiraiya turned around, dropped his notebook, and cried for mercy. Hinata punched him in the face so hard that even the ground shook. Jiraiya was sent flying out of the hotel and crashed onto the ground, making a decent crater. I forgot Bachan taught Hinata her super strength, Naruto thought to himself, and agreed to never piss her off. Train grounds. All 4 of them ate their breakfast and came outside to train again. However, once they all got outside, they stopped and stared at Naruto as if waiting for something. Let's see it, Jiraiya said. Naruto's sweat dropped and channeled chakra into his eyes. Everyone watched in fascination as Naruto's eyes became red with 3 black tomoes. Then he started spinning until they became his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Then it stopped. Naruto channeled more chakra into his eyes, and they pulsed with a silver color. His eyes started spinning outwards, shrinking his pupils and forming several rings around the pupil. I still don't believe I get to see another one, Jiraiya said, getting interested in Naruto's eyes. They seemed to be radiating power. Wait, Naruto said, stopping Jiraiya in his tracks. Another one? Naruto asked, surprised that Jiraiya had already seen another. Yes. During the second Shinobi War back in Imigakure no Sato, I met 3 orphans from the war. One of them was called Uzumaki Nakato, and he had the Rinnegan. It was the reason why I stayed behind for years to teach them, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded. Where is he now? Naruto asked, getting curious. If what Kurama said was true, then there was a lost Senju and Uchiha member. Dead, Jiraiya sadly said. I got a report that they didn't survive the war despite my training, Jiraiya explained, sighing, and Naruto nodded. According to Kurama, the Rinnegan is achieved by having both Senju and Uchiha blood in one vessel, Naruto said, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. It makes sense, Hinata started. From the legends, it says that the Sage of the Six Paths had 2 sons, each starting the Senju and Uchiha clans. It makes sense that uniting both bloods will get you the original, Hinata explained, taking into account everything she learned about biology. Although, yours is different, Jiraiya said, bringing his hands to his chin. Nagato's Rinnegan was permanently activated. He was never able to disable it, much less go through the Sharingan and Mangekyo stages, Jiraiya said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Strange. Usually when you can't fully disable a dojutsu, it means that it doesn't belong to the user to begin with. Like Kakashi's Sharingan, Naruto explained, but Jiraiya stopped him. Are you saying someone took his eyes out and gave him the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked, confused. I don't know, but if he couldn't deactivate his eyes, then they didn't belong to him, Naruto said. Let's forget it. Not to sound cold, but he's dead, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. Did he even have silver chakra, Naruto asked, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. My chakra is now silver colored instead of blue, Naruto said, and started unleashing chakra. Instead of the usual deep blue, ocean-like color chakra, his chakra was now silver, like the moon. No, he had blue chakra like everyone else, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded further, sustaining his claim that this Nagato's Rinnegan didn't belong to him. So, what can those eyes do, Jiraiya asked. The only thing he knew about those eyes is that it allowed Nagato to see chakra and use all 5 elements. According to Kurama, I now have affinity to all elements. I can manipulate gravity and absorb chakra. There are a few more, but Kurama only knows of those, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's jaw dropped at the other powers. Can you show us the gravity manipulation? Gaara asked, curious. Sorry, but I don't know how to use it, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head and making Jiraiya sigh. Do you have any chakra paper? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded, taking out a few papers on the sword scrolls. He gave one to Naruto, who channeled chakra through it. Naruto's paper flew out of his hand and started to levitate in the air. The paper split into 4 identical pieces, and one burned into ashes, the other crumbled into a tiny ball, another became soggy, and the last one disintegrated into dirt. This proved that Naruto now had affinity for all elements and, judging by the flowing paper, affinity for gravity. Analyzing the paper, Naruto was happy that his light affinity remained high after his chakra changed. Looks like you were right, Jiraiya said as he watched the paper react. Let's start with the basics, Jiraiya said, and picked up a leaf from a nearby tree and gave it to Naruto. Channel chakra through the leaf until it crumbles to dirt, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto started training his earth element. Later, he would move on to his water element since Hinata already knew how to use it. Naruto channeled chakra through the leaf, and the poor leaf was instantly vaporized. No! Naruto yelled to the heavens. What's wrong? Jiraiya asked, confused. My chakra control went to hell. I spent so much time working on it, Naruto said, crying anime tears, while everyone else's sweat dropped at his antics. He had just awakened the most powerful dojutsu known to mankind. Of course, there were bound to be some changes. Next day, it was already dark, and we could see Naruto and Hinata jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Their objectives were the Uchiha and Hyuga libraries. The Uchiha compound was being guarded by Anbu 24/7 to prevent any theft of jutsus or other information, while the Hyuga clan had their own members guarding it, and with their Byakugan, It would be hard to sneak in, but Naruto and Hinata had already done it before. Their mission was to find any information they could about the Sage of Six Paths and his dojutsu, the Rinnegan. They hastily approached the Hyuga clan, remaining at a safe distance from their walls so they didn't get caught. A pair of white and another of silver-colored eyes were the only visible thing in the midst of the darkness that covered Konoha during the night. Naruto looked up at the sky to see it cloudless. He could see the endless number of stars shining away in the sky. He also noticed that his Rinnegan was able to see a spherical barrier surrounding the entirety of Konoha. He never knew that Konoha housed such a sensing barrier around it, but he figured it was a very well-kept secret. Hinata used her Byakugan and analyzed the patterns of the 4 guards guarding the Hyuga clan's walls. It was a shame that Naruto didn't have his Mangekyo when they last entered this compound, otherwise he could just warp right into the library. Hinata noticed that the guards only use their Byakugan every 5 minutes for a routine check. Once the guards deactivated their eyes, both Naruto and Hinata jumped in front of a Hyuga guard. The last thing he saw was a pair of blood-red eyes. Naruto plays a genjutsu on the guard, making Naruto and Hinata invisible to him. If the other guards found this guard on the ground, it would raise the alarms, and that would screw up their attempt. Naruto made them invisible as they easily walked up the walls and sneaked into the compound. Naruto had gained most of his chakra control back during the previous day with a couple hundred shadow clones. Interestingly enough, his chakra control became even better than it was before, allowing him to even use genjutsu with ease and making it possible for him, Jinchuriki, to use some healing techniques. They walked down the walls and Hinata still had her Byakugan activated. Naruto couldn't see through walls, so he left that to Hinata. Naruto used his Kamui and phased both through the walls until they reached the library. All the scrolls were protected so that only the Byakugan could read them, another form of protection against anyone wishing to steal the secrets of the Hyuga clan. Naruto stood by the doors, watching for any stragglers that may pass by, while Hinata and a couple of her clones skimmed through the scrolls, diaries, and records. Hinata couldn't believe what she was reading. In the whole library, she didn't find anything not Byakugan related. It was Byakugan this and Byakugan that. She didn't find a single reference to any type of elemental jutsu. Hinata shook her head in defeat at her clan's blindness. The last time she was here, they were only coming to gentle fist scrolls, but now she was reading these scrolls, she couldn't believe it. They actually thought that the Byakugan was the greatest dojutsu of all, since everything in the library was directly tied to it. They were in for a change when she and Naruto deployed their plan that they had been cooking for years since Hinata's exile from her clan. "This is a waste of time," Hinata whispered, placing scrolls back to where they belonged. Her former clan didn't even know the origins of the Byakugan. "Anything?" Naruto asked in a low voice, but Hinata shook her head. "Nothing. Everything in this whole library pertains to the Byakugan. There's nothing about any other dojutsus," Hinata explained, and Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder and both swirled away from the compound, heading to the Uchiha compound next. Uchiha compound. As the Hyuga library had been a bust, Naruto and Hinata moved into the Uchiha compound. Both of them stopped a few yards away from the walls where they could sense 5 Anbu guards in the area. "That one is a censor," Naruto said, pointing to the Dragon Mask Anbu, who was completely still. While both Hinata and Naruto had very high stealth abilities, since they had extremely good chakra control bordering on perfect, not even they could bypass a censor. Censors could pick up even the lightest chakra around them. "We have to knock him out," Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. "I have just the thing," Hinata said, taking out a single senbon from her storage seals on her wrists. "New poison?" Naruto asked, chuckling. "Yes, it'll knock him out for a couple of hours and he won't remember anything that happened," Hinata said, and activated her Byakugan. The sensor seemed to have felt her eyes activate but slumped into the ground as the senbon hit him right in the neck. The Anbu never heard a noise, nor did he feel anything. The moment the senbon hit his neck, the poison got deployed in the bloodstream, automatically knocking him out. Naruto phased underground and popped out in front of each of the Anbu, placing every one of them in a genjutsu. To the Anbus, nothing had ever happened and they continued guarding the walls. Naruto and Hinata calmly walked into the compound and made their way into the library. They already knew the layout of the library, so they made their way into the history section. Both of them searched for almost an hour for any type of scroll related to the Rinnegan, until Naruto found one that might answer what he wanted. History of the Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths. the father of all shinobi in every way of the word. He was the first human to ever be able to manipulate chakra. He was the savior of all humanity when they were faced against an overwhelming enemy. Not much is known about him, but we know that he existed, lived, and died like any other shinobi today. I think we should start as to why he became such a legend. There was once a time in which humanity seemed to live in harmony without wars or hate. But that time was short-lived, as one day, a huge monster appeared out of nowhere. The Jubi Ten-Tails, as it was later on called. This creature created tsunamis, crushed mountains, and split the continents apart. It's believed that today's world layout is a direct result to this creature's work. Nothing could rival its power. Mankind tried to fight, but they were squashed like bugs. When all hope seemed lost and mankind seemed to have accepted their fate, a new hope rose. A single man appeared and faced the great Jubi alone. Their battle was fierce and destructive, but in the end, a single man was able to defeat the Jubi and trap it inside himself. That man was the Sage of Six Paths. During the remainder of his life, he traveled the world, spreading the Ninshu doctrine, or ninjutsu as today it's called. When his time came, he knew that once he died, the terrifying beast would be unleashed upon the world again, and this time, there wouldn't be anyone else to save them from this creature. The sage made a decision that would change the world's fate forever. He split this creature's chakra into 9 different vessels he himself had created. Using the yin chakra he created, the bodies of what later on would be called the Biju, tail beasts, and by adding the yang chakra, the sage breathed life into them, making them living beings. Once he split this creature's chakra into the 9 vessels he created, the moon to trap the creature's body inside it, locking away for all eternity. And so the great monster was defeated and the sage himself passed away. This is the beginning of the story of the greatest hero of our history. The story of the Sage of the Six Paths. The story of the first mortal to achieve powers of a god. Nothing that I already don't know, but I wonder about these yin and yang energies. Naruto thought to himself, placing the scroll back in its place and continued to look around. Naruto continued to look around more until he found another dusty scroll that, by the looks of it, was very old and not much used. Naruto tried to open it, but the scroll didn't budge. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and saw a small seal applied to it. Fuin Kai, sealing jutsu release. Naruto said, and the seal glowed before it disappeared, opening the scroll. The Sharingan. The Sharingan, one of the 3 great dojutsus known to mankind. The trademark of the Uchiha clan and their members. It's said that the Sharingan's predecessor was the Rinnegan, as legends say. The Uchiha members are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths himself. These eyes are blood red with 1 to 3 black tomoes, depending on how mature the eye is, around the pupil. The Sharingan houses many powers: the ability to copy any type of taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu, the ability to see chakra, the ability to predict the enemy's movements, and the ability to induce the enemy into a genjutsu with a small glance. However, some say there's another level to it. Some speak of the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Not much is known about this level or how to achieve it. Only 2 members ever achieved this level: Uchiha Madara and his little brother Uchiha Izuna. With those eyes, Uchiha Madara was able to fight Senju Hashirama, the leader of the Senju clan, wielder of the Mokuton, to a standstill. Naruto continued looking down for the scroll that showed how to use the Sharingan and some other low-level techniques to use with them. He finally reached the end of the scroll and found one last jutsu with several warnings. Izanagi S-rank Kinjutsu. Izanagi is the ultimate genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. When cast, the user removes the boundaries between reality and illusion within their personal space. To a certain degree, this allows the user to control their own state of existence, but it is normally only active for the briefest of moments. While the user remains physically real while fighting, this technique is capable of turning any occurrence, including injuries and even death inflicted upon them, while the technique is active, into mere illusions. Whenever the user receives a fatal injury, he or she automatically fades away as though they were an illusion all along, and then returns back to reality, physically real and unscathed. This technique is based on the creation of all things technique used by our ancestor, the Sage of the Six Paths. The process involves the administration of imagination, the spiritual energy which forms the basis of yin energy to create shape and form from nothingness. Then, for the application of vitality, the physical energy which forms the basis of yang energy, the sage would breathe life into the prior form. Thus, a technique with the power to turn imagination into reality was born, known as the Izanagi. While this technique is much weaker than the creation of all things, it can be used by those of Uchiha blood with their Sharingan. However, it comes with a heavy price. In exchange for the brief control of reality that it allows them, the Sharingan in which Izanagi is cast becomes blind. For this reason, our clan has labeled it a Kinjutsu. Naruto read this with his eyes widened. He already knew that his eyes were strong, but to be able to create form from nothing and breathe life into it? I assume that's how you were born, Naruto asked his partner, who nodded. The sage really was something else. Being able to create and give life is meant for gods, not mortals, Naruto thought to himself, if he ever would be able to do the same thing with his Rinnegan. While the Uchihas would become blind due to not possessing the Rinnegan, theoretically Naruto would be able to use these techniques to the extreme without any type of backlash. I think we have everything, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, and she nodded, placing everything back in place. Hinata did one last scan around the compound as they were about to leave. Wait! Hinata called out as she seemed to find some type of storage underneath Uchiha's main hall. There seems to be some type of room beneath the main hall, Hinata called out, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Let's check it out, Naruto said, and both walked out of the library and into the main hall. They quickly reached the main hall. Where's the entrance? Naruto asked to Hinata, who had her Byakugan blazing and searching the surroundings, analyzing that room's layout. I can't seem to find it. The whole area is shrouded in chakra, Hinata explained. Can you place us directly on top of the room? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. They both walked into the main hall and stopped in the middle of the room. It's directly beneath us, Hinata said, pointing to the ground. How much farther down? Naruto asked, and Hinata estimated the length. About 5 meters, Hinata answered, and Naruto nodded. Naruto hugged Hinata and used his Kamui to sink underground until they reached the room. It took them only a couple seconds until they touched the ground inside the room. Everything in the room was dark that even Hinata and Naruto could barely see with their dojutsus. Katon, Gogyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said, and sent a very small fireball towards the nearby torches. He used it a couple more times until the whole room was lit. They looked around and the room had nothing more than a table with many chairs around it. He looked towards the other corner. In the middle of another small room was a single stone. The stone was surrounded by 2 torches, one on each side, as it appeared to be old, very old. Naruto still had his normal Sharingan activated from using his Kamui and started reading the tablet. What are you doing? Hinata asked, confused. That tablet is blank, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. It seems that only the Sharingan can read, Naruto replied as he could see the text perfectly and started reading. Congratulations on unlocking the Sharingan, my fellow descendant. The Sharingan, the dojutsu of my eldest. With it, you are capable of many things. The base Sharingan has 3 levels. With 1 Tomoe, Naruto read again what the Sharingan could do until he reached the last section of the tablet. But there is more to the Sharingan. My eldest seems to have unlocked another stage to it. He called it Mangekyo Sharingan. With it, his power is far greater than the standard Sharingan. With these new eyes that he unlocked, he's able to... Naruto got confused as he suddenly couldn't read anymore. That part of the tablet seemed to have some random letters all scribbled together.
Try using your Mangekyo to read it,
Kurama suggested, and Naruto didn't have anything to lose. Naruto activated his Mangekyo and the random letters seemed to rearrange themselves to form coherent phrases and words. He's able to act as powerful ninju and other types of illusions far greater than the ones provided by the standard Sharingan. With his new eyes, he's also able to see better and with far more detail than before. According to him, he unlocked these eyes when he was sparring with my youngest. What can I say? The train battles always seem to escalate and I'm the one who has to fix everything. I wrote this tablet at my eldest's request. He wants to leave something for him for his future descendants, but something that only his descendants can read. I also decided to leave in this tablet how it all began. It was a this again, Naruto thought to himself, sighing. He decided to activate his Rinnegan to see if he could read it. Surprisingly enough, all the text in the tablet became visible. It was a time of war. Mankind was constantly at war, and was bloodshed from all sides that seemed to stop at nothing. When someone thought that the war was over, it was still the beginning. My mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, sought a way to end the war, and all the pain and loss of life that came from it. In our home, there was a tree. It was a tree of such magnificence and magnitude that some consider it to be a god. This god tree easily outshone mountains in terms of height. It would never lose any leaves or seem to grow old and wither. According to the scrolls, the god tree has always been there, and our records go back thousands of years. According to the scrolls, every millennium this tree would generate a small fruit. While the scrolls clearly said that it was forbidden to eat it, my mother was desperate with the war looming outside of her lands. She decided to consume this forbidden fruit of the god tree. With it, she became able to manipulate chakra and allowed her to single-handedly end the war that seemed to plague the lands. Years passed, and the flame of war never once ignited again. Then I, Haguro Otsutsuki, was born. I inherited the same type of power my mother possessed, and along with it, I received my dojutsu, which I called Rinnegan. The years passed, and I grew older. But, as time passed, the god tree's desire to reclaim its power also rose. The god tree decided to strike against my mother in order to reclaim its lost power. That was what people would later on call the Jubi. It was a gruesome battle, but in the end, I was able to seal him inside of me, temporarily defeating it. When I reached my last years, I knew that once I died, the Jubi would be set free, and I couldn't allow that to happen. I split the Jubi's chakra into 9 vessels. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chomen, Gyuki, and finally Kurama. Once I was finished, I sealed the Jubi shell in the moon, which I created with my creation of all things. If you are reading this, then you also bear the Rinnegan. Take it as a final wish from me. If there is still war, then find a way to stop it. I may not have grown with war, but I felt its effects during my travels. War brings nothing but death, pain, and suffering to both sides. It's a never-ending cycle of hatred. Good luck, my fellow descendant. Naruto stood silent for a few seconds, taking in everything he read. He now knew everything, how it began, why it began, and the sage's final wish. If there is peace, then I'll find it. I'm not gonna run away, and I never go back on my word. That is my ninja way. I promise you, old man. Naruto said, getting up with his Rinnegan blazing. Did you know all this, Kurama? Naruto asked his partner, who was silent.
I never knew. The old man never told us how it began, and he was always cryptic with his words.
Kurama replied, and Naruto nodded. I have everything I need, Naruto said, placing a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Let's go home, Naruto said, and they both disappeared in a flash. Naruto now knew what he wanted to do, what he needed to do. His goal in life. He would bring peace to his war-plagued world. He would break the chains of hatred and lead the world to true peace like his predecessor had wanted. Time skipped 6 months. 6 months had gone by, and Naruto threw himself into training even harder than before. Both Hinata, Gar, and Jiraiya had asked him what had happened when he read the tablet. Naruto just replied that he knew everything and that he found his goal in life, and he would leave it at that. While the Sharingan's power seemed to be awakened during times of high stress, the Rinnegan was extremely different. The Rinnegan's power seemed to come naturally to Naruto, like walking or breathing. That's the reason why Naruto could already use all of his 6 paths. When he discovered his animal path and summoned a large creature, Kurama fainted in his mind, thinking Naruto had summoned the Ghetto Mazo from the moon. Poor fox. After the whole event of the summoning, Kurama decided to warn Naruto so he didn't accidentally summon it. Kurama explained to him that some things are best left alone and not to be tampered with. In the first week, Naruto learned his gravity manipulation and learned how to use his Diva path. The next week, he discovered the animal path. During the Spar of Jiraiya, he discovered his Preta path. 1 month later, he discovered his astral path, and 1 week later, he learned the human path. During a mission, he learned the last of his paths, the Naraka path, or so he thought. During the mission, an innocent victim was killed because Naruto didn't reach him in time. Naruto didn't know what came to him. He just started going for hand seals automatically, as if he had already known them. Naruto unlocked his 7th and final ability, the Outer Path. The Outer Path gave Naruto control over life and death. With it, Naruto could bring back anyone that had died, and he also learned of a new technique that he could use. He finally understood why the sage was called the Sage of the 6 Paths. Naruto could create 6 paths, 6 clones, or bodies, and each one could use one of the paths. Naruto discovered the metal which his family was made of when he himself had created the same material. The material seemed like steel and yet was stronger and lighter. Naruto thought he had already mastered all of his paths and began training in the last thing he could think of. Yin and Yang releases, and their last form, Yin-Yang release. Do you think it's wise? Jiraiya said to Naruto regarding what he was about to do. These things were reserved for gods, Naruto, Jiraiya warned. What is a god? Jiraiya sensei, Naruto asked, and Jiraiya was thrown back by his question. If a god is someone that can live forever, then I'm a god. If a god is someone that knows everything, then I can be a god. If it is someone who can be anywhere, then I'm a god. And if it is someone who is all-powerful, then I am a god because there is nothing I can't do, Naruto replied, looking at the sky. Naruto looked down at the ground in front of him. On the ground, there were 5 blood vials and a locket of someone's hair. You are not a god, Naruto, Jiraiya yelled at his godson. Maybe, maybe not. It doesn't matter. I can do this if I wish. It's my choice, Naruto replied. I know. I'm just trying to warn you that once you cross this line, you can't go back. While you have this power, you must be responsible with it. This isn't some S-rank juice that you can throw around. You are dealing with life and death here. While I would like nothing more than to see them again, you can't just be using it like nothing. Remember that there is a balance to be maintained, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto was locked deep in thought. I have made my choice, Naruto said, and Jiraiya stood silent. Maybe it's jealousy of me, or maybe it is just necessary. I can think of 3 reasons as to why I should do this, Naruto said and gathered his thoughts. 1 is to stop Orochimaru from bringing them back. 2, they all sacrificed their lives to protect our home. And 3, I made a promise to her a couple years ago, Naruto said. My dream is to become Hokage, Naruto said and Jiraiya smiled. But, Naruto said and Jiraiya listened. It's also to bring peace to this world. My ancestor died dreaming that the world his mother created would last, Naruto explained and started looking at the sky again. Look around, Naruto started. Suna is at Konoha's throats because of what happened during the invasion. Iwa is still revengeful because of the first Shinobi War. War is a never-ending cycle of hatred, and I will be the one to break it. If there is such a thing called peace, I'll be the one to achieve it. I won't back down, and I won't give up, because that's my ninja way, Naruto said, and both Hinata and Gaara smiled at his words. Those words, Jiraiya thought to himself, remembering the first book he ever wrote. If I can't find the answer to peace, then maybe I'll entrust it to you, Jiraiya said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Let's do it, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded, crouching on the floor and picking up the first blood vial. On Myotan, Banbutsu Soso, Yin-Yang release, creation of all things. Naruto said and started concentrating on the blood inside the vial. The vial started levitating between Naruto's hands. Naruto's chakra flared and his eyes glowed. The glass vial was instantly vaporized, leaving only the blood floating in the air. Naruto's hair was flapping wildly as he began to work on his technique. The blood seemed to stay until it began to become agitated. All of the blood seemed to compact into a small brownish ball with small indentations. Naruto started spraying his hands. The small ball started glowing and expanding. Everything around Naruto sparkled with life. Grass and trees grew from the ground. Flowers blossomed. Naruto was radiating life all around him. Incredible, Hinata said, amazed at what Naruto was doing. Naruto was creating life out of nothing. The grass never looked so green, and the flowers more beautiful. This was the work of a god. The ball was getting bigger and bigger and was showing 5 protuberances from it. Naruto kept focusing on it. He was calm and relaxed. Naruto barely felt his chakra getting spent. Kurama and Shikaku just watched in fascination at the true power of the Rinnegan. It was the first time they were experiencing the yin-yang release, and it felt wonderful. The 2 upper protuberances expanded outwards, reaching beyond half a meter. The 2 lower protuberances continued extending further, reaching 1 meter. At the end of these protuberances, 5 small other ones started growing out. These small protuberances were in fact fingers, and the larger ones arms and legs. The last protuberance seemed rounder and sturdier and was in fact a head. Naruto continued his jutsu, and everyone watched in fascination as Naruto was creating a human body out of nothing. The priest's blood was just a map, so Naruto knew what skin color to choose, if he was tall or short, and if he was a he to begin with. The procedure started slowing down as the skin started taking a light tone. Small mounds of flesh started growing out of the middle of the chest, indicating that this one was female. Hair started growing out of her head until it reached her waistline. It suddenly turned into fire red hair. The process slowed down even more, and everyone could see a woman lying on the grass. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin, and fiery red hair. She was Senju Kushina, Naruto's mother, and she was back. The process ended and her body started breathing suddenly. Naruto stood up to admire his handiwork. In front of him was his mother, almost back to life. Almost, because while he had created her body, he still needed her soul. Summoning Jutsu, soul retrieval, Naruto said, going through hand seals. This technique was a variation of the Edo Tensei. This technique would retrieve any soul from the pure world and implant it in a vessel of Naruto's choosing. Naruto could easily control souls with his human path due to the Rinnegan. Naruto caught the soul and slowly pushed it inside of Kushina's body. Kushina took a very deep breath and went back to her normal breathing. Kushina started soaring and slowly opened her eyes to show her ocean deep blue eyes like Naruto. Welcome back, Kasan, mother, Naruto said, helping her sit up and adjust to her surroundings and new body. Naruto? Kushina asked, looking at the blonde in front of her. She looked around to see the pervert, Naruto's girlfriend, and unknown redhead. Where am I? Kushina asked. Easy, I brought you back. You need time to adjust his body, Naruto said, helping her get to her feet. I fulfilled my promise, Naruto said, giving her a thumbs up. I promise I'll find a way to make our family whole again. Kushina smiled as she remembered back when she was summoned via the Edo Tensei. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Kushina said, hugging him, and letting a few tears drop from her face. Naruto just hugged his mother, glad to have her back for real. There are a few others I need to bring back. Why don't you sit and watch, Naruto said, and Kushina nodded, sitting down and watched Naruto pick up the hair sample. Animiotan. Banbutsu Soso. Yin-yang release, creation of all things, Naruto said, and Kushina's jaw dropped when she saw Naruto's eyes. It was the Rinnegan. Naruto went through the same procedure, and it was another woman. This person had fair skin with dark, long eggplant hair, slightly past her waist, and side bangs from her face down to her shoulders. She looked almost like Hinata, and she was Hyuga Hana, Hinata's mother. Where am I? Hana asked as she woke up. Naruto helped her get up and hand her to Hinata, who was fighting back tears. Kasan, mother, Hinata said, stuttering, barely contained her tears. Hinata suffered so much since her mother passed away after giving birth to Hanabi. Hina-chan, Hana said, looking at the girl, no, woman in front of her. She felt like she was looking at a mirror. The woman in front of her reminded her of her daughter Hinata. Is that you? Hana asked, and Hinata nodded, jumping and hugging her mother fiercely. How am I alive? Hana asked, confused, and Hinata sat her down and started explaining everything that happened since she died. Naruto went through the same procedure and brought back the rest of his family. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and also Uzumaki Mito. Now is the time for the last member of his family, his father, Namikaze Minato. Naruto created his body and let him on the ground. Creating his body was easy compared to where his soul was. Naruto had created a way to retrieve his soul, but it only worked for Rinnegan users. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake. Shiki Fujin. Dead demon consuming seal, Naruto said, clapping his hands and summoning the death god where his father's soul was. Naruto turned around to face the death god. Naruto used his human path and introduced his hands inside his Shinigami stomach and removed the single soul that resided there. The soul of his father was now free of the death god's clutches. Naruto ended the jutsu and introduced the soul into his father's vessel. Minato took a deep breath and gradually opened his eyes. Father? Minato asked, staring at the person in front of him. That's just creepy. My father thinking I'm his father, Naruto thought to himself. Welcome back, Tosan, father, Naruto said, and Minato's eyes widened. Naruto? Minato said, shocked, looking at the man in front of him. If he really was Naruto, then he did grow up some since the last time he saw him. It's me, old man, Naruto said, chuckling. Come, Naruto said, and helped Minato onto his feet. I'll explain everything, Naruto said, and everyone went back to the hotel for some long, overdue explanations. With their help, I'll achieve true peace, Naruto thought as he walked inside. Man, Tsunade is going to have a rough time when they come home. And that is the end of chapter 35. So now we'll move on to chapter 36, Homecoming. Here we go. Chapter 36, Homecoming. It was another beautiful and ordinary day in Konoha. The sun was starting to come up, and inside the Senju compound, we find Senju Tsunade slowly stirring. 3 years have passed since Naruto, Gaara, and Jiraiya had left. Her apprentice, Hyuga Hinata, had joined mid-trip. Tsunade was extremely happy with how Hinata had turned out. The girl was a sponge. Everything Tsunade would have to teach her, she would absorb in an instant. Hinata was able to read multiple books on different subjects, and by morning they would already be done. When Tsunade had asked her how she did it, she simply replied, Kage Bunshin, and left a gobsmacked Tsunade behind. While she couldn't create thousands like Naruto, she could create some solid 50 clones, which was more than enough to read a couple of books. Hinata had also deployed a few more poisons and medical creams. In fact, Hinata asked permission so that she could set up a small store in the Senju compound so that she could sell her poisons and healing creams to anyone who wishes to buy them. Hiyashi had really been a fool when he expelled her from her clan. He had let go of a very rough diamond. To simply discard such a valuable asset, but above else his own daughter, like garbage. When Hinata had told her the story, Tsunade wanted to go on a rampage into the Hyuga compound. In the end, Hinata managed to calm her down with a bit of sake and a couple of Juken strikes. When Hinata told Tsunade what both her and Naruto had planned for the Hyuga clan, she just smirked. Those poor fools would never know what hit them until it was too late. I'm late, Tsunade said, getting up from her soft bed. She looked back towards the other side of the bed and sighed. She really missed the old pervert, even though she wouldn't outright admit it. They are due back any day now, Tsunade thought to herself. The whole compound is going to be full again soon. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Tsunade said, and 3 clones popped to existence. Go to the office and get started on the paperwork, Tsunade ordered, and the clones paled but complied with the original's orders. Now for a long bath, Tsunade said, going into the bathroom. Tsunade's office. The original Tsunade arrived at her office and joined her clones in handling the massive paperwork that seemed to grow during the night. Until this day, she didn't know where all of these papers came from. Sure, she had to read every mission report, but most of those were standard ones that didn't even require much attention. Mission report. Capture Tor mission. At 10 hours in the morning of the 10th day of the 4th month of the 1432-year Ninja, we, Team ABC, were assigned to capture Tor mission. It took 1 hour to track our objective, and we found him hiding in a small alleyway. We try a stealth approach, but Tor managed to sense us proceeding to run away from the location. After an hour of running after the target, Saratobi Konohama managed to flank the target from the front, making the target run to the left, where Udon had a trap prepared. The target was captured, and Team Ebisu proceeded to bring it to the Hokage's office for delivery and mission conclusion. Why the hell do we even have reports on D-rank? Tsunade asked, looking at Team Ebisu staying in front of her. I believe it's practice for when the gangs start taking on higher missions, Ebisu said matter-of-factly. In the meantime, I suffer with all these worthless reports! Tsunade yelled, waving the papers in front of him, making everyone cringe at the sound spike. You can always hand over the hat to Naruto, Nichan, Konohama said, and everyone was taken aback by that statement. I thought you wanted to be Hokage, Moegi asked, confused. Of course. Naruto Nichan will be the Roku Daime Hokage, and I'll be the Nana Daime Hokage, Konohama said, pumping his fist into the air. He's due back any time now, isn't he? A voice asked as he entered the room. Grandpa! Konohama said, greeting his grandfather. Saratobi Hiruzen, who walked into the room smoking his pipe. He didn't seem to have changed much in 3 years. He still had white hair, a beard, and he was wearing civilian clothes. He was wearing a brown Hiyori, and beneath it he had a gray kimono. To anyone else, he would look like a normal person, weakened only by age, but it was far from the truth. While old, he still remained a very powerful shinobi. How is everyone? Hiruzen asked, getting a hug from his grandson. Just fine, Hokage-sama, Ebisu replied, pushing his glasses up. Ebisu was a elite jonin of Konoha. Although many would doubt his claim, no one really bothered with it. He was a Jonin sensei, and they hardly got missions with higher ranking than a B rank. And answering your question, yes, Naruto-chan, Jiraiya-kun, and Gar should be back any time now, Tsunade said, smiling. Jiraiya-kun, is it? Hiruzen asked with a smirk. Yes, it is. You've got a problem with that, old man? Tsunade asked back with a smirk of her own. No, I'm just glad you finally accepted the poor man after all the beans you gave him, Hiruzen said, chuckling. He deserved every one of them, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. I'm hurt, princess, a voice echoed through the room. Everyone turned around to see the space swirling, and Dry stood in the middle of the room. I thought you loved me, Dry said with a mock hurt, wiping away fake tears. Perf-kun, Tsunade said, jumping into Jiraiya's arm and giving him a big sloppy kiss. Ebisu went flying into a nearby wall and passed out with blood loss when he saw Tsunade's breast squeezing against Jiraiya's chest. The old man managed to maintain his posture and simply watched with a small smile. He was glad his two students got together, even if it took them a couple decades. The space kept swirling, and next came Gaara. Gaara had grown quite a bit and was now taller, almost matching Naruto, but surpassing Hinata. He wore full-length dark trousers with a pair of laces on each leg, respectively a few inches below the waist and the knees. A long-sleeved crimson coat with flaring hemlines on the front and back, a gray holster vest held in place by a single strap over his left shoulder, and by 2 buckled belts. Gar had also stopped using his gourd to keep the sand and began using special seals Naruto made. These seals were different from the Saren storage seals. While in the storage seals you channel chakra fluid and everything pops out, these were different. Gar needed to channel chakra constantly to keep the sand flowing outwards. When he wanted to stop, he could just cut the chakra flow. The seal worked like a floodgate, and with Gar having the Shikaku inside of him, chakra wasn't a problem. Gaara, Tsunade said, and Gaara greeted everyone. The next person swirling into the room was none other than Hyuga Hinata. She was around 5 feet 9 inches with a slim figure worthy of a goddess. She had long and toned legs, smooth skin, and a well-developed chest around D cup in size. Hinata had retained her straight Hime-style haircut, but she let her hair grow to waist length. The short strands that framed her face remained, but were now shoulder length. She now wore a new attire comprised of a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, dark blue and white zip-up jacket with dark blue overmesh armor with black pants and black low-heeled sandals. On the back of her zip-up jacket, she had the symbol for yin and yang. Tsunade-sensei, Hiruzen-sama, Hinata said, greeting everyone politely. The swirling seemed to be coming to an end, and we see a last figure standing in the middle of the Hokage's office. This person stood at 6 feet tall. He had bright, spiky yellow hair that reached his waist, with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. He was wearing his traditional orange pants and black sandals. He was also wearing a sleeveless black shirt with a chest plate over it. On his back, he carried a wide fan with 3 blood red simoleons on each side. It had a long hand with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown with the edges being black. He was Senju Naruto, and he was back from his trip along with Jiraiya, Gaara, and Hinata. Yo, Naruto said, grinning at everyone in the room. Everyone just stared at the man in front of them. They had a hard time believing that the kid Naruto grew into this man in front of them in just 3 years. Hiruzen could feel the aura Naruto was releasing, and it pleased him to know that Naruto had grown stronger. Long time no see, Naruto said, breaking everyone from their trance. Naruto Nichan, Konohamaru said, looking at Naruto. Hey, brat, Naruto said, ruffling Konohamaru's hair. Nice to see you again, Naruto-chan, Tsunade said, smothering her grandson in a hug. He was running out of oxygen and was forced to use Kami to get off. I bet you're stronger now, Naruto Nichan, Konohamaru stated, pumping his fist into the air. You bet, Konohamaru. I've learned a lot of new jutsus, Naruto said, grinning. Oh, teach me some, Konohamaru said, getting giddy. Last time we asked Naruto for a jutsu, he got the Rasengan. Naruto hummed, touching his chin, thinking what he could teach Konohamaru next. Show me your Rasengan, Naruto said. Yosh! Konohamaru yelled, placed his hands in a cross sign. Shaokon Jutsu! And a single clone popped into existence. Naruto's eyes blazed, bringing his Sharingan to life. Now that he grew up, he looks even more like him, Sarutobi chuckled to himself, smoking on his trusted pipe. Good stability and pressure, Naruto said, observing Konohamaru's Rasengan spin in his hand. Since that using the Shadow Clone and the Rasengan only took about 5% of your total chakra capacity, I guess I can teach you the next version, Naruto said, and extended his right hand forward. Konohamaru jumped in the air with excitement and began focusing on what Naruto was going to do. Naruto's chakra started coming out and started swirling. It formed a normal Rasengan until it started expanding further and further until Naruto created an Odama Rasengan, Big Rasengan. That's just a Rasengan, Konohamaru said, disappointed. Wrong. This is called a Big Rasengan, and it's about 4 times stronger than the normal Rasengan. You need to increase the chakra output while maintaining stability and compression, Naruto explained, and Konohamaru nodded. Any questions? Naruto asked. Why is it silver? Konohamaru asked, admiring the shiny silver ball of destruction sprawled in Naruto's hand. Well, Naruto started, not wanting to reveal the real reason why his chakra was silver. Something happened during my train trip that turned my chakra color into silver, Naruto said, and Konohamaru shrugged his shoulders. Thank you. See you later, Naruto Nichan, Konohamaru said, and Team Ebisu left the room, leaving Tsunade, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Gaara, Hinata, and Naruto. I hope you got stronger, Tsunade said towards the 3 teens in front of her. Please, they're so strong that it's not even funny, Jiraiya said, crying anime tears. He had to work and train so hard back in his youth, and now 17-year-olds can be as strong as him. It just wasn't fair. How would you rank them, Tsunade asked. She already had a pretty decent idea regarding Hinata, but the other 2 she would be drawing blanks. Both Hinata and Gaara are Kage-level shinobi. Hinata could defeat you, but she would lose against me as she doesn't have the same raw power, Jiraiya explained. Though that girl can be deadly for needles and poisons if it wasn't for my Sage mode that can heal poisons, Jiraiya thought. Gaara's pretty much on the same level as me when I'm not using my Sani mode, Jiraiya explained, and Tsunade nodded. And Naruto-chan, Tsunade asked, and Naruto smirked while Jiraiya scoffed. Psh, I don't even know, Jiraiya said, looking at our favorite blonde. What do you mean you don't know? Tsunade asked, confused with her temper rising, thinking the pervert was playing with her. Exactly that. What's the rank above Kage level? Jiraiya asked, and Hiruzen's jaw dropped. The brat started comparing himself to gods, but Hinata beat that idea out of his head quickly enough, Jiraiya said, and Naruto scoffed. It makes sense. After all, ramen is food for the gods, Naruto said, chuckling, and Jiraiya's sweat dropped. All kidding aside, Tsunade said, I don't know, Tsunade Hime. I honestly don't know. I don't stand a chance against him even with using my Sonic mode at full power. I mean, he took me, Gar, and Hinata at the same time, and he still won without even getting scratched, Jiraiya said, and Tsunai's eyes widened. That's not possible, Tsunai said in disbelief. Can you send your Anbu outside for this, Naruto asked, but Hinata stopped him. I already took care of them, Hinata said, pocketing her senbone. They all focused chakra into their ears, and they could hear light snoring from the ceiling. Damn that girl and her poison, Tsunai thought to herself, sighing. Hinata never missed an opportunity to test out any new poison she had. Let's just say I got an upgrade to my eyes, Naruto cryptically said. Naruto's Sharingan started spinning until it revealed his ordinary Mangekyo. His eyes pulsed and started spinning outwards, shrinking his pupil and forming several rings around the pupil. Naruto's eyes turned to their last level, the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. Rinnegan, Hiruzen said just above a whisper, but loud enough for everyone to hear him. How the hell do you have those eyes? Tsunade yelled. She couldn't believe she was seeing those eyes. They're supposed to be legend, nothing more than a myth. These eyes are achieved when you mix the blood of a Senju with an Uchiha, Naruto explained, and Tsunade remained silent, processing the information. Naruto then proceeded to explain what his eyes could do and how he unlocked them. What's next? Tsunade asked. The Byakugan? Tsunade asked, shaking her head. Actually, Hiruzen started gathering the attention towards him. If Naruto and Hinata have kids, the dojutsus might fuse together, Hiruzen said, getting blushes from both teenagers. They may have been sleeping together, but starting a family was a big step that they weren't ready to take yet. Anything else? Tsunade asked, thinking the surprises would be over by now. Actually, yes, Naruto said, and the space around him started spinning. From his eyes came out 6 figures. There were Senju Hashirama, Senju Mito, Senju Tobirama, Senju Kushina, Namikaze Mito, and Hyuga Hana. Tsunade blinked when she saw everyone in front of her. What'd I tell you about drinking, young lady? Mito said to her daughter, who had her eyes widened. Damn! This is some good stuff, Tsunade said, picking the bottle next to her. She looked to her left to see Hiruzen on the floor drooling. I told you were always too soft on her, Tobirama said, crossing his arms, looking at his brother. I really have to stop drinking, Tsunade said, throwing the bottle into the garbage. Tsunade, Jiraiya started. They are real and alive, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade turned to stare at her father, Senju Hashirama. How about you give a hug to your old man? Hashirama asked, opening his arms. Tsunade did what a sane and normal person would and fainted, smacking her forehead against the desk, making everyone's sweat drop. That went well, Naruto said, and the others couldn't help but to chuckle. 1 hour later, both Hiruzen and Tsunade started stirring. They opened their eyes, thinking everything that had happened was nothing more than a dream. I really have to stop drinking, Tsunade muttered to herself until she looked at her office. Hinata was talking with Mito and Hana, probably some girl stuff. Mito was talking with Tobirama, go figure. The man that hated the Uchihas above everything was chatting with the son of Madara himself. Naruto was arm wrestling with Hashirama, with the exception that Hashirama was using wood and Naruto a chain. Just a plain and normal day in Konoha. Smack! Thumb! Everyone turned just in time to see Tsunade's head smack against her desk again, and Hiruzen dropping to the floor. They all sweat dropped inside, thinking it would take another hour until they woke up again. Around 5 minutes later, both of them woke up again, but this time they stayed conscious. Explain! Tsunade said, rubbing her temples. The true power of my eyes allows me to create anything I want, Naruto started. The only limit is my imagination. Using their blood I found in the abandoned lab of Orochimaru a couple years ago, I used Rinnegan's power to create new bodies for them. Once I had that, I brought their souls from the pure world and placed them into the bodies I've made. Basically, I can do anything I wish. I can create anything, bring back anyone, Naruto explained, and Tsunade just nodded. But, Naruto started, I'm going to be responsible with this power. I can't just start bringing back people and stop everyone from dying. As much as it pains me, I have to let nature run its course, Naruto sadly said. While Naruto had the power to pretty much do anything he wanted, he knew he couldn't. Even then, he would be playing God by judging who should live and die. So, brat, Toriyama started getting a tick mark from him. Are you going to explain why you brought us back? You said you would explain once we got back, Toriyama said, and Naruto sighed and gathered his thoughts. It all began 17 years ago when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Naruto said, and looked towards his father and mother to explain. I'll spare you the details and hit the highlights, Minato said, taking a deep breath and gathering his thoughts. It all started when Naruto was being born. Kushina's delivery time and location was a very well-kept secret. Somehow this masked man found out and managed to slip through both the Anbu and the barrier I set up. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara, but I knew very well my father's chakra signature, so it wasn't him. Although his chakras somehow felt familiar, Minato explained. He calls himself Tobi, Naruto added, and Minato nodded. Tobi seemed to have this Kamui ability like Naruto, which means that he's definitely Uchiha and he has Mangekyo. Tobi took Naruto as hostage to split me from Kushina. He then removed Kurama from her and proceeded to attack Konoha. In the end, I faced off against him and drove him away, sealing Kurama inside Naruto, meaning to finish his explanation. Does anyone have any idea as to who this Tobi character is? Toriyama asked, but everyone shook their heads. No, but he can use the Mokuton, Naruto said, and Hashirama's eyes widened. What? Hashirama asked. No one has ever been able to do it. Besides, he's an Uchiha, right? Hashirama asked, confused. I'm an Uchiha as well as a Senju, so that doesn't apply. Although when I felt his chakra after consulting with Tsunade Bachan, we concluded that he somehow implanted his cells from your previous body to gain access to your bloodline, Naruto explained, and Hashirama nursed his head. The real problem is that he belongs to an organization called Akatsuki. They're a group of S-rank shinobi that are after the Bijus. That's the reason why I brought you back. To help defend the world against this group. To give you all a second chance, but most of all to prevent Orochimaru from using the Edo Tensei and forcing you to do his bidding, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. I still don't know who the leader is, Jiraiya said, sighing, as his spy network was drawing blanks. Do you think it might be this Tobi character, Minato asked? I don't know. Well, he's very strong. Every other member is as well. And we don't even have a complete list of all their members, Jiraiya explained. So, where do we go from this? Toriyama asked, and everyone turned to Tsunade. Well, Tsunade started tilting back on her chair. I don't suppose any of you wants to take back the hat, Tsunade asked, and they shook their heads. I can't exactly have you running around the village when you are supposed to be dead and buried, Tsunade said, glaring at Naruto, who shrugged her off. What do you propose? Hiruzen asked curiously, and Tsunade sighed, tilting back in her chair, rubbing the bridge of her nose, deep in thought. Like I said, I can't have you running around Konoha, and I can't place you in Anbu, Tsunade started. I'm thinking of creating a brand new group or division focused on dealing with the Akatsuki, Tsunade said in afterthought. Like Anbu? Minato asked, and Tsunade nodded. A mix between Anbu and the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. It'll be a group comprised of Konoha's elite shinobi. Your primary objective will be fighting against the Akatsuki with a few side missions, Tsunade explained. Of course, you'll need to wear masks so you don't get recognized, Tsunade finished. That's good and all, but our jutsus tend to stand out. Hashirama said, thinking of his wood jutsu. Minato has Harashin. Toriyama could pull water from the atmosphere. Naruto used his fan, which is quite known. Gar had his sand, and so on. Let them suspect. As long as they don't know your identity, it's fine, Tsunade said, and they all nodded. Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Senju Hashirama, Senju Mito, Senju Toyarama, Namikaze Mito, Senju Kushina, and Sabaku Nogara. You will be the 8 dragons of the leaf. You answer only to me, your Hokage. Understood, Tsunade asked. Hi, they all chorused. Do you have any special type of outfit like the Anbu? Naruto asked, curious. All the Anbu always wore black pants and sleeveless black shirt with a metal chest plate over it, and a small sword strapped to their back. The purpose of the Anbu was to make everyone look like each other in order to not reveal the identity of the Anbu. The Anbu often took very dangerous missions, and with masks who used to protect them from any enemies seeking out revenge against the Anbu itself, or any family he or she might have. That's the reason why Naruto never took his mother's name so soon. While having powerful shinobi out in the open favors the village since they broadcast to have powerful shinobi, it also has a drawback to that. If any enemy wants revenge, they know exactly who to target. Probably. Let me think about it and I'll tell you later at home, Tsunade said, and they all nodded. Naruto? Hana said, gaining his attention. Not that I'm not happy, but I'm not particularly strong. Why'd you bring me back? Hana asked, confused. Besides the fact you make my princess happy, Naruto said, pulling Hinata close and getting a blush from Hinata and awe sounds from both Mito and Kushina. Even though Hinata-chan was expelled from her clan, she still wants to help the branch house, and I'm going to help her with her dream. When we are finished with the Hyuga clan, both houses will be under the same roof with you as clan leader, Naruto explained, getting a cheek kiss from Hinata, making him rub the back of his head. She really found a good man in Naruto-kun, Hana thought to herself, smiling at the pair of lovebirds in the room. Hinata was clinging to Naruto's right arm. To be young and in love, Hana thought to herself, remembering Hiyashi. You know, I can't let you interfere in clan business, right? You're a clan head yourself, Tsunade asked in a serious voice. I know the laws very well, Naruto started waving her off. That's why they won't know what happened until it's too late, Naruto said, chuckling and not giggling at their wonderful plan. Once they made their move, the Hyuga clan will be in for a rude awakening. Poor Hiyashi, Kushina thought, looking at Naruto's eyes. That glint was the same both of them had when they were planning any prank. And the fact Naruto's laughing like a maniac was already proof enough. Kushina just hoped Naruto didn't destroy the Hyuga compound accidentally. That reminds me, Tsunade said, gathering their attention. The Uchiha compound now belongs to you, Naruto-chan, as well, Tsunade said, getting wide eyes from him. What? Why? Naruto asked, confused. You and Mito are the last Uchihas in the village. Even though you never officially belong to it, the law states that as long as an Uchiha is alive, all possessions from money, jutsus, or property belong to them, Tsunade explained, and Naruto sighed. One question, Minato said, and Tsunade motioned him to continue. Where are we going to live? The village knows that Naruto lives at the Senju compound. They found out that my house was being used. It would raise many suspicions. Minato said, getting a nod from Naruto. Like always, everyone turned to Tsunade, who was cursing her luck. I have an idea, Hashirama said, making everyone focus on him. Why don't we all live at the Senju compound? It has more than enough rooms for all of us. Besides, that is all I wanted when I found the village with Madara. For both the Senju and Uchiha clans to coexist peacefully and live happily, Hashirama said, placing his arms over Minato and Tobirama's shoulders. I can go with that, Naruto said, happy that his family just got bigger. Now that everything is over, how about we go for lunch? Tsunade asked, getting up from her chair. Ramen! Hashirama, Kushina, and Naruto said, crossing their arms in front of their chests. Minato just chuckled at their antics. It seemed that it had skipped a generation with Tsunade. Typical Senju attitude. Minato said, chuckling, and got wide eyes from both Tsunade and Hiruzen. I never heard you talk like that, Hiruzen said, looking at the fourth Hokage. I never told anyone about my father, so I kept all the quirks to myself, Minato said, rubbing the back of his head. But since Naruto exposed his heritage, I don't have to hold in anymore. Besides, it's true. From the stories my father always told me about Konoha and the Senju, is that the Senju were brash, loud, and addicted to ramen, especially when I quote, Hashirama Baka. No offense, Minato said, chuckling towards Hashirama, whose eye was twitching. You could have told me at least, Hiruzen muttered under his breath, but Minato heard him anyhow. He's right, Minato. I was your Jonin sensei. I took you as my apprentice, Jirai said, and Minato sighed, knowing it was true. It was a request from my father. He told me to keep my eyes a secret. I activated them when I was 5 years old, trying to save my mother. When I got back to the leaf, I started hiding them under a small genjutsu. I did for so many years, it became instinctive to me, Minato explained. The only person who ever knew was Kushina-chan, and that was because my genjutsu slipped when my Mangekyo activated back when Kushina-chan was kidnapped. Minato said, sighing, making Jiraiya's jaw drop. You have a Mangekyo? Jiraiya asked, and Minato nodded, channeling more chakra into his eyes until he started spinning and the kamas moving erratically. They stopped spinning and his eyes were still blood red with 4 arrows pointing to the middle of the eyes, overlapping a small circle around the pupil. What can you do with those eyes? Hiruzen asked, curious. The servant ones, Tsukiyomi, Amaterasu, and the first stage of the Susanoo. I never really invested much time into my Mangekyo. I couldn't really use my Hirashin while I had my Susanoo active, and I wasn't gifted with Naruto's Kamui ability. Minato powed while Naruto chuckled. If I had told you that my father was Uchiha Madara, would you have given me that hat? Minato seriously asked Hiruzen. I'm not one to judge, but most likely not, Hiruzen answered truthfully, and Minato nodded knowingly. The same can be said for you, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said, and Jiraiya sadly nodded. While they tend not to judge someone by another person's actions, there would always be something lying around, whether it be caution or simply some distrust. It's in the past, let's forget it, Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. I know very well what my father, uncle, mother, daughter, and Minato can do. However, I still want to see you free in action, Tsunade said, pointing towards Gaara, Hinata, and Naruto, who raised their eyebrows. The 3 of us together could take on the whole village and win. 2 shinobi who are Jinchuriki, plus an extremely skilled and powerful medic, Naruto said, and Tsunade got an evil glint in her eyes, making Naruto gulp. That's why I'll be taking away your most relied on and powerful skills to see what you can do when your aces are gone, Tsunade said, rubbing her hands together. Gaara will fight without his sand, Hinata without her Byakugan, and you won't be using your Hirashin and Sharingan or above, Tsunade said, smirking evilly. You're on, Naruto said confidently. Who are we fighting against? Naruto asked. Tsunade-chan, do you think it's wise teaming up 3 S-rank shinobi? Hiruzen asked. And S-rank shinobi was dangerous on his own, but adding 2 more and using teamwork would be devastating against anyone who had to fight them. Yes, we took most of their power, and I just want to see them in action, Tsunade said when she heard a knock on the door. Come in, Tsunade said, now remembering she had her family in her office, and Kakashi walked in. Nice to see you again, Kakashi, Minato said, turning to his student. Kakashi rose his head from his book to look at the person that greeted him. Thumb. Kakashi toppled to the ground like a sack of potatoes. I should have known, Minato said, shaking his head. A few minutes later, Kakashi woke up and Tsunade explained everything that happened, and Kakashi swore secrecy. So, who are we fighting against? Naruto asked, and Tsunade smirked. Training Ground 7. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and the 8 dragons were all at the training grounds ready for the battle that was about to ensue. Of the 8 dragons, all but Naruto and Hinata weren't wearing a mask. So, who are we fighting against? Naruto asked, as the only known for sure one was Hatake Kakashi, who was by now an S-rank shinobi. He never was one because of his low chakra pool due to his Sharingan being constantly active. But now that he can activate his Sharingan at will, he finally managed to take the spot. Tsunade pointed at the horizon, and Naruto noticed several people approaching. They're Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Yugao, Kato Shizune, Momoichi Zabuza, Yuki Haku, Yuhi Koranai, Sarutobi Asuma, Ebisu, and Maito Gai. What rank is Haku-chan? Naruto asked. Elite Jonin, Tsunade replied, smirking. So, we are facing 1 S-rank shinobi and 9 elite Jonins, Naruto said, running the math in his head and thinking about several scenarios. Scared? Tsunade mockingly asked. Not really, Naruto replied and waved for them to gather up. Long time no see, Kurenai-sensei, Haku-chan, Zabuza-sensei, Naruto said, greeting his fellow senseis and friends. Oh yes, I get to taste your delicious blood, Anka said, jumping in the air while everyone's sweat dropped. I heard you got stronger, brat, Zabuza said, getting a nod from Naruto. Who are they? Zabuza asked, pointing towards the masked men that will be watching the battle. Don't you think it defeats the purpose of them having a mask if I tell you who they are? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Zabuza shrugged his shoulders and left it at that. Like I've informed all of you, you're here to test Naruto, Hinata, and Gaara. Each one of you has special skills towards one area of the shinobi field, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. Do it, Tsunade said to the 8 dragons. Minato, Hashirama, Toirama, and Hiruzen all jumped away from the fighters, leaving a large area. Shiseki Kyojin, formation of the 4 red suns, all 4 shinobi said, and a large red barrier erupted from the field, trapping every contestant inside. Why a barrier? Ebisu asked, curious. So you don't destroy anything outside the training field, Tsunade explained. But we don't have jutsus powerful enough for that, Yugao stayed confused. I was talking to Naruto, Tsunade said. Yugao paled when she looked at Naruto, who was grinning like a madman. The rules stand as I explained. No Sand for Gaara, no Byakugan for Hinata, and no Hirashin, Sharingan, and above for Naruto. Hajime! Tsunade said from outside the barrier as she watched everyone blur towards each other. So, Hiruzen started. Who do you think will win? Hiruzen asked. 9 elite joins and 1 S-rank against 3 S-rank shinobi. Judging by the ranks, they seemed evened out, Tsunade said, looking towards the battle. Inside the barrier, each group was facing each other. Everyone was stopped in the same place, eyeing the opposition. Naruto's stance was relaxed, emotionless. His breathing was calm and even. His only movement was his hair being carried away by a small gust of wind. Deep blue eyes staring at his opponents. Such aura, Yugao thought to herself, mentally gulping. He's not even releasing chakra and I'm shaking. Get yourself under control. You're an elite joint for crying out loud, Ebisu thought to himself. Naruto wasn't releasing chakra or killer intent. He was just there, looking at them, and yet he seemed like an immovable object. It was like he knew he was going to win, but it wasn't arrogance, it was confidence. I'm already sweating and he didn't even move, Asuma thought to himself. They were 10 shinobi of elite join level and above, and a single breath of 17 was making them freeze on the spot. Delicious, Anko was thinking to herself. His blood should be top quality. Kukuku. Suddenly, Naruto's right hand slowly moved and everyone tensed, getting ready for an attack. Naruto made a single hand seal and was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. In his place was now a naked girl with 2 blonde pigtails. She had an hourglass figure with DD cup breasts, and she had smoke around her covering all the important parts, but not enough so that men couldn't extrapolate the rest. Abby-kun, Naruto cooed in a sexy voice, posing towards the elite jonin. Give me some sugar, Naruto said, opening her arms towards him. Ebisu's reaction was instantaneous. He plummeted into the ground with blood pouring from his nose. Looks like I get first blood, Naruto said, laughing at the other's reactions as he dispelled his henge. He picked up Ebisu and flashed towards Tsunade and dropped him next to her, still unconscious from blood loss. The brat is a genius. He took out an elite joint with a transformation, Anku said to herself, grinning.
Want help?
Chroma asked as he woke up from his slumber. Where's the fun in that? Naruto rhetorically asked. Naruto's hands blurred towards the horse seal and everyone tensed for real this time. He took a deep breath and said, Katon, Goka, Mikakyu, Great Fire Annihilation. Naruto kneaded the chakra inside his lungs, converting it into fire and shaping it. Naruto unleashed a gigantic wall of flames covering most of the field where they were fighting. Holy! All the joint fought before half of them blurred through hand seals. Outside of the barrier. That's Madara's jutsu, Hiruzen said, gobsmacked. Well, he is my father, Minato stated. But who taught it to him? Hiruzen asked. This jutsu was Madara's trademark jutsu with his fan. It couldn't be copied as Madara refined it to only needing a single hand seal for him to perform. I taught to him. I saw Madara Baka doing it plenty of times, so I told Naruto what I knew of it, and he figured out the rest, Hashirama explained. You taught to him? Hiruzen slowly asked. That's not the only thing I taught him, Hashirama said, smirking while Hiruzen paled, thinking what his teacher could have taught him. Naruto had plenty of powerful jutsus behind his belt, and with Hashirama backing him up, he could only hope no one died. Then again, if anyone died, Naruto could bring them back, so nothing to worry about. Inside the barrier, Suiton, Sushinheki, water wall, Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku said before unleashing a torrent of water to combat the wall of flames that was scorching the ground and coming towards them. The water clashed with the fire, but it wasn't enough to put out the flames, so they just surrounded themselves with water to prevent any damage. The rest of the grounds were scorched, making them lifeless. 3 jutsus of a stronger nature against a single jutsu of a weaker one, and yet we were overpowered, Kakashi thought to himself as the steam was spraying around the field. Futon, Daitopa, great breakthrough, Asuma said, taking a deep breath and exhaling a gust of wind that blew the steam away and provided much needed vision. The Jonin looked towards their opponents to find everyone missing. Suten Kyaku, heavenly foot of pain, Hinata said, as she was coming down from the sky for her right leg raise. Every Jonin scattered away as Hinata smashed her heel on the ground, making it explode, forming a gigantic crater. I wonder what we did to Tsunade-sama to award such a fate, Kuronai thought while crying anime tears. Dokugiri, poison mist, Shizune said, pumping her lungs full of chakra and launched a mist of purple poison towards Naruto, Hinata, and Gaara. Futon, Mugen Saijin Daitopa, Sandstorm Devastation, Gaara said before taking a deep breath and releasing a strong gust of wind that blew the mist away, making it easily disperse and thus making it harmless. Konoha Goriki Senpu, Severe Leaf Hurricane, Guy shouted as he appeared next to Naruto spinning. Naruto brought his right hand up and caught Gai's shin, stopping his momentum. He stopped it with a single hand? Guy thought to himself with his eyes widened. Naruto had stopped Gai's leg and slammed his own left leg into the ground. A small earth wall rose from the ground, defending him from a couple of senbon that Shizune had thrown. Seni Jashu, hidden snake hands, Anko said, saying multiple snakes had wrapped themselves around Naruto and brought him close to her. Now for your blood, Anko said, and Naruto grinned before he started glowing. Naruto exploded, saying Anko tumbling onto the ground and tearing up most of her coat. Naruto's hand popped out of the ground just behind Asuma, who jumped back in time to avoid him. Asuma threw his dagger's power with wind chakra, but Naruto simply swung his fan, making them fall to the ground. Katan, Gugyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Kakashi said, and sent a fireball towards Naruto, who waited for it. The moment it came close to him, Naruto swung his fan and spelled the fireball into nothingness. Ram, dog, rat, snake, dragon. Hijutsu, Mugen no Ami, secret technique, endless rain, Hinata whispered, crouching on the floor. Clouds started gathering in the sky, covering what was once a beautiful and sunny day. A couple of seconds later, a few drops of water fell from the sky until it began to increase, turning it into heavy rain. Rain? Kakashi asked, surprised, until he saw Hinata rising from the ground. This rain is laced with chakra, Kakashi thought to himself, as to why the rain had chakra. It was generated from the clouds, and not from chakra, so it shouldn't have any trace of chakra in it. It's eating away my chakra? Kakashi thought, shocked. Any drop of this rain that hit him would absorb a small bit of his chakra, which, multiplied by thousands of water drops that were falling, wouldn't be good. Water started gathering and sprouting around Hinata, forming a water tornado of sorts. Soitan, Suishoha, exploding water wave, Hinata said, and the water exploded from her position going towards the Jonin. She pulled water from the air? Haku gasped to herself. Outside of the barrier. She pulled water from the air, Tsunade blurted out. I thought only Toyirama Oji-san could do it. Did you teach her something, Tsunade asked her uncle? Not quite. It can't be taught as only I can do it. I have a high water affinity. That's why I can pull water from even the driest atmosphere. While Hinata has good water affinity, it isn't at my level, so she found a way around it. She uses a jutsu to create clouds, thus making it rain. As it rains, the air becomes saturated with water, thus allowing Hinata to pull water from it, Tobirama explained. Amazing. She truly found a way to eliminate the weakness of water usage without chakra expenditure, Yurisen said, and Tobirama nodded. Indeed. If there wasn't water, the water users would need to make water from their chakra, which would spend a lot of it. Thanks to this jutsu, Hinata is able to draw water from the ambient in a way similar to mine without wasting so much chakra, Tobirama explained, and Hiruzen nodded. Although, that's not everything that it does, Tobirama started getting raised eyebrows from the rest. While the rain is naturally generated, Hinata can code it with her chakra, creating 2 additional effects. The first one is a sensing effect. Anything that the rain touches, Hinata knows of it. In fact, this jutsu is similar to the Byakugan. While it doesn't allow her to see chakra, it allows her to sense any person's position as long as they are in contact with the rain, Toyarama explained, and Tsunade had her eyes widened. She really hit the jackpot with that girl. The second one is far more deadlier. This rain eats any chakra that it comes in contact with. That isn't the same signature as the creator of the jutsu or Hinata's allies. As long as the rain is falling, Hinata has water to use, knows the location of every single shinobi in the rain's range, and slowly eats away the chakra of the enemy. Hinata can also absorb the chakra of the rain's soul by touching the water on the ground, Toyarama explained, and Hiruzen whistled. This jutsu employed at a large scale like war could change the battlefield. Any drawbacks, Tsunade asked? This jutsu seemed too good to be true. None whatsoever, Toyarama chuckled. The only problem is it requires a very high degree of chakra control. So high that not even I can do it, Toyarama said, shaking his head. Hiruzen and Tsunade could only nod and turn their attention to the battlefield. Inside the barrier. The water wave washed away through the battlefield, ripping out rocks from the ground and destroying trees. Since there was a barrier around the training field, the water didn't disperse and left a small layer on the ground. Guys! Kakashi yelled, regrouping. This rain's slowly eating away our chakra, Kakashi explained, everyone nodded, thinking exactly what they could do. What do we do? Kurenai asked, worried as she didn't have particularly high chakra levels. I'm thinking about it, Kakashi said when he felt a chakra spike. Heads up! Kakashi yelled. Soitan, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon, Naruto and Hinata both shouted at the same time, creating 2 water dragons. What? Naruto never could perform such high-level water jutsus. The Rinnegan. Of course, Kakashi thought to himself, going through hand seals and slamming his hands on the ground. Doton, Doryuheki, Earthfall, Kakashi said, and Earthfall rose from the ground to block the water attacks. Mikazuki no Mai, Crescent Moon Dance, Yugao said, as she multiplied after images due to her speed. Due to the rain, Hinata could tell exactly which one was real and blocked her sword with her daggers. Hinata parried the sword with her daggers, making Yugao lose her balance. Hinata took advantage of her error and punched her, sending her flying back into the arms of Anko, who caught her before she could hit the ground. Yugao coughed and began breathing harshly. While Hinata didn't punch her at full power not to kill her, she wasn't going to let Yugao get away with a simple love tap. Magen, Jubaku Satsu, Tree Biting Death, Kurenai whispered as she prepared her genjutsu. She focused her chakra and tried to catch Hinata in a genjutsu as she was clashing blows with Yugao. A few months later, nothing happened. My genjutsu isn't working, Kurenai said, shocked. It's the rain, Kakashi said, shocked with what he was seeing with his Sharingan. You need to release chakra into the air so it can affect Hinata's network. The rain eats away any chakra in the air, rendering all non-Sharingan genjutsu worthless, Kakashi explained, and Kurenai cursed her luck. Now, she was pretty much useless. We need to get rid of the rain then, Kurenai said, and Kakashi's sweat dropped. Easier said than done. How the hell could he even stop rain in the first place? I'll give it a shot, Asuma said, stepping forward and pumping his lungs full of chakra. Gaton, Hai Psycho no Jutsu, Ash Pile Burning, Asuma said, breathing out a cloud of ash. The cloud spread through the whole field and Asuma made a spark with his teeth, igniting the cloud into flames. Naruto swung his fan to avoid getting hit with the flames, protecting Hinata and Gaara. All done, Asuma proudly said, dusting off his hands. The rain seemed to be gone until it started to fall again. His attack only momentarily stopped the rain. This sucks, Asuma said, lowering his head in defeat. Raiton, Jibashi, electromagnetic murder, Naruto said, and his hand sparkled with electricity. Naruto released a wave of electricity that spread through the whole field, using the water from the rain as a medium. A few join were hit as they couldn't dodge. Futon Daitopa, great breakthrough, Asuma shouted, releasing a gust of wind to temporarily push the rain away and disperse the lightning attack. This might work, Haku said, going through hand seals. Ice release, freezing tundra, Haku said, and started lowering the temperature outside considerably. Moments later, all of the water started freezing, and the rain turned to snow, finally disabling it. Great job, Haku, Kakashi said, commending Haku on a job well done. Haku, by lowering the temperature, managed to stop the rain. Damn, that's cold, Kakashi said, shivering. Now he didn't know which was best, rain or some freezing nightmare. Yugao, behind you, Kurona yelled as Hinata appeared behind Yugao and striked her in the back. Yugao fell forward with a thumb sound. Naruto flashed outside, delivering Yugao to Tsunade to heal. Makio Hyosho, demonic ice mirrors, Haku whispered as the whole ground turned into reflective ice. The ice covered the whole train field. Ice release, ice step, Haku said and disappeared into the ground. Haku popped out behind Naruto and threw a couple of senbon. Naruto brought his fan to his right side and blocked it. As he blocked them, Naruto jumped to avoid another hail of needles sent from another location. Haku-chan improved her jutsu. She's able to move through her mirrors on the ground, appearing anywhere in the battlefield. With the right level of control, this jutsu can become as deadly as my Hirashin, Naruto thought to himself. Apparently Haku also grew into a powerful shinobi in her own way. However, Naruto thought, taking a deep breath and focusing on his senses. Haku popped out in another place, but Naruto was already expecting it and flexed his right arm forward, sending a chain towards Haku. The chain wrapped itself around her legs and circled her arms, pinning her to the place. Your jutsu isn't instantaneous, so I can feel where you pop out, Naruto said and fought. Every jutsu has a weakness. You just need to find it. And apparently my chains also have a weakness, Naruto thought, shocked, as he watched Haku release ice chakra into the chains. The chains started to crack as the ice was making them brittle. Luckily for Naruto, Hinata realized it in time and appeared next to Haku, giving her a Juken strike and knocking Haku out. Here comes the rain again, Kakashi muttered beneath his breath. With Haku out, the temperature started rising again and the snow turned to water once again. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, Anko said, slamming her hand to the ground. A giant brown snake poofed into existence with Anko saying on top of his head. Konoha Gai Gansho, Leaf Rock Crush, Guy said, and he appeared behind Naruto, with Zabuza in tow, getting ready to behead Naruto. Naruto's head detached from his shoulders at the same time. Guy smashed his elbow into Naruto's back. Naruto exploded, releasing Lion Chakra into both shinobi, who jumped away slightly, twitching. Naruto sent his chains towards the snake, making them wrap themselves around the snake. Futon, Shinkuha, Airblade, Gar said, pumping his lungs with chakra. He released multiple wind blades that sliced the snake, making it dispel in smoke. I'm done, Anki said, falling to the ground face first with chakra exhaustion. Summoning the snake was her last move. With the rain drain everyone's chakra away, she was the first to succumb to it. This isn't going well, Kurenai said, taking deep breaths. Anything they threw at them, they could easily block it or deflect it. And they weren't even using their best weapons. And the rain also had done a number on her. Her chakra levels were getting low as well. Asuma, Kakashi said, and Asuma nodded, going through hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Shaokon, Asuma said, throwing a couple shuriken that multiplied into hundreds. Naruto, Hinata, and Gaara stayed put and watched as most of the shurikens fell mid-air as the rain had eaten the chakra that powered the Shao shurikens. Raikiri! Kakashi yelled, popping on the ground behind Naruto with his hands sparkling with lightning. Naruto didn't even move as Kakashi tried to thrust his hand into Naruto. Key were being tried as the Raikiri dispelled from the rain and was nothing but a small punch to Naruto. Naruto used Kakashi's shock to take advantage. Naruto caught Kakashi's wrist and flamed him over his shoulder, kicking him away. This rain jutsu really is something else, Zabuza said. Zabuza was said to be a master of water ninjutsu, but even he had to accept the magnificence and simplicity of this jutsu. My turn, Naruto said before bending slightly down and disappearing. Fast, Zabuza whispered as he brought his arm up to block a kick from Naruto, who appeared next to him. Naruto placed his hands on the ground for leverage and kicked with his other leg, making Zabuza burst into water. Naruto jumped back to dodge a punch from Guy as Zabuza rematerialized next to him. Futon, Fuji no Jutsu, Dust Storm, Gaara said, and released a cloud of dust, covering everyone's vision of Naruto and Hinata. Hinata used the rain to track moves and appear next to Zabuza. Hinata cocked her fist, and Zabuza brought the flat side of his sword to block it. While the sword blocked most of the force, Zabuza was still thrown backwards and crashed into the ground unconscious. Outside the barrier, they are dropping like flies, Tsunade said, chuckling. I told you about putting free S-rank shinobi against elite Jonin, Hiruzen replied, shaking his head at his successor's antics. It was to make sure they could hold their own without their best techniques, Tsunade said. Inside the barrier, Kirigaku no Jutsu, Hinata said, and a heavy mist started appearing, covering all of the battlefield. Hinata crouched and took a few senbon as she felt the enemy's location. Futon, Daitopa, great breakthrough, Asuma said, blowing the mist away. Asuma kneeled as he felt his chakra gaining low. Hinata appeared behind everyone as she used water on the ground to move. She threw her poison symbols at Shizune and Kurenai, trying to take out the medic and support fighters. Kakashi caught the movement with his Sharingan and flashed through hand seals. Shuriken Kagebushi no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Kakashi said, sending multiple shurikens to intercept the Senbon as he moved into another position, but was blocked by Gaara. Futon, fan win, Naruto said, swinging his fans and blocking the shurikens away. Hinata's Senbon hit both Kurenai and Shizune, who weren't expecting them. Poison! Damn it! I got hit! Shizune fought as she closed her eyes and fell forward. Kurenai dispelled into pink flowers. Kurenai had managed to perform an escape genjutsu at the last moment possible, though her illusion was quickly dispelled from the range showing where Kurenai was. Naruto blurred towards the sensei and knocked her out with a chop to the back of the head. Gaara disengaged from Kakashi and jumped back to her group with Hinata and Naruto. There are only 3 members left on each side. This isn't looking good, Asuma said, taking deep breaths. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, and a single clone popped into existence and crouched on the floor in lotus position, meditating. What's he doing? Kakashi wondered and thought as he was also breathing a bit heavily. There's nothing they could do to counter this rain, as it was eating their chakra away. Dokugiri, Hinata said. She pumped her lungs with chakra and released a purple-looking mist towards the 3 remaining Jonin. Futon died, Asuma said, but coughed and fell to the ground without chakra and taking deep breaths. Kakashi appeared next to him and shimmed him away to safety. Guy! Kakashi yelled, and Guy nodded, punching his fists together. Kaimon, Kyumon, Saimon, Shomon, Tomon, Kimon, Kyomon, Kai! Guy shouted, opening the first 7 gates. Asa Kuchaku, Morning Peacock, Guy shouted, sending countless punches towards the incoming poison mist. The punches were so fast that the friction with the air caused fireballs. The fireballs collided with the mist and erased the poison completely. Asuma is out, Kakashi said, giving Asuma to Naruto, said Naruto could take him out of the barrier. Looks like we're the last ones, Kakashi said, looking at Guy, who had a blue aura around him. Let's take this up a notch, Naruto said, as the shadow clone dispelled. Naruto closed his eyes, gaining several red markings on his face. Naruto gained red pigment markings around and under his eyes as well, 2 concentric red circles in the middle of his forehead. His blue eyes were gone and replaced with deep blood red ones, reminiscent of the Sharingan. Outside of the barrier. You taught him Senjutsu? Hiruzen asked, paling at the thought. By using Senjutsu, Naruto's jutsus were on a completely whole new level. I did, but it started from an accident. Naruto used his Rinnegan and tried to absorb my chakra while I was using Senjutsu, and it nearly killed him. After that, I taught him how to gather and control natural energy, and he's a complete master of it like me, Hashirama proudly said that his descendant was skilled like he was. Oh boy, Hiruzen muttered under his breath. Inside the barrier. Senjutsu? Kakashi started as he saw Naruto's aura with his Senjutsu skyrocket. Naruto blurred away from his position and engaged Guy, with his gates open in a fierce taijutsu brawl. Guy's open gates seemed to be holding off Naruto using Senjutsu rather well. They were both exchanging powerful punches and kicks that released shockwaves each time. Naruto threw a punch and Guy tilted his head back to allow it to pass by. Big mistake, as the Guy was flung backwards by Naruto's Senjutsu attack. Dynamic entry! Guy shouted as he regained his bearings from Naruto's Senjutsu enhanced punch. Guy jumped high into the air and flexed his right leg forward, plummeting towards Naruto, who braced himself. Naruto sidestepped Guy and caught his leg, swinging him and throwing him backwards again. Guy backflipped and landed safely, breathing heavily. Your flames of youth shine brightly, young Naruto! Guy shouted, panting, getting ready for his final attack. Hirudora! Daytime Tiger! Guy shouted, punching forward as fast as he could, distorting the air pressure around his fist. However, Naruto was already there to match Guy's punch with his own. Naruto poured the rest of his Senjutsu chakra into one last punch, clashing with Guy's. A massive shockwave erupted from their clash that even the ground shook like an earthquake. Hinata, Gaara, and Kakashi who were fighting had to stop and secure themselves to prevent themselves from getting blown away. The shockwave ceased, and Hinata focused her eyes to find Naruto standing near the down form of Guy. That was some attack, Guy, Naruto said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Naruto turned around to the last man standing, Hatake Kakashi. Last man standing, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said as he regrouped with his team. Hinata crouched on the ground and absorbed the chakra she had stolen to refill her reserves. I'm done, Kakashi said, crouched on the floor, almost depleted from chakra. How about a final clash, Kakashi said, gesturing to his hand. Naruto nodded and told Hinata to disable her water jutsu, making the clouds disappear and the sun to shine through. Both Naruto and Kakashi blurred towards each other. Raikiri! Futon Rasengan! Both of them shouted as their attacks clashed, and in a bright flash, it was all over. Naruto was still standing while Kakashi was taking a nap on the ground, with his right arm smoking. The barrier was dropped, and Tsunade picked up Kakashi, dropping him with the other unconscious Jonins by the tree. So, you can play the Rasengan as well, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Yes, so this is the low-powered version, otherwise I would kill Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded slowly. Low-powered. Sure. Tsunade thought to herself, looking at the crater from their clash. So, do we pass? Naruto asked, grinning, and Tsunade shook her head in disbelief. Yes, you are great, Tsunade replied. Let's go home. Later that day, Senju Compound. Ramen really is food for the gods, Naruto said, rubbing his belly, while Hashirama and Kushina couldn't disagree. The rest of the clan just shook their heads at the amount of bowls they managed to eat. By the way, Tsunade started, I found what the dragons will be wearing when on mission, Tsunade said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Tsunade got up and went away. 5 minutes later, Tsunade returned with a few boxes. She opened the boxes and pulled out what seemed to be some old, dusty armor. This armor was constructed from numerous metal plates, formed into multiple protective guards along the body. In particular, chest, shoulders, thighs, and forearms. Each collar of the shoulder guards bore the Senju symbol emblazoned on them. The old Senju clan armor, Toriyama said, picking up his long-lost blue armor. I thought about using this as your outfit. Of course, the Senju clan symbol will be removed, and a dragon will be etched in the frontal plate, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. What color do you want your mask and armor? Tsunade asked. Dark green, Hashirama replied. Light blue, Toriyama said. Black, Mito said. Yellow, Minato said, grinning. Blood red, Kushina said. Purple, Hinata said. Brown, Gaara said. Orange? Tsunade asked towards Naruto, who shook his head, surprising everyone. Silver, Naruto replied. The 8 dragons of the leaf are now official, Tsunade said. And that's the end of chapter 36. We'll now move on to chapter 37, and the last chapter of this video, The Dragons Assemble. Here we go. Chapter 37, The Dragons Assemble. Senju Compound at dawn. Naruto and I were both stirring as the sun was just coming up on the horizon. These few days were like vacation after 3 long years of training. It's not like they did nothing. They still did their morning workout routine, but the rest of the days were just spent relaxing and doing anything they might want. Morning, love, Naruto said, rolling up on the bed to see the face of his girlfriend. Morning, Naruto replied, half asleep. Naruto was about to reply when he heard a deep sigh in his head. Something wrong? Naruto asked Kurama when he heard the sigh.
I'm bored,
Kurama replied, stretching his limbs.
Amuse me, human,
Kurama ordered, and Naruto's eyes twitched. Why don't you chase your tails? It should be 9 times funnier, Naruto rhetorically asked with a straight face.
I am not amused,
Kurama replied with his eyes twitching. I know exactly what to do, Naruto said with his eyes sparkling with mischief. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, Naruto said, going for hand steals and slamming his hand on the bed. Once the smoke had cleared, there's a Chi version of the QB.
I'm still not amused,
Kurama said, getting ready to devour Naruto. Not that he could in that body, since Naruto summoned him with a low chakra amount. Kurama was at this point nothing bigger than a cat. Kawaii! Hinata screamed and proceeded to smother the Chibi QB between her breasts. You can thank me later, you bastard, Naruto fought looking to suffocating QB. Kurama eventually managed to slip out from her grasp.
I'm going for a walk,
Kurama said, and Naruto nodded. Don't show yourself in the village. They hate foxes, and even though you are small, you still have 9 tails, Naruto explained, and Kurama nodded while walking out of the room. Naruto turned around so he could rest for a little bit before he got up. Squeal! You're adorable! Hana cooed, running after the chibi Kurama.
Get! The seal! Put me in the seal! Hurry!
Kurama yelled, running for the halls and away from the Hyuga. Are you not amused? Naruto yelled from his bedroom.
I'll get you for this!
Kurama yelled and proceeded to run for the kitchen, picking up Kushina and Mito after the adorable plushie. How come he was never this cute when he was with us? Kushina asked with stars in her eyes. I know, right? Mito replied, and she and Kushina proceeded to try and cast Furball to pet to death. I have to say, that form was more appealing than the real one, Mito said, remembering what happened 17 years ago. Morning, Naruto said, coming into the kitchen, half asleep. Kurama easily outmaneuvered the free ladies running after him and jumped onto Naruto's head. Alright, he's had enough, Naruto said, ending the chase. Meanie, Kushina Pao crossed her arms in front of her chest, making Mito chuckle. What are you doing today, Naruto? Mito asked, and Naruto got into a thinking pose while eating. Nothing, Naruto replied, and Mito's sweat dropped. Maybe some light training or pick up a mission since I haven't done anything since I got back, Naruto explained to Mito, nodded. Are you not entertained? Naruto asked Kurama, who proceeded to yip in response. Squeal! Here we go again, Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched Kurama run away again.
I command you to stop! I'm the QB, the strongest of all the 9 Bijus! I will not be manhandled! Roar!
Kurama tried to roar, but nothing more than yipping sounds came out, making all the girls squeal and proceed to smart him again. Konoha's gate. It was a fresh new day in Konoha. Naruto, Hina, and the rest of their family had just gotten home a couple days ago. Some poor genin were tasked with fixing what was left of the training ground they had used for their battle. Thanks to the barrier, most of the training grounds were okay, but the mill area needs some real terraforming. Man, I'm bored, Kotetsu said, tilting back in his chair, yawning and stretching his arms. Shouldn't you be a little more observant? Izumo asked, looking at his best friend's state. They still had a few hours left in their shift as gate guards, but Kotetsu already seemed to be slacking off. Relax, Kotetsu replied. Everything has been peaceful, so chill out a little, Kotetsu explained. We never know when something might happen, so be a little more alert, Izumo was explaining, but was cut off by his partner. We'll drop to the ground with so much effort, Kotetsu countered. I'm just saying, big things have small beginnings, Izumo wisely said. Suddenly they both felt 3 presences approaching the gates. Naturally, and like responsible guards on duty, they jumped into action to identify the possible threat. There were 3 incoming people. The one on the left, he had short, tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He also had pointed, shark-like teeth, and he was wearing square black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pinstripe shirt, and camouflage patterned pants. Also, he wore his forehead protector on the front of his holster, which he used to carry Hiramikare. The sword itself is wrapped in bandages, leaving only the double hilt visible. He also has shuriken holsters strapped onto each of his legs. The person to the right was a middle-aged man with blue hair, which is styled in a moused up manner. His left eye was blue and his right eye was covered by an eye patch. He wore a talisman on each ear with the kanji. He also wore the stern striped gray suit with a green haori that had white trimmings that stopped halfway down over them. The last person was walking in the middle of both men. She was a slender woman in her 30s. She had green eyes and ankle-length auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tie with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 are long, crossing each other on her bust just below her chin. She is wearing a long-sleeved dark blue dress that falls just below the knees. It seems to be closed at the front with a zip and is kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covers up the upper part of her arms and the underside of her breasts. Underneath, she wore a mesh armor that covers slightly more of her upper body than her dress. She also wears shorts in the same color as her dress, and underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wears a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left, along with high heel sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees. Dark blue polish on her fingers and toes, and is usually shown with dark blue lipstick. What are Shinobi of Kirigakure doing here? Kotetsu thought, placed himself as an obstacle. See your business in Konan, Kotetsu said in a stoic and commanding voice. I assure you we mean no harm, Mei said, trying to defuse the situation before it could start. My name is Terumi Mei. To my left is Chojuro, Mei said, gesturing to her left side. And to my right is Ao, Mei said, gesturing to her right, introducing Ao. We request an audience with your Godaime Hokage, Senju Tsunade, Mei said with a friendly smile. If they had been on friendly terms or allied with Kyuri, Kotetsu and Izumo would most likely gawk at the beauty in front of them, but not now. Why? Kotetsu simply asked. That is to be discussed in close chambers with your Hokage, Mei stated, and Kotetsu nodded, calling an Anbu squad to escort the Kyuri Shinobi towards the Hokage Tower. Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said, knocking on the door and stepping in. There are some Kirigakure Shinobi who wish an audience with you, Shizune said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I see, Tsunade replied, thinking of what to do and what measures to take. How many are there? Tsunade asked. 3, Shizune replied. Only one can enter my office. The other 2 stay outside, Tsunade said, and Shizune nodded and went to inform them. Anbu, stay alert. I don't want any trouble, Tsunade ordered, and sat down in her chair when she heard 4 silent acknowledgements. Outside of the office. Tsunade-sama will see you now, but only one of you may enter the room, Shizune explained, and Mei nodded. Ao, Chojuro, stay here, Mei said, and started walking towards the door when Ao voiced his thoughts. But Mei-sama, I'm uncomfortable leaving you alone there, Ao explained, but Mei seemed to get the wrong words. You will never be comfortable alone, Mei thought to herself. Ao, Mei said, turning to him with a glare. Shut up or I'll kill you, Mei said, and Ao gulped, quickly nodding. Hokage's office. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Hokage-sama, Mei said, entering the office. I'm Terumi Mei, leader of the rebel forces in Kirigakure, Mei explained, and Tsunade nodded, motioning her to sit down. Not at all, Mei-san, Tsunade said, greeting her as well. So, what can I do for you, Tsunade asked, getting to the point of the meeting. I'm coming for all the pleasantries. I came here to ask Konoha's help in winning the Civil War, Mei said. I see, Tsunade said, tilting back in her chair and bringing her hands to her chin in thought. As you know, the current leader of Kirigakure, Yagura Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, launched a bloodline purge in the village. Our forces are about even, but Yagura has full control over his Biju, giving their side a huge boost in strength. We can't attack in huge numbers because Yagura can wipe them all out. Currently, we have about 4,000 shinobi on our side, while their side is about 6,000 plus Yagura. Mei said, and Tsunade nodded. Why did you decide to come to Konan for help out of all the other 3 great villages? Tsunade curiously asked. The reasons are very simple. Out of all the 5 major shinobi villages, Konan and Kumo are the closest, as I couldn't lead my forces for a long time without a leader. In fact, I came with 2 of our strongest shinobi since Yagura had already tried to assassinate me multiple times. Besides, Kumo was always independent and preferred isolation, Mei explained, and Tsunade nodded. What's in it for us? Tsunade asked, curious to what Mei would answer. At this particular point, Kyuri didn't have much to offer. Nothing, Mei honestly answered. There's nothing we can offer at this point, but we could come to an alliance once we have won. As I currently see it, Konan is without any support from any other village since the failed Suna sound invasion 3 years ago, Mei explained. So, you want me to lend some shinobi so that they can face some blood-crazed Jinchuriki that your own shinobi can't even face? And the best thing I get is an alliance, and that's if we win, Tsunade said, laying everything at the table. I guess it was a waste of time coming here, Mei thought, sadly sighing. I'm game, Tsunade said, retaking her posture in her chair. I understand. Wait, what? Mei asked, confused as to what she just heard. I said I'll lend you some help to your side, Tsunade said, and got widened eyes from Mei. Not to sound ungrateful, but why? Mei asked, confused. The moment I decided to come here, even I wasn't sure if you would lend us some help, Mei explained. First, Konoha loves bloodlines, and I won't stand for their destruction since one day they might be used to strengthen my village. 2, Yagura is a Jinchuriki, and I know someone who would be very interested in me in the Sanbi. And 3, it's because I want to help. Yager was a fool for starting the bloodline purge. He's just massacring innocent people, Tsunade explained, and Mei dumbly nodded. Although she was happy she got help, even one shinobi was better than nothing. Shizune, Tsunade called out, and Shizune entered the office. Summon the Silver Dragon, Tsunade said, and Shizune nodded. Silver Dragon? Mei asked, curious. I created a group similar to the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. This group is called the 8 Dragons of the Leaf, and they are our elite fighting force. Most of them could give me a run for my money, Tsunade explained, and Mei's jaw dropped. Tsunade was laying her S-rank shinobi. Why dragons, though? Mei asked, tapping her chin. We are in the fire country, and dragons breathe fire, Tsunade said offhandedly, and Mei's sweat dropped. Mei was hoping for something more deep than that, although they aren't all swordsmen like Kiri's group. Instead of an over-specialized group, they are first response group to any threat. This group has taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu specialists, medic and poison experts, infiltration, assassination, and information gathering experts, and also seal masters, Tsunade explained, and Mei could only nod. What's that? Mei asked when she felt the sun chakra spike that emerged from outside the room. With Naruto minutes earlier. Arrgh! Naruto screamed in frustration. How the hell do you put this thing on? Naruto yelled to the heavens as he was trying to figure out how to place the damn Senju armor on. Calm down, Naruto-kun, Hinata gently said, easing his frustrations. Let me help you, Hinata said, and Naruto reluctantly agreed. First, you put the chest plate on, Hinata said, and placed the chest plate over Naruto's torso and securing it. Then you place the shoulder and neck armor on, Hinata said, strapping his shoulder and neck armor on, and finally the waist and leg armor, Hinata said. Finally, Naruto said, sighing. What would I do without you? Naruto asked, pulling Hinata closer. Crash and burn, Hinata replied, leaning in and kissing him before Naruto placed the mask over his face. Naruto picked up his fan and placed it behind his back and was finally all geared up. See you later, Naruto said and swirled away. Both of them never noticed that both Minato and Kushina were watching the pair. We miss so much, Kushina said, sobbing while Minato just pulled her closer. Don't worry, Kushina-chan. We are here now, Minato softly said. He doesn't need us anymore. He's all grown up and even has a beautiful girl by his side. I wanted to be there when he took his first step, when he unlocked his chakra. I wanted to be there when he got scared from the monster inside the closet, Kushina sobbed. I wanted that too, but it wasn't meant to be. We did the best we could with the choices we were given, Minato sadly replied. Don't worry, Hinata said, coming towards them. While you may never have those moments, there will come others. Besides, it was his choice of bringing back, Hinata said. After all, he never had a decent closet, Hinata tried to joke, and Kushina just chuckled, wiping away a few tears. He's so lucky to have found you, Kushina said, hugging Hinata while Minato left so they could be alone. Let me tell you some stuff from when we were growing up, Hinata said, and both sat down. One time, we were Hokage's office. Naruto came from his dimension just outside of the Hokage Tower. He stepped inside and made his way towards Tsunade's office. He easily arrived there, and both Ao and Shojiro were stationed there as if guarding the room. Naruto approached the door and motioned to the handle to open it until Ao placed his arm in front of Naruto, blocking his path. You can't enter the Hokage's office, Ao simply said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow behind his mask. And why is that? Naruto asked stoically. There is a meeting in progress. I can't allow you to enter the room, Ao replied. I was called, and you have no authority here, Kirinin, Naruto simply said, and tried to enter the room, only to have Ao place a hand on his shoulder. You won't enter this room, Ao firmly said, and Chojiro gulped, grabbing the hilt of his sword. Naruto caught Chojiro's sudden movement and interpreted it as an attack. Naruto sighed and caught Ao's hand, twisting it and bringing his arm behind his back, pinning him to the ground. Chojiro tried to swing his still-sealed sword, but made the mistake of looking at Naruto's eyes. Through the mask holes who had the Sharingan blazing. Chojiro was frozen in place. What is going on here? Tsunade roared, opening the door. They barred me entrance into your office, Hokage-sama. I'm just cleaning up, Naruto replied, while Mei went towards Chojiro, who kneeled and fell to the floor. Stand down, Silver. There are Mei's bodyguards. Come inside so you can be briefed on your next appointment, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded, releasing Ao from his arm lock and breaking Chojiro's genjutsu. My apologies, Hokage-sama, Mei said, but Tsunade waved her off. "Come inside, everyone," Tsunade said, and everyone re-entered the office, all the while Ao was looking at Naruto trying to figure him out. "He's fast," and he disabled Chojo with a simple glance, Ao thought to himself. Inside the Hokage's office. "Now that everyone has calmed down, let me explain your mission," Tsunade said towards Naruto. Mei was carefully studying the masked man in front of her. "He certainly holds himself as someone very strong. Not to mention the fact that he disabled Chojo and Ao at the same time," Mei thought to herself, looking to Silver Dragon. He is wearing a black suit with silver-colored Senju-style armor over it. On the chest plate was emblazoned a dragon. He had long, spiky yellow hair and was wearing a white mask with dark silver ram designs over it. On his back, he had a fan. "What's the mission, Hokage-sama?" Naruto asked respectfully, trying to hide his identity as best as he could. "Your mission is as follows," Tsunade started. "Assemble the dragons and help Mei-san into winning the civil war in Kirigakure. You are under her command until the end of the war, and you will follow any orders unless it conflicts with Konoha's or your own safety." "Understood?" Tsunade asked. "Understood, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied. "Mei-san will inform you as you travel towards Kyuri," Tsunade explained, and Naruto nodded, turning to Mei. "When are we leaving, Mei-san?" Naruto asked. "As soon as possible," Mei said, getting up from her chair. "Then I shall meet with you at the gate in 2 hours," Naruto said, and swirled away. "I can't thank you enough, Hokage-sama," Mei said, bowing. "Not at all. Just make sure no one dies," Tsunade said, and Mei thanked her again before leaving her office and heading towards the gates where she would wait for her backup. Senju Compound. "Dragons!" Naruto's voice echoed through the compound. "Gear up. We deploy in 2 hours," Naruto said. "Finally a mission," Hashirama said, rushing towards his armor. "Always the hothead," Toriyama replied. "You are always bickering, you two," Mito said, picking up her large red scroll and attaching it to her back. "Thank God," Kushina said, sighing. "I know. I was getting bored as well," Mito said, picking up his free prawn kunais from the armory. "Let's go," Gar says, shifting into his brown armor. "Are you ready, Hina-chan?" Naruto was helping her get into the armor. "Yes," Hina simply replied, sealing everything in her wrist bracelets. 2 hours later, every dragon was at the Senju compound's entrance, all in battle gear. Konoha's gates. All 3 Kyuri shinobi were waiting impassively for the arrival of the dragons. The group wasn't late per se, but Mei was very anxious to meet the group that Tsunade lent them. If what Tsunade said was true, and most of them were S-rank shinobi, then her victory was mostly certain. S-rank shinobi are extremely powerful and deadly. Their jutsus are on a completely different scale than the standard Chunin or Jonin. A single S-rank shinobi is worth almost 100 Saren Jonins, and even more Chunins. This particular level of skill is very hard to come by, and that's the reason why there are so few around. Kumagakure currently has 4 S-rank shinobi, being A, the Raikage, B, the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Yugito, the Nibi Jinchuriki, and Darui, the Sendaime's Raikage apprentice, wielder of the Black Lightning. Irigakure is highly secretive about their shinobi. While they're always up to demonstrating their power over the other villages, there isn't much known information about them. The only known S-rank shinobi currently attached to the village is Onoki the Sendaime Tsuchikage, wielder of the Dust Release, capable of disintegrating anything, including shinobi. The same village is another mystery. Even before the invasion 4 years ago, they were still secretive, even with Konoha allied with them. Currently do not possess any definitive S-rank shinobi. They have Chiyo, a counselor that was renowned for her mastery in puppetry, but the old age has finally caught up to her. They also have Baki, the Godaime Kazekage. While not an S-rank shinobi, he isn't that far away. Then we have Kirigakure. Their shinobi are renowned for remarkable kenjutsu and water jutsus. They possess more sensors than any other village out there. The reason as to why that is unknown. The only S-rank shinobi currently fighting in the loyalist or the rebel sides are Yagra, Yondaime Mizukage, and Sanbi Jinchuriki, and Torime, the rebel leader. There are a few other elite joins like Ao and Shojiro, but they don't reach the S-rank title yet. Konoha also has their fair share of powerful shinobi. They have Senju Tsunade, Godaime Hokage, her grandson Senju Naruto Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, and wielder of the Sharingan bloodline, Jiraiya the Toe Sage, Hatake Kakashi, son of the White Fang, Hyuga Hinata, apprentice of Senju Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who despite his old age is still very powerful. While S-rank shinobi are very powerful and a huge asset to any village, they also tend to be unstable. They're so powerful that they tend to go up against their leaders, which often result in them becoming missing ninja as they run away from their village. Vast reason as to how the Akatsuki organization was born. Usually, S-rank shinobi only band together when there is someone stronger than them giving orders. Each village only has a handful of S-rank shinobi since the end of the clan wars. These times of peace have somewhat lowered the level of the shinobi. During the clan wars, their life expectancy was nothing more than their 20s, and you had to be strong to survive. Even more than now. Now, Konoha suddenly has not only the known S-rank shinobi, but they also have another 8 S-rank shinobi whose identity is classified. This was also a major boost to their strength, and even more since they managed to hide them from the other villages. If what Tsunai said was true, then this group could easily conquer any other village out there. You would need around 200 to 300 shinobi to match the power of a single Kage-level shinobi, and this Kage-level shinobi could wipe them all out without much effort. Sorry if we are late, Naruto said, as every single dragon landed in front of Mei, all lined up in perfect formation. Not at all, you are right on time, Mei said. I'm Tori Mei, leader of the rebel forces. My right-hand man is Ao, and to my left is Chojuro, Mei explained. Everyone nodded. Now it's our turn, Naruto said, and pointed towards the beginning of the group. He's the Green Dragon. He's a sensor, taijutsu, and ninjutsu specialist, Naruto said, and pointing towards Hashirama, who is wearing a dark, forest green armor with a mask with the same color. Next to him is the Black Dragon. She's our Sail Master, Naruto explained, and Mei nodded. Next to her is the Blue Dragon, sensor, water, and space-time ninjutsu specialist, Naruto explained, and Mei raised an eyebrow. Space-time techniques were very rare, and to find someone who specialized in that was even rarer. He's the Yellow Dragon, taijutsu monster, extremely fast, Saren and space-time ninjutsu specialist, as well as the Seal Master, Naruto explained, and at this point Mei could only nod. Next to him is the Red Dragon. She's our Kenjutsu expert and quite fast as well. She's a Seal Master as well as a Wind Ninjutsu specialist, Naruto said, and turned to Gaara. Next we have the Brown Dragon. He has a special bloodline that allows him to control sand, Naruto said. Next to me is the Purple Dragon. She's a Taijutsu expert, highly skilled in water ninjutsu, medical and poison specialist, infiltration, assassination, and information gathering specialist, Naruto explained, and Hinata blushed beneath her mask with so much praise her Naruto-kun gave her. And finally me, the leader of the 8 Dragons of the Leaf. I'm an expert at everything, from taijutsu to ninjutsu, genjutsu, stealth, assassination, kenjutsu, and so on, Naruto explained, and all 3 Kirinin could only nod. Excellent, Mei started. Our objective is to win a civil war and end this bloodshed. Let's move out, Mei said, and everyone jumped towards the Mist Village. And that's the end of Chapter 37. Chapter 38, A Turning Point. No one really knows how it began, the bloodline purge, that is. One only knows rumors and whispers that townfolk spread around. Some say that Yagura himself suddenly woke up and decided to exterminate all living bloodline users because they pose a major threat to his leadership and regime. Some say that Yagura decided to purge every single bloodline shinobi after the Kaguya attack a few years ago. One night, the Kaguya clan decided to simply attack the Mist Village, their own village to begin with. While most shinobi blamed them for being some blood-crazed clan, Yagura persuaded his shinobi to the opposite. Instead of accepting that the Kaguya clan was, for lack of a better word, mental, Yagura spawned the theory that every skirmish and war was because of bloodlines. The bloodline would affect a shinobi, turning them into nothing more than a beast looking for blood and flesh. The people in Kyrie were then blinded by their pain and hatred for the Kaguya attack that they believe in their leader without question. And thus began the bloodline purge. For years, Yagura and his loyalist army composed of thousands of non-bloodline users started hunting down and killing every single bloodline user they found. That's the reason as to why Kyrie was cut off from the other great villages for so many years. They had some internal problems to deal with. The bloodline users were forced to band together and lead the village if they wanted to survive. Terumi Mei rose through the ranks and became the indisputable leader of the rebel side of the army. May commands around 4,000 shinobi who are fighting to regain back their home. But the worst part is that they are fighting people they once considered comrades, friends, and lovers. After years of skirmish, battles, blood, and many deaths, May decided to turn towards the great shinobi villages to ask for aid to their cause. May decided to ask Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great villages, for help. She was lucky that her prayers were answered, and she was given 8 hardened and strong shinobi to fight for her cause. The dragons had just introduced themselves to the rebel leader, Tarumi May. Oh, and by the way, quick thing, you will not believe the pairing that this offer has for May. I'll give you a hint, it is a Senju that is not named Naruto. Let's continue. Everyone was geared up and ready for their travel and fight against Yagura's tyrant regime. With a small wave of the hand, every single shinobi blurred out of Konoha, heading towards the Mist Village. The trees seemed like blurs as everyone was moving fast. May had already left for a few days, and it wasn't good for the leader to be absent for long periods of time. May was leading the group. She was being flanked on the left side by one of her bodyguards, Chojuro, and to her right, her right-hand man, Ao. May was extremely pleased with the help she got, and couldn't wait for the war to be over. Chojuro was a bit fearful. He could feel that they were powerful shinobi, and could only hope that they didn't turn on them. Ao was another story. He didn't trust them in any way whatsoever. The little digression he had with the dragon leader, Silver, only seemed to increase it. Something didn't feel right with these dragons. The 7 swordsmen of the mist never needed any masks to cover their faces. All the secrecy was driving him mad. Ao brought his right hand and made half the tiger seal. Ao focused chakra into his eye, the one covered by the black eye patch. His eyes suddenly glowed white and his veins bulged out slightly, but everything was hidden by the patch. Ao gasped when he saw just what type of shinobi they were. They are monsters. Every single one of them. Ao thought to himself, gasping for air, trying to keep his cool and not alert them. Their chakra levels were through the roof. The member with the lowest amount of chakra was the purple dragon, and even she had high Kage level reserves. Ao nearly fainted when he noticed just how much chakra the leader of the dragons had. The silver dragon's chakra seemed different from the standard. His chakra was brighter than most, and his reserves were on par with Biju themselves. The silver dragon had more chakra than Hoshigaki Kisame, who was renowned as the tailless Biju. Ao focuses Byakugan in trying to see through the mask and find out the identity of these powerful shinobi. You know, Silver started, you already have something that belongs to Konoha. Don't push your luck by trying to find our identities, Silver said in a monotone voice, making Ao flinch. I don't know what you are referring to, Silver-san, Ao replied as he regained his composure. May just listened to the conversation quietly. Don't play games with me, Silver warned. I know that you have a Byakugan eye behind that eye patch, Silver explained, and Ao's single eye widened. Don't look so surprised. When we introduced ourselves, I believe I explained that half of us are sensors. We realized what you had hidden beneath your eye patch the moment you turned it on, Silver explained, and Ao was swaying at this point. Don't misunderstand us, Silver said in a calmer tone. We don't intend to remove your eye, but we wear masks for a purpose, Silver explained, and Ao sighed in relief. I understand and appreciate it, Ao replied, and Silver nodded, turning to May. I believe it's best for us to be informed of your current situation, Silver said, and May nodded, gathering her thoughts. Currently, we have around 4,000 bloodline users in the rebel army. Yagura is the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi. He has full control over his Bichu, and he controls the Mist Village along with near 6,000 non-bloodline shinobi, May started. As you most likely know, Water Country is formed by multiple islands. The biggest island, located in the center of the country, is where the Mist Village is. This island is surrounded by several others, where there are several outposts. Our army is spread out between 2 islands which we managed to capture the strongholds of, May explained. We can't push forward into the main island without taking over the other 3 remaining strongholds first. and even then, it will be very difficult. Yager has full control over his Bijou and can obliterate the army if we attack in numbers. However, there isn't anything strong enough to face Yager on his own. Not even me, May finished sadly. The rebel said she had fought for years, but nothing seemed to change. If your main problem is Yagra, then with us, he shouldn't be a problem, Silver started, noticing the incredulous look on May's face. There's a reason as to why Bijou were so important to nations. They were the real army killers. The Jinchuriki, when properly trained, could wipe hundreds of shinobi in the blink of an eye, and they were hard to kill. Our group has 4 seal masters, but above all else, Silver trailed off, and he motioned Green to do a little demonstration. Green chuckled and clapped his hands together in the snake seal. A tree popped from the ground, giving Green another step to further his jump. Mokutun? Would release, May whispered, staring at the green-colored dragon. She couldn't see it, but she knew he was laughing like crazy behind that mask. I thought only Senju Hashirama could use the Mokutun, May said, shocked by the events. Well, the green dragon can do it just as well as Hashirama could back in the day, Silver replied, chuckling to himself. To think that Konoha had another Mokutun user in hiding, May said, chuckling. Not to mention another Senju clan member, May said, afterthought. As you can see, the Senju clan is still strong and not some dying breed, Silver explained, chuckling, as he was also a member of the Senju clan. But May didn't know that. Hi, May replied, and everyone rushed even faster with renewed spirits. A few days later, Miss Country border. Here we are, May said as they arrived near the border. The last few days of trials were uneventful. I advised some caution as we were about to enter the Mist Country and is still controlled by Yagura, May warned, and everyone nodded. I have a question, the Purple Dragon said, and May motioned her to go on. Why didn't the Water Daimyo intervene when this civil war started, Purple asked. I mean, he should know that a divided village could weaken the entire country. It's just by luck that the other nations were still weak from the First Shinobi War, or they might have considered conquering the Mist, Purple stated. It was of no use when we tried to talk to the daimyo, May sadly said. This all began when the Kaguya clan attacked. Their members were always bloodthirsty and they didn't seem sane. One day the Kaguya attacked the Mist village, their home to begin with. Some members of this clan had a special Kagegenkai that allowed them to manipulate bones, May said, but Silver interrupted her. Shiko Sumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. I killed the last of the Kaguyas 3 years ago, Silver said, sighing, and May knew that killing was never easy, but knowing that it would be the end of a clan was much, much worse. Only a few members of this clan were able to use the Dead Bone Pulse, but these few were extremely strong and very hard to kill. After the bloodbath, Yager announced the bloodline purge with the daimyo's support, and the rest is history, May concluded, and Ao sighed. I wonder what kind of leader slaughters their own men. While I agree he should protect his own village at any cost, no one in their right mind would do something like this, Green said in afterthought. No one really knows why he chose to do it, May started. Yager was always a good leader. He was kind and warm to his people, and even though he was a Jinchuriki, his village still loved him and chose him as their leader, May explained. She as well couldn't understand how someone could change like this, but she guessed that pain can change a lot of things. Pain changes people, Silver said in a monotone voice. Kushina looked towards Naruto with concern. Naruto had told her that in the beginning Konoha hated him, but she didn't think that they were physical towards him. Man, it's foggy, Green said. The fog is a natural defense of the Mist Country. Our shinobi are born in it, and as such they are used to living in these conditions, May explained. And Green nodded, although he already knew that. This damn country's still foggy, even after so many years, Green thought. Sizzle! Trap! Silver yelled, and everyone jumped away and landed together nearby. Boom! The place where they were exploded, blowing away the mist and creating a crater on the ground. Suiton! Mizu Rappa! Wild water wave, multiple voices shouted. Everyone looked to their sides to see a gigantic water wave coming to crush them all. Brown! Silver yelled, and Brown, Gara, nodded. Sand started flowing from inside his seals and created a protective dome around them. The water crashed against the sand and did nothing but shake it a little bit from the impact. Once Brown had let the sand down, a group of shinobi jumped in front of May and the dragons. Looks like the information was right, the apparent leader of the group stated. You really went to recruit more monsters to the fight, the leader said, scowling. How'd they find out? Ao asked, confused. You most likely have a spy in your army, Silver stated, getting ready for combat, his eyes glowing red behind his mask. The enemy had severely underestimated them. They had sent a mere 10 shinobi ambush squad against 11 trained shinobi. Katon, Goka, Mikyaku, great fire annihilation, Silver said as his hands were toward the horse seal. He unleashed a wall of flames against the opposition who scrambled to get away from the flames. Futon, Daitopa, great breakthrough, Purple said, taking a deep breath and releasing a gust of wind powering the flames' speed and intensity. Attack formation E, Silver said, and every dragon knot going to their respective positions. Mei, Ao, and Chodro just watched from the sidelines as Konoha's elite fine force went to work. The opposing Kira Shinobi knew that they could never get away from the wall of flames. The range was simply far too great, and even more once powered by the wind attack. Suiton, Sujin Heki, water roll, the Kiri force shouted as they unleashed water from their mouths to counteract the fire. Naruto's fire attack was simply too strong to be stopped by Saren water defensive techniques. The fire easily evaporated the water and bypassed their defenses. 2 unlucky Kiri Shinobi were used as meat shields while the others took the opportunity to jump away. Sand binding, Brown, Gar whispered as he crouched, placing his hands on the ground. Chain style, chain forest, Red Kushina whispered, crouched on the ground as well. Mokutan, wood release, piercing stakes, Green shouted, and he clasped his hands together. Several trees sprouted from the ground and blurred towards the shinobi opposition. The Kiri shinobi tried to jump away, but found themselves with their feet trapped. They looked to the ground to find sand and chains wrapped around their feet. The trees continued on their path and pierced most shinobi, killing them almost instantly. Mei, Ao, and Chodro had their jaws on the ground. These dragons had just decimated 10 shinobi that weren't fresh and out of the academy. Yagura went sent some lowly skilled shinobi against Mei, Ao, and Chodro. To kill these 3, it would require a shinobi of above average skill. That was over way too quickly. I didn't even get to use my sword, Raikushi and Pai, while Silver noticed one shinobi who managed to survive and jump away trying to get away. Diva Path, Bond showed Tenin, Silver said, pointing his right hand palm towards the fleeing shinobi. Silver's eyes were glowing silver behind his mask. The shinobi froze midair and started flying towards Silver, who caught him by the throat and slammed him against the ground. Green, if you please, Silver said, and Green nodded, using a few trees to pin the Kiri shinobi to the ground. The Kiri shinobi was kneeling on the ground with trees attached to the legs and both arms. You might as well kill me. I'll never talk, the Kiri shinobi panted, trying to ready himself for possible torture. He himself was already bleeding from 2 puncture wounds because of the wood and had several burn marks. He wouldn't last much longer. You don't have to, Silver said, walking towards the Kiri shinobi and placing his hand on top of his head. Human path, Silver said, and everything the Kiri shinobi ever knew, learned, and experienced flowed into Silver's mind. Is he a Yamanaka? May wondered and thought as she watched Silver concentrate and enter the enemy's mind. They never knew of any Yamanaka that was this powerful, much less with such chakra capacity. You do have a spy in your army. Yager himself said so when he briefed his team to the ambush mission. Although he's way too low in the food chain to know any relevant information, Silver said before another thought came into his mind. Let's even the playing field, Silver said, taking a few steps back. Naraka path, Silver said, pointing his arm to an empty spot on the ground. Suddenly a massive head sprouted from the ground, surrounded by purple flames. It was the Cane of Hell, and Silver had summoned him. What the hell is that? Ao yelled, taking a step back, making Chodro grasp his sword. Silver, what are you doing? Yellow, meaning to ask, curious as to what his son was doing. Is he going to heal the enemy shinobi? Yellow thought. Suddenly a bright green light started glowing in the King of Hell's mouth and flew into the Kiri shinobi. The Kiri shinobi's body started glowing and all of his wounds started healing. The flesh started mending itself together. His bones snapped to their proper location. Once the blood had been swiped away from his skin, the curious shinobi stood there perfectly healed. What? How? Why did you do this? The curious shinobi asked, completely confused as to what happened. Nothing you'll remember, Silver said, walking towards the curious shinobi and crouching in front of him. Look into my eyes, Silver said, with his Mangekyo glowing behind his mask. The curious shinobi's eyes widened and he let out a gasp, and he was drawn and frozen, staring into Silver's eyes. The Sharingan. That's how he placed Chojo in a genjutsu with just a glance. Ao thought, shocked by the revelation. Of course. Long blonde hair, the eye contact, entering another's mindscape, the fan on his back. Mei thought herself, chuckling. You're a loyal shinobi to Terami, Mei. You don't hate the bloodline users. You infiltrate Yagura's army as a spy under Mei's orders. Understood? Silver asked, and the curious shinobi simply nodded. His eyes were blank and dead. Kodo Matsukami, Silver said, completing his technique, and making the curious shinobi blink slowly as his eyes regained their usual brown color. Green released the wooden tentacles, and the curious shinobi quickly rose. He walked calmly and kneeled before Mei. What are your orders, Mei-sama? The curious shinobi said, kneeling in front of her with his head lowered. What did you do? Mei asked, completely bewildered. This was my most powerful illusion. This illusion is so powerful the victim doesn't even know he's being affected. It allows me to enter my opponent's mind and manipulate them by giving them false experiences, make it seem as if they were doing things of their own free will. It is regarded as a genjutsu of the highest class due to the victim being entirely unaware that they are being manipulated, Silver explained, rising, and Mei gulped. Though I can only apply it to weak-minded people. Shinobi with strong minds can try and fight it. To them, it would end as a clash of my mind against theirs, Silver explained. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Minus Chojo, of course, was still shaking. You live up to your expectations, Senju, Naruto, Mei said with an amused tone, making everyone freeze except Naruto, who chuckled. How did you find out? Naruto asked as he removed his silver mask. Blood-red Sharingan eyes looking towards Mei. That Yamanaka-style jutsu did throw me off. When I heard you say look into my eyes and that fan on your back coupled with your blonde hair, made it hard to be mistaken, Mei explained. It lasted longer than I thought it would, Naruto said, chuckling, while the rest of the dragons shook their heads. Tsunade-sensei is going to be pissed, Purple Hinata thought. So, you are Uchiha Madara's grandson, Ao said, stepping forward and looking straight into Naruto's Sharingan eyes. Why does everyone instantly say my gramps' name? Naruto rhetorically asked. I mean, Senju Hashirama and my father Namikaze Minato were legends in their own right, Naruto stated. Yes, but Madara outshone them, Ao simply replied. I tamed the 9 Bijus and formed a village system. I killed a battalion of shinobi with a single jutsu. Hashirama and Minato both fought, drawing circles on the ground while both redheads tried to comfort their husbands. What's your name? Mei asked towards the kneeling shinobi. Han replied. The ambush has failed since we had help from Konoha. You are to continue your spy work. Report every week or when you find pertinent news, Mei ordered. As you wish, Mei-sama, Han answered and quickly turned to leave and report to his leader, Yagura. They're smart enough to ambush us in the border, Blue stated. Yagura's no fool. Even he knows that he can't face Konoha as of right now, and ambushing us in the Fire Country territory could be a deadly mistake, Mei replied. Let's continue. We are close to our main base, Mei said, and everyone nodded. A few days later, during the last few days, everything changed in the Mist Country. Everyone in the rebel side was extremely pleased to see the help that Konoha had sent them. Senju Tsunade had even sent her own grandson, Senju Naruto, to help. Not the other dragons did nothing, but they needed a public face strong enough to boost the morale. And who better than a member of both the Senju and Uchiha clans? The rebels had come out on top of every single skirmish during the last few days. Due to Naruto, Yellow, and Blue's space-time techniques, they were able to be present everywhere. Every battalion was gifted with kunais, each one key to either Naruto, Yellow, or Blue. So, when the battalion was in trouble with their battlefront, they would throw the kunai into the middle of the enemy, and then several flashes later, and the skirmish was won. Coupling everything with Hinata's remarkable medical capabilities, the war had shifted with the rebels gaining the upper hand. Slowly but surely, the rebel side began pushing the loyalists back on all fronts. It was time to start conquering the free remaining strongholds so that they could start pushing towards the Mist Village itself. May and Ao were standing in the middle of a room with several cartographic maps planning the Resistance's next move. How was the approach looking? Naruto asked as he came into the room. Not good at all. These forts were built to last and withstand a heavy siege, May said, sighing. I could just blow it up from a distance, Naruto said, and Ao looked at him like he grew a second head. What? Naruto asked rhetorically. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. I can send a tail beast ball and blow the stronghold sky high, Naruto explained, and Ao's sweat dropped. I would like to have my village in one piece when we are done with this war, thank you very much, May said, and Naruto chuckled. Each stronghold is built to be both a prison and an impenetrable castle. The walls are of hard stone and the gates are made of chalk or reinforced wood, May explained. Can't we just climb the walls, Naruto asked, but May shook her head. Due to this country's climate, those walls have small layers of water, making them very difficult to climb for ordinary shinobi. The chakra control required is very high. Besides, they have sensors on every tower 24 hours a day. They would spot us a mile away, May answered, nursing her head. Storming these strongholds was always a pain in the butt. They managed to get the last two by overwhelming them with numbers. How about we go from underneath with a few Doton users, Naruto asked, but May shook her head once again. Then I'll go in alone and open the gates from the inside, Naruto said as he memorized the terrain from the map using his Sharingan. I don't need to climb walls to enter the fort, Naruto said, and May raised an eyebrow. My space-time techniques are on a whole nother level. I can easily walk through walls and other barriers, Naruto explained, and to demonstrate he started sinking into the ground and reappeared behind May. Send yellow and purple to the other strongholds while I take the main one. They're the best at stealth and should be able to sneak in easily, Naruto explained, and May nodded. According to Han, Yagura is gathering the main army in the village. He seems to already be expecting for us to be able to conquer these strongholds before advancing, May said, and Naruto nodded. Let's gear up for the siege, Naruto said, and everyone left the room. Next day. Is everything ready, Naruto asked. Since she was the commander of the troops, it was her job to coordinate everything. The troops were ready to storm the stronghold once the gate is open. They are about 500 meters away from it, shrouded by the mist, May explained, and Naruto nodded. Yellow, purple, Naruto called out. Get ready, coordinate your siege of Ao and Chodoro, Naruto said, and they both nodded. Naruto then turned to the rest of the dragons. Red, green, and blue. You're with Ao's troops in storming Yellow's stronghold. Black and brown, you're with Chodoro's troops, Naruto ordered, and everyone nodded, walking away into their respective positions. Purple, Naruto called out, and she walked towards him. I'm delivering you the closest I can to the castle, Naruto said, and she nodded. Naruto discreetly handed her a three-pronged kunai. You be careful, alright, and call me if you need me, Naruto whispered in a gentle voice. Don't worry so much, Naruto-kun, Purple replied, taking the kunai and putting it in her pockets. Of course I worry, Naruto said, and grabbed Purple by the waist, flashing away. So, she's Hyuga Hinata. Interesting, May concluded to herself, once she caught a glimpse of the intimate moment between the purple dragon and Naruto. Just from that small glance, she could see that they were very close, and that Naruto held her safety above everything. Northern Stronghold. It was a very dark night. The many clouds that were there covered the whole sky, blocking the stars and the small light coming from the moon. Night was the ally of the shinobi. The shinobi were trained assassins. Sound was their enemy, the darkness their friend. The only thing visible were the torches on the stronghold and a pair of blood-red eyes glowing in the dark as they scanned the surroundings. May shivered as she looked towards Naruto. It was so dark that it was difficult to see much detail of anything coming from Naruto, but she could clearly see his eyes. Those blood-red eyes with three tomoes shining and swirling in the night. Those eyes that seemed to belong to demons. Those eyes were scanning everything as if looking for prey. Those eyes belonged to hunters. Naruto and May were staying just outside the stronghold with 1,000 shinobi behind them. They were about to siege the biggest and strongest of the 5 strongholds. This one was different from the others from the fact that it was not only bigger, but housed more shinobi inside. Unlike the others where the shinobi just took shifts, This stronghold actually housed living quarters and had full-time shinobi working and guarding it. The others must have already begun their attack. I'm moving into position, Naruto said, and Mei nodded. Naruto swirled away and Mei turned to her troops and let them know to get ready. Naruto reappeared outside the stronghold's walls. He leaned against the wall, being shrouded by the darkness and enveloped by the shadows of the night. One of the benefits of the Sharingan was night vision. Naruto could see at night just as he could see during the day. The fact that his vision was black and white with only chakra having color didn't seem to bother him much. Naruto did a quick head count and counted 10 sentries. 4 staying inside for tall towers overlooking the plains in front of them, while the remaining 6 guards were patrolling the walls. Naruto pondered what to do. Should he kill the sentries and then go for the gate, or simply bypass them all and open the gates without them even knowing? Naruto opted for the first. If he took the sentries and then opened the gates, the army would be able to approach the stronghold and enter it without being detected. Yagura's men wouldn't know what happened until the rebels were already inside the castle, and then it would be too late. Naruto quickly formed a mental plan. He swirled away and appeared in each tower just behind the enemies. Naruto covered the enemy's mouth with his hand. The enemy shinobi's eyes widened when he saw a black spear appear from Naruto's other hand, going for the neck. He quickly killed them, stabbing them in the throat so that they couldn't scream and alert anyone. With the main sentries gone, he made his way to kill the wall guards. Using the sentry tower as a vantage point, Naruto quickly scanned the inside of the stronghold. He was lucky. The only guards seemed to be at the towers and outer walls. Inside, everything was quiet, as most shinobi were most likely still sleeping and some few getting ready for a shift change. Naruto threw a single three-pronged kunai into the air and watched it sail through the air. As the kunai sailed, Naruto flashed towards the kunai and appeared in a yellow flash mid-air. The guards only saw a small glint as several shurikens came flying towards them, killing them swiftly. Naruto quickly disposed of the bodies by burying them using a small earth jutsu because otherwise using a fire jutsu could alert the enemy. Once the enemies had been dealt with, Naruto stealthily entered the inside houses of the stronghold. Naruto thanked the heavens for being a censor, thus allowing him to find enemies more easily. After all, while the Sharingan was an excellent weapon, it didn't allow him to see through walls like the Byakugan could. Naruto walked through the corridors but used the ceiling. One of the things that Jiraiya had taught him is that people very rarely look up. Naruto quietly chuckled when he saw a patrol of 2 shinobi just walk by without even detecting him. Naruto saw some lights coming from one of the rooms of the hall. Naruto used his Kamui and phased through the walls. He ended up in the medical ward of the room. Keeping inside of the wall, he noticed that there were a few guards in the room, which didn't make sense to him unless the medics were prisoners and working against their will. Coupled that with a heavy atmosphere and a smell of fear, Naruto was certain of that. Naruto made a single shadow clone and positioned him behind the other guard, as Naruto wouldn't be able to take one out without the other one noticing it. Thump! Every medic inside the ward turned around to see both guards plummet to the ground. They were shocked to see a blonde man with Sharingan eyes standing in the middle of the room. Every medic took a step back, thinking they were about to suffer the same fate as the guards. I can get you all out of here, Naruto said, looking at them. There are about 10 medics, all dressed in a standard white garb. We are about to storm the stronghold, and in the midst of the fight, you might get killed, Naruto explained, and one medic took a step forward. Thank you for saving us, the woman said. She had an apparent normal face with dark hair and pitch black eyes. My name is Now said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto created Shadow Clone and gathered all of the medics in one small group. In a single flash of yellow, everyone had left. Naruto made a few Shadow Clones that hinged into the medics and the 2 guards to make sure that if someone appeared, they wouldn't suspect anything. Outside with Mei. Mei was startled by the sudden yellow flash that appeared right next to her. Mei turned to see the newcomer and noticed it was Naruto and what appeared to be 10 medics. They were prisoners being forced as their medics. I'm just a clone that was sent to deliver them. Boss is almost at the gate, Naruto said, and Mei nodded as Naruto dispelled in smoke. Show them to the medical stations, Mei ordered, and the medics were led towards the medical tents. No one ever noticed the small smirk on Nao's face and the glow of red with black markings appearing in her eyes. back in his stronghold. Once Naruto had left the medical ward, he continued through the long corridor until he found the exit that led to the outer ring of the stronghold. Naruto looked forward and spied the gate a bit far away. He contemplated what method he would use to open the gate, as it didn't seem particularly easy. The gate had heavy weights and it would require at least 3 people to open it. Mei was right when she said that the gate was reinforced with chakra, as Naruto could see small traces of it running through the wood. Naruto wanted to open the gate without making noise because it would make the rebels approach easier. "No other way," Naruto said as he strolled away and appeared near the gate. Naruto placed his hand on the wood and a large array started crawling from his hands and spread through the wood. By design, it was a Saren explosive tag, but magnified a few times. Naruto finished the seal and pumped chakra to charge it up. Naruto swirled away to safety and braced himself. Naruto made a single hand seal and the gate started to glow. Boom! The gate exploded with the wooden doors being blasted away from the stronghold. Every single shinobi inside the stronghold was woken up from the sound of the explosion, and surely, moments later, a loud siren started echoing through the night. That was enough of a sign for Mei to order her troops to move forward. "Charge!" Mei yelled. As she yelled, and all of her troops suddenly jumped out of the mist and started running full speed towards the castle. Not even 5 seconds later, and the stronghold was being swarmed by 1,000 fully armed shinobi. Loud explosions and the sound of metal clashing was heard throughout all of the stronghold. "Mei," Naruto said as he jumped from the walls and rendezvoused with Mei. "Take a few hundred shinobi, circle the castle, and infiltrate from the back gate," Naruto said, and Mei got confused. "There is no back gate," Mei stated. "I made one," Naruto seriously said, and Mei's eye twitched. "It's a small hole. You can fix it later," Naruto explained, and Mei sighed. "Platoon A to D, come with me," Mei ordered, and circled the castle and stormed it from behind, sandwiching the enemy behind 2 fronts. Well, Naruto heard and turned to meet a curious shinobi who seemed to be unaffected by the pandemonium running through the base. "We meet at last, Senju," Naruto, the shinobi said. "And you are?" Naruto asked, looking intently at the man. He wore the Saren Curie attire with a flak jacket and pinstripe leg and arm guards. "Where are my manners? My name is Toshio, and one of the newer members of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist," Toshio said, as he took out a sword from behind his back. It was one big cleaver, to put it simply. "I see," Naruto said, channeling chakra to his wrist seals, and his old Chokuto popped into existence. "I always thought that the Senju clan was overrated. After all, the strongest clan was decimated during the First and Second Shinobi War, while the weakest ones lasted," Toshio taunted, but the taunt was met with an emotionless and serious face. "Show me what you are worth, Senju Naruto. Konoha no Raijin, son of Kiroi Senko, and grandson of Uchiha Madara," Toshio yelled, running towards Naruto with his cleaver held up high. Naruto quickly analyzed the enemy with his Sharingan and could see that he was nothing more than a mere jonin with standard chakra reserves. "I guess the swordsman tile went to his head," Naruto thought to himself, and thanked the heavens for him having Hinata. Otherwise, he would go all god on other people. Toshio brought down his giant cleaver, trying to split Naruto in half, but only caught Naruto's afterimage. Toshio only knew he missed when his sword hit the ground. Toshio turned around and used the flat side of his sword to block a horizontal slash from Naruto. "Chidori Nagashi," Naruto said, and his sword and hands sparkled with electricity. By both swords being made with metal, Naruto's electric attack got transferred toward Toshio and made him spasm. He jumped up and back with his hands smoking. Toshio placed the sword on his back and started going through hand seals. One particular jutsu that Naruto knew all too well. "Kirigaku no Jutsu, hidden mist jutsu," Toshio said, and the grounds where they were fighting became all covered in mist. "This is the end, brat," Toshio said as he disappeared inside the mist. Naruto just shook his head and stayed relaxed in the same place. Why bother moving at all when he can't see half an inch ahead of you? Naruto quickly knew that Toshio was an amateur in the art of silent killing. Naruto could hear him breathing for God's sake. Naruto was getting bored by the fight and decided to end it when Toshio made his move. Die! Toshio yelled as he appeared behind Naruto with his cleaver, getting ready to cut Naruto in half. And cut he did, or so he thought, as he watched the blade pass through Naruto and exit at the other end. What are you? Toshio yelled. Naruto turned around and locked eyes with him. Toshio stared at his Mangekyo blazing, and he knew that it would be the last thing he would ever see. Your end, though I won't kill you. You seem pretty high up in the food chain, so you might know some valuable information, Naruto said as his Mangekyo glowed. Toshio was completely absorbed into Naruto's eyes in a matter of seconds. Let's get this over with, Naruto said as he blurred towards the corridors and halls, killing everyone that got in his way. Katan, Goka Migyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. Raiton, Ryudan, Lightning Dragon. Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon. Naruto unleashed jutsu after jutsu, decimating everything in front of him. No one could stop his onslaught of jutsus. From gigantic walls of flame to water and lightning dragons, the siege on the stronghold was brief and swift. In a mere hour, the stronghold had been conquered. With AO, red, green, blue, and yellow. The attack on the other stronghold had also been swift and efficient. Yellow, Minato had successfully infiltrated the stronghold and proceeded to slam a big Rasengan against the wooden gates. Once the gates were down, Yellow's forces swarmed the castle and quickly captured it with the use of the Harashin and some high-level water jutsus. With Chodoro, black, brown, and purple. While purple, Hinata didn't have any fancy space-time techniques, she didn't require them to be an extremely effective shinobi. Just with her Byakugan and her extremely accurate aim, coupling that with deadly poison, she was a force to be reckoned with. Although purple was supposed to infiltrate the castle, she took a different approach. Purple simply approached the gates from the outside, without no one even noticing her, and she simply punched the gates. The wooden gates that were supposed to withstand heavy siege were simply blown from their hinges and crashed into the back of the stronghold. That's one scary woman, Chodoro shakily said while Black Mito laughed. Mito did teach Tsunade the basics of super strength, though Tsunade managed to refine it to a whole new level. With brown sand and black shields, the life losses were slim to none. Purple led the attack, and they decimated the enemy in a matter of hours. Next day, Mei, Ao, Chodoro, and most of the dragons were gathered at the main stronghold, the one Naruto and Mei conquered. The castle had a cheerful ambience. That was the most they ever achieved in almost 2 years of fighting. We made a hell of a lot of progress today, Mei said, and her troops cheered. Just a few more days and everything would be over. We have Naruto and his dragons to thank for, Mei said. You don't have— BOOM! A massive explosion echoed through the grounds, making everything shake from the power. Naruto and the dragons quickly made their way towards the surveillance towers, and they managed to see the location of the explosion, not too far away. That's the medical stations, Mei said, while Naruto realized that Hinata was there doing what she could to heal the injured. Hinata! Naruto yelled and started running since he couldn't sense her marker anymore. The rest of the dragons and Mei ran towards the location of the explosion as well. Medical camps, a few minutes earlier. Purple was working at the main tent, healing the injured. The loss of life during the siege was minimal, but there's always going to be injured shinobi. Hinata was a very good healer and extremely skilled in the Mystic Palm. Apparently, the better your chakra control was, the more efficient the technique was. The bones are in their proper place. Give it a few days and you'll be good as new, Purple said, and the shinobi thanked her. Hinata quickly finished the remaining patients and went for a routine checkup on all of them before she decided to leave. Takumi-san, Purple said as she entered the room of the head doctor. I'm late, Purple was saying, but stopped when she saw Takumi's body on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Purple quickly rushed to him, only to find out he was assassinated if his slit throat was anything to go by. Hinata activated her Byakugan just in time to see a hail of kunais and shurikens be in front of her. Kaiten, Purple said, and started spinning a blue dome of chakra, blocking every single projectile that was thrown at her. Would you look at that? Now rhetorically asked as she jumped down from her hiding spot, laying in front of Purple, smirking. I get to kill a Hyuga, Now said, grinning. Now, why are you... Hinata was about to ask what was going on when she looked to Nao's eyes. They were blood red with 3 black tomoes. Sharingan? How is that possible? Purple whispered with her mind running a mile per second. You can't be an Uchiha. It is not possible. The only remaining Uchihas are Naruto, Sasuke, and that Toby fellow, Purple explained, not mentioning Minato's name. I don't know anything about that, Now said, chuckling, as her Sharingan started spinning, gaining a completely new appearance. What was once a Saren Sharingan now looked like a vortex, and given the fact that the Sharingan was spinning, it gave the effect of drawing purple to her eyes. A Mangekyo, Purple said as she broke the trance from looking at her eyes. Yes, dear, an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You stand no chance, Now said as she smirked. Now blurred through hand seals and took a deep breath. Katan, Gogyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Now said, and released a fireball towards Purple. Purple jumped away to avoid, and the whole medical tent went up in flames, making it nothing more than a battlefield. Suiton, Sujin Heki, water wall, Purple said midair, and released a small water wall to block the flames that decimated the tent. Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, water dragon, Purple said, as she used the water she expelled from her mouth and formed a water dragon. The dragon rocketed towards Now, but it was countered by a fire dragon that nullified her attack. You're not bad for a medic, Now taunted as the scene began to spread, lessening its thickness. Purple dashed towards Now, who smirked and got ready to face the Hyuga in battle. While Now knew that you should never face the Hyuga in Taijutsu, she was an Uchiha. Purple and Now met halfway and began exchanging multiple punches and kicks. They were just trying to get a feel for each other. Let's up this, shall we? Now says her eyes began to glow. Hinata had no choice but to disable her Byakugan. If Hinata had her Byakugan active, there was no way she could avert from looking at the Sharingan. Amaterasu, Now said, and Hinata erupted in black flames. Now smirked but quickly dropped it when Hinata burst into water. Suten Kyaku, Heavenly Foot of Pain, Purple said, as she came down from the sky with her leg raised, ready to strike. Now's eyes widened when she saw the chakra build up in her leg and had no choice. Now's eyes glowed once again. She jumped up and back, coiling herself as a purple ethereal ribcage appeared around her. Hinata's heel connected and the ground erupted from the attack. Now was blasted backwards and crashed into the ground, making her Susanoo crack. You really are something else. If I didn't have this, you would have won, Now says her Susanoo started reforming and completely erased the cracks. Susanoo, Purple said as the dust cleared. How do you know this power? Now curiously asked. I know all about the Susanoo and its weaknesses, Purple said, while Now took it as an offense to her eyes. The Susanoo has no weakness. It's our ultimate defense, Now says her chakra flared. I beg to differ, Purple said, crouching on the ground and going through hand seals. Haijutsu, Mugen no Ami, secret technique, endless rain, Purple said, crouching on the ground. Soon enough, clouds started gathering and rain started to fall. The Susanoo's weakness is the Susanoo itself. The Susanoo is created of pure chakra, and as such, can be absorbed, Purple explained, and Now's eyes widened when her Susanoo began to show signs of starting to melt. However, Now would have none of that and funnel more chakra into her eyes, making the Susanoo regain its balance. Your rain is useless, Now said, laughing, while Hinata shook her head inwardly. The Susanoo already eats lots of chakra. By using my rain, I'm making you double the amount required to stabilize it. The bigger the Susanoo, the more chakra it eats, and your chakra reserves are the Sarankage level. You won't last much longer, Purple thought to herself, analyzing the battlefield. Purple suddenly dashed towards Now, who smirked and braced herself. Now Susanoo swung her purple ethereal saber. Purple simply crouched on the ground, making the blade fly by harmlessly above her head. Purple quickly rose from the ground, and in a burst of speed, she arrived near Now. Purple cocked her fist back and smashed it against the shield, cracking it. Now was pissed, as she was pushed back by a medic of all people. Now pushed more chakra into Susanoo and began expanding, covering the ribs and starting to form some humanoid form. Now rose from the ground and her Susanoo started swinging the saber wildly, trying to hit the elusive purple dragon. Suiton, Purple started going for hand seals, but was stopped by a burst of black flames right on top of her mask. Purple quickly stopped channeling chakra into her mask and fell to the ground, revealing the face of one Hyuga Hinata. So I was fighting Hyuga Hinata. Now it all makes sense, now said, shaking her head. No other Hyuga could give me the headache you are giving me, now said, getting ready to strike once again. While she's using the Susanoo, she's restrained to only using that saber, Hina thought, crouching and absorbing the chakra she stole from now Susanoo. Dokugiri, poison mist, Hina said, and took a deep breath and released a cloud of purple-looking smoke into the area. Shit, now said, cursing her luck and taking a deep breath. Now began swinging the sword wildly, trying to get rid of the damn poison mist. Suiton, Tepodama, Water Bullet, Shuriken Kagebushi no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Hina shouted from multiple directions. Hundreds of water bullets and shurikens rained down on now Susanoo, who buckled from the pressure. Now was pushing more and more chakra into her shield, trying to sustain it to block all the incoming projectiles. Hina appeared right in front of Now and smashed her fist into her Susanoo, making visible cracks appear on the shell. Now was thrown backwards and crashed onto the ground. Now coughed and held her head in pain as she saw Hina coming down from the sky once again. Suuten Kyaku, heavenly foot of pain, Hina said, and smashed her heel into now Susanoo, cracking everything and making a huge crater appear. Hina jumped back and crouched on the ground, taking a few deep breaths. You bitch, Now said, appearing from the dust cloud, nursing her bleeding arm, also taking a few deep breaths. Now locked eyes with Hina and said, petrifying gaze. Hina was drawn into Nao's eyes as it began to spin, forming a vortex and petrifying Hina in place. Hina was frozen in place, but it wasn't a genjutsu. She didn't know what it was, but once she looked into her Mangekyo, Hina was suddenly frozen in place. Now die, Now sweetly said, dashing towards Hina with a kunai raise. Now smiled as she buried the kunai in her chest, killing her. Hina exploded in smoke, and another Hina rose from the water. Now turned just in time to see a chakra-pumped fist smashing into her face. Now was thrown into the ground, and Hinata knew she was going to stay down for good this time. Beaten by some medic. Pathetic. Now said, spitting out blood. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, Now said, and started laughing as she was making half a tiger sign. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw explosive tags spread throughout the camp. Apparently, Nao's primary objective was the destruction of the medical camp. Die! Now yelled, and Hinata crouched on the ground and started spinning. Suiton, Kaiten, Hina said. Hina was enveloped in a blue domed chakra with water spinning around her as well. Hina tried to make her Kaiten as flat as possible so that she could better dissipate the energy of the explosion. Boom! The whole area exploded and became covered in flames. Hina held on during the explosion, keeping her rotation up as far as she could. Hina was forced to drop the rotation mid-spin and was blasted away, although not taking a full damage from the explosion. The flames swept the sky due to the magnitude of the explosion. Once the flames had died down and the dust started to clear, everything was gone. The medical tents, the patients, and the doctors inside. Everything was vaporized. Hina rose from the ground, and she was a complete mess. She had light burns around her arms and hands, her clothes were singed, and half her chest plate armor was destroyed. Hina sat on the ground, taking deep breaths, and tried to fight off unconsciousness when she saw a blonde blur. She smiled, knowing very well who that blur was. It was her knight in shining armor. Well, not shine per se, but it was close enough. Naruto-kun, Hina said, closing her eyes and embracing unconsciousness. And that is the end of chapter 38. Well, that was a bit of a interesting chapter, especially with the introduction of another Uchiha. Especially since we know that the Uchiha are alive and well in this fanfic. Alright, we're going to move on to chapter 39, called God of War. Here we go. Chapter 39, God of War. Previously, on Legacy Ball Z. Hina sat on the ground, taking deep breaths, trying to fight off unconsciousness when she saw a blonde blur. She smiled, knowing very well who that blonde blur was. It was her knight in shining armor. Well, not shine per se, but it was close enough. Naruto-kun, Hina said, closing her eyes and embracing unconsciousness. Now, on Legacy Ball Z. Naruto almost stumbled as he got to the medical station. Even to his trained blue eyes, The surroundings were nothing but a blur as he was racing towards the site of the explosion. The others tried their best to catch up to him, but only the dragons and Mei could keep up with him, and even then, they were strained to do so. Naruto arrived at the medical station and saw nothing but fire. The medical tents were decimated and only a large crater and fire could be seen. Naruto's heart was racing as he scanned his surroundings trying to find Hinata. Naruto knew she was here and most likely got caught in the blast. "Hinata!" Naruto yelled but got no reply. He looked around trying to find any sign of life.
Kit,
Kurama called out from inside his mind.
I can sense her. A few mirrors to the east. She's not alone,
Kurama said, and Naruto disappeared again. Naruto arrived at the location Kurama had said and found Hinata leaning against a rock. She was unconscious. That Naruto could see from far away. In a flash, Naruto was by her side, and just in time to block an array of shurikens that were coming for her. Naruto blocked all the shuriken and looked towards where they came from, only to notice a shinobi Shunshin away. It was only a glimpse, but Naruto could see that she was female, and she was that medic now, who he had saved from when he infiltrated the northern stronghold. Naruto took Hinata in his arms and gently laid her on the ground. Naruto bent down, placing his head on her chest, and sighed in relief when he heard a strong heartbeat. His eyes were flashing red with black slits as he unintentionally pulled Kurama's power. He was pissed, alright. In a flash of hand seals and a poof of smoke, Kagura was in the human realm. "You summoned me, Naruto?" Kagura asked, but didn't wait for a reply when she saw the devastation around her and Naruto's mate on the ground. Kagura's cells immediately started glowing and scanning Hinata's body. "She's lucky to have survived this blast," Kagura said, but Naruto didn't reply. He just looked at Hinata. "She has a few broken ribs, internal bleeding, and a concussion, most likely from the explosion, and getting blasted towards this rock," Kagura explained, and Naruto nodded, his eyes flashing silver. "Naraka path," Naruto said, and the Kanafel appeared just a few inches away from him. The Kanafel's mouth glowed green as he sent a small beam of energy into Hinata's body. It only took a few seconds, but Hinata's breathing stabilized and her scorched skin disappeared to her normal, flawless skin. Naruto smiled as he noticed that she looked better and peaceful in her sleep. Then he remembered what happened here. His anger was rising as he quickly knew what happened here. Yagura had sent some of his shinobi to take out the medical camps. It was a low move, but this was war, where any opportunity was to be taken. Yagura had destroyed the medical tents filled with sick and weak people, filled with doctors and nurses who had nothing to do with this war, and only wanted to help save the few they could. People who dedicated their lives into helping other people didn't deserve such a fate. The place where the love of his life was working. He hurt his mate, and he was going to pay for everything he had done. Naruto was thinking on these lines as he was finishing restoring Hinata's body when the rest of the dragons, Mei, Chojo, and Ao, arrived. Mei looked sadly at the devastation and shook her head at the lengths Yagura would go to win this war. He would target a hospital filled with sick people only to get an edge in this pathetic and pointless war. Those who prey on the weak and helpless have no place in this world, Naruto said, and Mei took a step back when she heard the tone and felt the malice behind his voice. She looked at him and noticed the purple dragon unconscious and on the ground. The mask was gone and was replaced with the beautiful face of Hyuga Hinata. Even Mei had to admit she was a goddess in human form. Mei smiled at the fondness and love that Naruto had of her, but quickly forgot that when she felt his anger. "That can't be good," Red Kushina thought, looking at her son with worry. That deep and cold voice made her shiver as if a ghost had just walked by. "Those ants dare to try and kill my Hinata," Naruto said darkly, and all of the dragons were looking at him with weary faces. Naruto was always an easygoing guy, friendly, and highly protective of everyone he cared about. Naruto tended to avoid confrontations when he could, although there was one golden rule: don't hurt anyone he cares about, much less Hinata. The dragons knew that they had no chance of defeating Naruto, much less when he was pissed and fighting for real. "I'll slaughter them." Naruto roared in absolute rage with his chakra levels rapidly escalating. Mei looked alarmed and scared as she never saw Naruto in such a state. She never saw him pissed and angry, and judging by levels of his chakra output, he was beyond pissed. She was sweating, and Naruto wasn't even mad at her. Naruto, calm down, Yellow Minato said, trying to calm his son down. Minato flinched and took a step back when Naruto turned and faced him, locking eyes with him. His Mangekyo Sharingan was glowing, and the aura he was releasing was so powerful and strong that the ground was cracking from the pressure. They dared to hurt my mate, Naruto said, chuckling to himself. Ao was gulping and taking a few steps away from that monster. Choji was shaking like a wild leaf. I will show them my power. The power of Senju Naruto. I'm going to show them what happens when you anger a god, Naruto said in a dark voice, and in a flash of yellow he was gone. It took them all a few minutes to recover from what happened. What the hell happened to him? Mei asked, gulping as her breathing returned to normal. She was drop dead scared of Naruto right about now. She never knew he could be so cold and intimidating. Everyone has darkness, and that's what happens when you hurt Hinata, Red Kushina said, as she bent over and picked up Hinata in her arms. Kushina was no medic, but even she could see that Hinata was back to perfect health. He got so angry. I have never seen something like that, Mei said, shivering. Naruto is highly protective of his girlfriend, Yellow stated. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? He managed to heal her back to full health, Mei explained, confused. Naruto's reaction was excessive. I understand why you would say something like that, and before I explain, let me ask you something, Kushina began. What do you know of Senju Naruto? What do you think he is? Red asked to Mei, who got into a thinking position. Senju Naruto, S-rank shinobi of Konoha, grandson of the Godaime Hokage, Senju Tsunade, and the head of the Senju clan, Mei explained, and Kushina nodded, seeing that was the information contained in the bingo book. How do you think his life was growing up in the Leaf? Red asked, and Mei was startled by such a question, but answered nonetheless. Like any other heir to a clan, I suppose. He was most likely treated like a king or royalty, even more for him being the heir of the Senju clan, one of the founding clans of Konoha and said to be the strongest of all, Mei explained, and Kushina gave a hollow chuckle. What if I told you that until 3 years ago, Naruto was known as the Demon Brat, Kushina stated, and Mei's eyes widened since she understood that reference. Naruto's parents died a few minutes just after he was born. The Undaime gave his life to seal the Kyuubi in him, making him a Jinchuriki. His life growing up was a nightmare and hell. An orphan kid who was now cast by the villagers. He was beaten and chased by them for being a demon, Kushina stated in a sad voice. He was a lonely boy without any friends, mistreated by the whole village, expelled from the orphanage when he was only 4 years old, forced to live in the wild for months until his son Daime found him and gave him a house. But the house did nothing to appease his lonely heart, Kushina said, almost sobbing until Yellow placed a hand on her shoulder to give her some comfort. How is he even sane? Mei asked in a low voice. She never knew that there was such a past behind the cheerful attitude of Naruto. That is where Hyuga Hinata comes in, Kushina started in a livelier voice. She comes from the Hyuga clan, where her father deemed her too weak to be the heiress of such an honored clan. She was disowned and expelled from the clan by her own father when she was only 8 years old. She, like Naruto, was thrown away like garbage and forced to live on the streets, Kushina said. Luckily for both of them, they found each other, Red said, smiling. They lived in the same roof ever since. They lived and trained to prove to others and each other that they weren't weak or demons. Eventually, love grew between them. Hinata was and is the anchor for Naruto. I feared to what lengths Naruto would go if something ever happened to her, Kushina said, as Mei took him in a new light. So, do you understand why Naruto's reaction was this extreme? From the moment he was born, he had nothing. He finally gained something, and he would die to protect it, Kushina explained, and Mei nodded knowingly. I've never experienced anything like that, so I can only imagine, Mei said until she remembered what Naruto had said. We have to stop him. He's going after Yager, isn't he? May asked, and every dragon nodded. He's going to kill himself. According to Han, Yager mobilized the remainder of his army in the village. There are still around 2,000 shinobi, and Yager himself, May said in a panic, getting ready to leave. In the last few days, she grew friendly with Naruto. No, Blue said in his monotone voice, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's best we stay out of the way unless we want to get caught in the crossfire, Blue said, but May wouldn't budge. Are you insane, May said. No one can face 2,000 shinobi alone and win, much less an army with their leader having full control over his Biju, May retorted. You have no idea of the full extent of his power, Blue said, shocking May by his blind faith in his leader. By tomorrow, Kirigaku will be ours, Blue said, and left May stunned in place. So we're just going to stand here and watch, May asked in a low voice. Unless you want to sacrifice your men, then yes, Blue said. We are moving close to the village once Naruto begins his attack, Blue explained, and Yellow nodded, flashing everyone to nearby gates of Kirigaku. My God! May started looking at the village. Mizukage's tower, underground facility. You fool! A voice echoed through the whole room. The room itself was very large and had many supporting pillars to keep it from collapsing. From the stone color, anyone could clearly tell that this room was deep underground. At the end of the room were 2 large metal doors that would most likely lead to another area. Back to 2 people that were arguing. The person that yelled was standing and pacing around the room, pissed by his subordinate. He was wearing a high-collared black cloak with red clouds emblazoned in it. He had black, spiky hair and was wearing an orange mask with a swirling pattern. He was Tobi, or Uchiha Fugaku, for those few that knew him. The other person was kneeling in front of him, bowing her head in shame. She had long, dark black hair that reached her waist with a small bang coming down her forehead and touching her nose. She was wearing black long-sleeve gloves that reached her elbows. She had a light black, high-collared jacket with mesh shirt underneath and black shorts. She was now Uchiha and was kneeling after a failed mission. You were told not to reveal yourself, and yet you did! Tobi yelled, making now cringe from the sound. And for what? Tobi rhetorically asked. So you could show the world that there was one more Uchiha alive and nearly getting killed in the process, Tobi roared. Flashback. Die! Now yelled, and Hinata crouched on the ground and started spinning. All the explosive tags started sizzling, getting ready to detonate. Now saw Hinata crouching, knowing very well that she was trying to pull a chitin to survive the blast. Now closed her eyes and relaxed. The moment she heard one of the tags go off, she focused and channeled chakra into her left eye. She opened her left eyes and it proudly displayed her Sharingan glowing in all its power. So the outcome comes to this. Izanagi, now whispered as her Sharingan glowed and the medical tents exploded in flames. Now shimmered out of existence, only to reappear a few yards away, crouching on the ground, taking deep breaths. She had sacrificed her left eye to survive the blast, and while her body was new once again, her chakra reserves were almost depleted. There she is, now said, chuckling to herself, as she found Hinata flying off unconsciousness near a rock. Now picked up the remaining shurikens she had and hurled them towards the defenseless Hinata. Now smiled as the shuriken made their way towards Hinata, only to be blocked by Naruto. Damn it, now said, and focused her chakra, shunshing away. Now it barely came out on top of that fight and had to sacrifice an eye to survive. She could never take on Naruto at this point. And a flashback. My deepest apologies, Tobi, now said, but a glare from Tobi set her straight. I mean, Fugaku-sama now quickly corrected herself not to disrespect her leader. It was a simple demolition mission, which requires stealth and finesse to achieve the goal. Clearly, I chose the wrong person to do it. I would have thought that as the second in command for Uchiha clan, you would have been more cautious. Fugaku said, looking at her, all the while now kept her head down. She wanted to say no when Fugaku gave her this mission. Now didn't feel right killing injured people. Now was a warrior of the Uchiha clan, and she felt that every life she took had to be in combat with her winning, but she was an Uchiha, and her loyalty was to her leader. And now look at you. You blew the mission so you could fight a Hyuga, Fugaku said, shaking his head. And you lost. The only reason you would have won was because she got injured in the explosion and you sacrificed an eye, Fugaku said, sighing. How was I supposed to know that I was fighting Hyuga Hinata? And once the fight started, I couldn't leave her alive, now replied looking at Fugaku. Her right eye was the normal black, but her left one was completely different. It was now a hollowed white, meaning it was a dead, blind eye. A sacrifice for using the Uchiha's Kinjutsu and changing reality. And look how good that went, Fugaku sarcastically replied. You lost an eye, and yet the Hyuga still lives! Fugaku countered and now bit her lip. With your sister dead, you possess the only EMS in the whole clan, as only a few others have the Mangekyo, Fugaku said, and now looked down sadly. The funny thing about an Uchiha is that they can't live without their eyes. If you remove them, the Uchiha dies shortly after. And that happened to Nao's sister, as Nao's eyes didn't accept her sister. When they found out, it was too late. You know that you can have Nagato heal me with his Rinnegan, Nao tried to counter, but Fugaku was adamant in making sure she understood her mistake. Nagato is dying. The Rinnegan is too powerful for his body. Every time he uses it, his body grows weaker and weaker. He won't last much longer, Fugaku sadly said. The Rinnegan isn't some ordinary dojutsu. Even with the Uzumaki vitality, those eyes are too powerful for him to wield, Fugaku said, releasing a deep breath. There isn't many people in this world who could even think of wielding such a powerful dojutsu without any drawbacks. Only someone who has both Uchiha and Senju blood can wield it without any drawbacks, Fugaku explained. If he placed those eyes on any Uchiha, they would die the moment they use them. Due to their bodies, the Senju and Uzumaki can wield them, but that is only partially and temporarily, until their body succumbs. And there aren't that many Senjus left around, Fugaku said, and now sighed. You could use them without any drawbacks, as Madara someone gave you Senju DNA to strengthen your body, now stated, getting a tick mark from Fugaku. Nagato still has plenty of uses. I'll have him restore your eyesight. The Akatsuki is beginning to make their move, and soon the Uchiha clan will rule the world, Fugaku said, and now got up to leave when a new figure entered the room. The figure wore dark blue pants with a blue cloth hanging from halfway up the stomach to his knees. He also wore black arm guards that covered his forearms and stretched up to reach his upper biceps. He also wore a purple rope belt around his waist, tied in a bow, in which he carries his sword. He was Uchiha Sasuke. So Hinata kicked your ass, Sasuke mockingly said with his Sharingan glowing. Now replied, walking past him, but not without giving her a reply. If I remember correctly, you lost to Dead Last of the Academy several times, now retorted smirking, while Sasuke scowled. He was about to comment when a massive earthquake was felt. Fugaku, Sasuke, and Nao stumbled as they tried to keep their ground. A few specks of dust fell from the ceiling due to the size of the earthquake. This chakra, Nao said with her eyes widening. Who could possess such a presence? Nao fearfully asked. Fugaku was also curious about this massive chakra signature that he suddenly felt within the village. Fugaku focused as he felt his chakra and cursed his luck. That would be the pissed off Senju whose girlfriend you tried to kill a few minutes ago, Fugaku stated. So the Dobi shows himself, Sasuke said, and was about to leave and go fight him when Fugaku grabbed him by the arm. He's on a different level compared to you. Patience, Sasuke, Fugaku said, and Sasuke unwillingly agreed, leaving the room. Looks like my pet's hour has come to an end. I can't reveal the Uchihas just yet, Fugaku thought to himself, making his way to the roof to observe just how much Naruto had grown. He was such an obedient pet. Such a shame, Fugaku sadly thought. Get out of the clan, Fugaku said towards Nao, who nodded. We are moving out of Kirigaku, Fugaku said as he left the room. A few minutes earlier, Kirigaku's main gates. It was a calm and silent night in the village of Kirigaku. At least, that is what it appeared to be, because if you look deeper, you could feel a tense atmosphere with several shinobi running around. After all, they were at war, and Yagura had mobilized the remaining army to defend the village against the next assault, which would be in the next few days. It was a full moon and a cloudless night. The moon was shining high in the sky, illuminating the whole village. The shinobi were running around like headless chickens. They had so much to do in so little time. Guards were posted at the gates and walls to check for any sign of an attack. Armories and blacksmiths were working non-stop to produce weapons and armor for the shinobi to use. Man, I hope those monsters attack soon so that Yagura-sama can wipe them out and get this over with, one of the guards said to his companion, who seemed bored as well. Apparently no one liked doing guard duty. After all, you just sit there looking out for threats and stamp papers all day. Couldn't agree more, the other guard replied, yawning. The guard stretched and opened his eyes, getting up when he saw a small flare in the distance. What is that? The guard asked, looking at the distance. There was a small flare in the distance. It looked like a small campfire or something similar. What? The other guard asked as his companion's eyes widened. That! The guard yelled as he jumped off when the small beacon in the distance was quickly approaching. The other guard didn't even have time to blink as the small beacon became a gigantic wall of white, hot flames. The walls and gates were engulfed by the flames with such intensity that even rocks started melting. Raise the alarm! The surviving guard yelled, but that was cut off by a sword through his chest. The last thing the guard saw was a pair of deep blood-red eyes. I'll show them the despair the bloodline users felt, Naruto said as he blurred towards the village with his sword in hand. Naruto was running for the village when the shinobi started gathering in front of him. In just a few seconds, the whole army was standing in front of him, with Naruto looking at them impassively, his yellow hair flowing in the wind. Truly amazing, Yagura said as he watched the battle from the top of the Mizukage's tower. 2,000 shinobi stand in front of you, and you don't even blink, Yagura said astonished. When I'm done with them, Naruto said, pointing his sword towards the enemy. I'm coming for your head, Yagura and Naruto said, and the army started laughing. Do you really think you can get past us? One shinobi said while the others laughed. I'm not getting past you. When I'm done slaughtering every one of you, I'll be going for Yagura, Naruto said, and the shinobi quickly shut up. Let me show you the power of a god, Naruto said, and began unleashing his silver chakra that seemed to complement the moon in the sky. His hair began to flap wildly, and the ground began to crack as his aura skyrocketed. The shinobi army decided that enough is enough and rushed Naruto. Suddenly, the whole village felt his chakra and anger, and buckled to his power. A few shinobi stumbled as they ran once they felt his true power. They were gasping for air and dropping to their knees as Naruto unleashed his chakra. Katon, Goka, Mikyaku. Great fire annihilation, Naruto said, forming a horse hand seal and pumping his lungs with chakra. A colossal wall of flames erupted from his mouth and rocketed towards the shinobi army, scorching the ground and destroying everything in its path. The shinobi army's eyes widened at the sheer magnitude of the jutsu. Water users quickly rushed to the front lines to try and mount some kind of defense. Suiton, Sujin Haki, water wall! Dozens of shinobi shouted, releasing water from their mouths to stop the onslaught of the flames. The water collided with the fire and was enough to stop it in its tracks. Once the clash was over, a big steam cloud washed over the battlefield from the jutsu clash. Naruto smiled as his sword sparkled with electricity, and he rushed head-on against an army of 2,000 shinobi. There was no other word for it except slaughter. These weak shinobi posed no threat against Naruto. Naruto ducked under one punch and kicked another shinobi, blasting away from the power of the strike. Left and right, shinobi were getting tossed aside like ragdolls. There was no stopping him. They could barely track Naruto, and once they got close to him, it would be over. The fact that it was night, coupled with the steam cloud, made it worse for shinobi, who were dropping like flies. Futon, Daitopa, great breakthrough, a shinobi shouted, and sent a gust of wind that sent Naruto flying back, but he quickly flipped midair and landed gracefully on the ground. Naruto's eyes glowed as he made a single tiger hand seal. Enton, Goka, Mikyaku, Inferno style, great fire annihilation. Naruto said, and instead of the usual white hot flames, pitch black ones came from his mouth. But unlike the other ones, there was no stopping this attack. Blocking his attack wasn't an option, as the army soon discovered when the black wave clashed with a water shield and easily evaporated it. Black flames spread through the battlefield, decimating a chunk of the army as the others scrambled. The army watched in fear as the black flames descended upon them. They ran out of the way, but any amount of contact and it was all over. They screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the black flames. Once the unlucky ones had been dealt with, the army retook their positions, and all the while, they were watching the black flames burning on the side. Now they understood who they angered and who they were facing. The heat air went to the sky and started forming clouds, and rain started to fall. Soon enough, thunders could be heard, illuminating the whole sky with their power. Due to the clouds and being night, darkness covered the whole village. The only light they had was that of a few fires created from destruction and lightning bolts in the sky. 300 down, Naruto saw as his eyes glowed once again. 1,700 to go, Naruto said, as he was surrounded by a silver aura. The aura started expanding and forming a shield around Naruto. It was the beginning stage of the Susanoo. A single rib cage form stood around Naruto as it began to grow and grow. Soon the rib cage started growing out and getting covered by a small layer. What monster is he? A fearful shinobi asked as he looked towards the monster figure that surrounded Naruto. He was some kind of silver ethereal humanoid with black teeth. The humanoid's hands glowed and a weapon appeared in each of his hands. The Susanoo's hands glowed and chakra expanded outwards, forming some kind of sword. At the end of the sword, it was a long, curved blade. Those were scythes, the weapon that Naruto's Susanoo decided to show. Some say that the Susanoo's weapons are the ones the user is truly meant to wield during his lifetime. But Naruto has suspicion it has something to do with the deal he made with the Shinigami. After all, if Naruto wanted to, any enemy slain by those swords would be sealed in the Death God's stomach for all eternity. Flashback, train trip. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake, clap hands. Shiki Fujin. Reaper Death Seal, Naruto said, as the air suddenly became colder. Jiraiya, Hinai, and Gaara shivered when they felt the Shinigami's presence shimmer behind Naruto. Behind Naruto, a white spectral image formed almost instantly. The figure had purple-colored skin with large white robes. He had 2 red horns with 2 fangs and with black teeth. He had long, white, spiky hair, and on his mouth a large knife. On his hands he had a chain of red beads. "What did you summon me for, mortal?" the Death God asked, annoyed. His voice was like ice. It seemed that yet again another human had dared to summon him to do his bidding. "I have a proposition for you, Shinigami-sama," Naruto said, but the Shinigami didn't look pleased. "I don't deal with mortals, so if this is what you summoned me for, I'll take your soul," the Shinigami said, and extended his arm towards Naruto's chest, who remained in place. The Shinigami's hands grasped Naruto's soul tightly and pulled and pulled. The Shinigami's eyes widened when he couldn't remove his soul. "I'm no ordinary mortal," Naruto said, with his Rinnegan blazing, staring the Death God in the face. "You dare defy me, human. I'll have your soul destroyed," the Shinigami roared, and Hinata, Jiraiya, and Gaara just scrambled away from his fury. Jiraiya just watched how Naruto stood in front of the Death God himself, fearless. "You and I both know that destroying a soul is impossible. They are like the Bijus. They are made of pure energy, and that can't be destroyed, only sealed away," Naruto said, much to the anger of the Shinigami. "How about you hear my offer?" Naruto asked, and the Shinigami unwillingly accepted. "What can you offer me, immortal?" the Shinigami asked, intrigued by this human. Even though he possessed the eyes of the gods, he should be able to remove his soul without even trying. A way to stop mortals from summoning you, Naruto said, and the Shinigami grew curious. Speak, the Shinigami said, and motioned for Naruto to go on. Currently, there are 3 people alive that can summon you. In exchange for allowing me to take the single soul you possess, and me alone the ability to summon you, I'll make sure no one ever learns how to summon you, and I'll destroy the Uzumaki clan's Death Reaper mask, Naruto stated. I see, the Shinigami replied and fought. This mortal did raise some good points. In a simple exchange of giving him the single soul he possessed, he could refrain from humans ever summoning him again, with the exception of this mortal. We have a deal. Once the mask is destroyed, summon me and I'll allow you to take the soul I have, the Shinigami said, and Naruto smiled and bowed his head. However, betray me and make sure your soul will never enter the pure world, the Shinigami said and left. Now to destroy this mask once and for all, Naruto said, and with a glance, the mask erupted in black flames until it was nothing more than ashes flying in the wind. And in the flashback, the Kirigakure army was looking at the monstrosity in front of them. With the silver color and those scythes, every single shinobi felt as if they were staring at death himself that came down to judge them all. Every single shinobi felt a shiver crawl up their spine as Naruto's chakra spiked and he began his onslaught. Katon, Gokyaku no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon, Suiton, Dabakufu no Jutsu, Waterfall Vortex. The Kirigakure shinobi threw jutsu after jutsu at Naruto in an effort to stop him, but they couldn't. There was no stopping his Susanoo. That was his ultimate defense and his greatest weapon. With a single stroke of his scythes, the ground cracked and dozens of shinobi were blasted back and killed. From inside the Susanoo, Naruto felt the usage of demon chakra. He looked up to see Yagra in his version 2 cloak charging up. Biju Dama, Tail Beast Ball, Yagra said, and sent a Biju powered beast ball towards Naruto in an effort to vanquish him for good. Naruto smiled as the ball approached and he swung his scythe. With a single stroke, the Tail Beast ball was split in half and detonated prematurely. The ball exploded just before it hit Naruto's Susanoo, causing further deaths in Yagra's army. So the turtle came out to play, Naruto said as he watched Yagra fully transform into his full beast. Yagra completely transformed into his Biju, the Sanbi, and stood behind his army backing them up. Ready, Kurama? Naruto asked his own Biju, who smirked in return. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Kyubi no Yoko, summoning technique, 9-tailed fox demon, Naruto said and slammed his hand on the ground. There was a large poof of smoke, and a big shockwave that blasted most of the shinobi back. Once the smoke cleared, the Kyubi was staying there, his 9 tails swinging in all of their glory, with Naruto on top of his head. The Kyubi roared and the ground shook from the shockwave. His 9 tails were swinging wildly. Everyone in the village could feel the oppressive and powerful chakra oozing from the Kyubi. Standing in front of the Kirigakure army was the Kyubi, the most powerful of the 9 Biju. Suddenly the Kyubi laughed, a laugh that echoed through the village. A creepy, dark, and disembodied laugh that breathed fear even into the strongest of men. We are all doomed, one shinobi said as he fell to his knees at the face of the enormous fox standing in front of them. Take care of the turtle while I finish up here. Lead him away from the village, Naruto said, and Kurama nodded, jumping towards the Sanbi. With Mei and the others. My God! Mei started looking at the village. There were small fires everywhere, but what stood out was the towering 9-tailed fox in the middle of the village with Naruto staying on top of his head. If those two face off, there won't be a village left when they are done, Mei said as she looked towards the fox getting ready to jump at the turtle. Don't worry, Yell said to appease her worries. Naruto would never destroy your village. If you watch closely, you would see that the destruction is minimal, Yellow explained, but Mei frowned. What about those 2 Biju, Mei asked. Look carefully, Yellow said, chuckling. Mei watched as the fox suddenly pounced on the turtle. Kurama picked the turtle by his tails and threw her away from the village. You see, Yellow said, and Mei sighed in relief that she would have a village when this was over. How can he be so powerful? It's insane. He's beyond Kage level, Mei said as she watched as a single man took down 2,000 shinobi and defeated a Biju. I don't know. He just is, Yellow answered truthfully. With Toby. That is a problem, Toby said, looking at the QB. If he can summon the QB to the outside world and still be able to fight, then the Saren duo team of the Akatsuki won't be enough to take him down, Toby mused and thought. And he has great control over Susanoo, Toby said, looking at the ethereal warrior. Back to Naruto. Naruto watched as Kurama bowed with the turtle. Even he had to admit that the zombie had one hard shell. The zombie took a Biju Dama and came out slightly smoking. Naruto smirked as Kurama taunted the damn turtle every single time he could. I guess he hasn't gone off in a while, Naruto thought.
You bet. It feels good to stretch my legs for real,
Kurama replied through their mental link. Naruto chuckled and turned to end his job. There still were about 1,000 shinobi remaining. Naruto focused chakra into his eyes and another pair of arms grew on his Susanoo. Both Naruto and the four Susanoo's arms made 3 hand seals simultaneously. Ram, snake, bird. Tengai Shinsei. Shattered heaven, Naruto said, as the sky began to darken even more. A shroud of darkness covered the whole village, and many shinobi looked up, only to see a large meteorite block their view of the moon and sky. What the hell is this? One shinobi asked, dropping his sword and looking at the rock coming down from the sky. Is this really ninjutsu? Another asked as they all began to retreat away, trying to get clear of the blast radius. Biju Dama! Tail beast ball, Naruto heard and looked to the left to see a big tail beast ball heading towards the meteorite. The meteorite exploded into thousands of smaller stones that rained down the village. You're a fool, Yagura, Naruto said before flashing through hand seals. Meteorite shower, Naruto said as he unleashed multiple fireballs that crashed into the falling stones. The stones became covered in flames as he lit the sky in what could only be described as an inferno. These big balls of flames were crashing everywhere. The shinobi used water jutsu and rose earth shields, but to no avail. And to finish, Naruto said as he dropped his Susanoo and his eyes shifted to his Rinnegan. Naruto suddenly started levitating and flying high into the air. Naruto dodged a few meteorites that had yet to crash and rose high up in the air, almost touching the clouds. The sky sparkled as the thunder seemed to intensify, but Naruto seemed unaffected even though he was in the midst of it. Naruto's body sparkled with electricity and the thunders merged together to form a new big blue dragon. Naruto's whole body was covered in blue light as the dragon exited the clouds and circled Naruto. With a single movement of the hand, the dragon stopped and Naruto dropped down on his head, still high in the sky. Raiton, Raijin no Ken, Fist of the Thunder God, Naruto said, and the dragon roared. Naruto rode the dragon into the ground and, in a flash of white and blue, it exploded with such a force that the whole village shook. The ground was covered in a blue dome of chakra, sparkling. Even the Kyuubi and the Sanbi braced themselves so they didn't get blasted away with the shockwave. Once the smoke had cleared and the blue chakra disappeared, the only thing remaining in the middle of the crater was Naruto, completely fine and without a hair out of place. Naruto looked around and saw that the army was devastated. There were 300 survivors here and there. That is what you get for attacking in numbers. Usually numbers mean victory, but not when the enemy can use large-scale jutsus and wipe them out in a fraction of a second. Namikaze Minato had done the same thing during the Third World War, and now Senju Naruto had just started his own legend by decimating an army of 2,000. Please, the shinobi said, backing away and stumbling to the ground, falling on his butt. No more. We surrender, the shinobi said, while the others did the same and bowed to Naruto in a sign of defeat. Naruto didn't spare them a glance as he looked towards the Kyuubi and the Sanbi. There is only one target left. Yagura. with Mei and the others. It's over, Blue said while Mei, Ao, and Chojuro and her rebel army stared in shock. A single shinobi had decimated 2,000 trained shinobi in under a few minutes. Remind me to never piss him off, Ao muttered under his breath while Chojuro was on the ground drooling. Thank God. We will be allied to the Leaf, Mei thought, with her eyes bulging out of her skull. He was truly a god. Just what kind of monster did Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina have? To think he conquered a village without even truly using his Rinnegan, Green thought as he looked at the devastation. There weren't many bodies left as the Amaterasu flames, coupled with the last Raiton Jutsu, disintegrated everything. Send word to the army. We are occupying the village, Yellow said, and Mei nodded, ordering her army to take control of the village. Naruto had been careful to only use those devastating jutsus on the main clearing of the village, leaving the buildings mostly intact. Naruto could feel the life force inside, and those were probably civilians, and while he was pissed, he wouldn't target civilians who had nothing to do with this. With Toby watched the outcome of the battle with a single bead of sweat rolling down his head. He should never have allowed Naruto to grow this much, and now he knew that he was going to be in trouble, and a lot of it. And for someone who had a god under his belt, he felt a very human chill crawling up his spine. This won't end well, Toby thought as he warped away from the village and into his new hideout. Naruto and Kyuubi versus Yagura and Sanbi. Naruto arrived to see Kurama and Sanbi face off. Kurama was faster and more agile than the Sanbi. Though on the other hand, the Sanbi was built like a tank, made to last and endure any type of attack. If the tail beast ball she took head on a few minutes ago was anything to go by, her shell was very strong and sturdy. Yagura, is that you in there? Naruto asked the giant turtle in front of him as he jumped on top of Kurama's head. You will pay for this, you insolent brat, a pissed Yagura replied. He had just lost the war. This kid in front of him had decimated his army and conquered his city. If he couldn't win this war, he would at least take the brat with him. The Sanbi charged forward and coiled herself. The Sanbi started spinning and rolling all over the battlefield. Kurama dodged to the side to avoid getting hit head on and watched as the Sanbi changed paths and blurred towards him once again. Naruto sat down on the Kyuubi's head and started gathering natural energy while Kurama kept the Sanbi busy. A few minutes later, Naruto opened his eyes to show several red marks spread around his face. Naruto gained red pigment markings around and under his eyes as well as 2 concentric red circles in the middle of his forehead. His Mangekyo was still the blood red but was glowing unnaturally. These were the markings of a sage. Naruto extended his right arm and chakra started gathering on the palm of his hand. A familiar swirl was heard as a Rasengan was being born in his hand. The ball started taking a silvery color like his chakra, and a deafening sound was starting to come out. Suddenly, the Rasengan expanded, forming 4 large points around the central sphere, taking the appearance of a Fuma Shuriken. Futon, Rasen Shuriken, Naruto said, and hurled the new Rasengan towards Yagura. The spear sliced through the air, and before Yagura could react, the Rasengan hit the Sanbi right on the head. The Sanbi was pushed back and rose into the air. A towering dome, 50 feet in diameter, appeared around him, as thousands of wind blades sliced through her shell just like a hot knife through butter. When it was over, the Sanbi collapsed to the ground. Golden chains burst from the ground and snared the Sanbi's tails, paws, head, and whole body, pinning her to the ground. The Sanbi squirmed under the chains, but it was to no avail. Even Kurama had trouble with those chains. Rat, ox, dog, boar. Naruto went through the hand signs and clapped his hands together. He slammed his right hand on the ground and kanji started flowing out of it and going towards the Sanbi, forming a ring around him. 5-point demonic suppression seal, Naruto said, and the kanji started glowing. Yagura yelled in pain as his tense chakra was being forced back into the seal. This was the same seal Naruto had used against the Ichibi during the Sand Sound invasion. This seal works like the 5-pronged seal, but on a much larger scale. This seal suppresses the Biju's chakra, forcing it back into the seal. The zombie coiled itself in a large dome of water. In just a few seconds, all the water disappeared and Yagra fell to the ground. Naruto jumped down from Kuruma's head and approached Yagra, who was lying on the ground. Suiton, Suishoha, exploding water wave, Yagra shouted, and Naruto's eyes widened when a gigantic water wave rose from the ground. Yagra was panting at the top of the wave as he commanded the wave to crash into Naruto. Naruto used his Kamui and let the water hit the ground. Once the wave had calmed down, Naruto jumped on top of the water looking at Yagura. You are still alive, Naruto said, looking towards Yagura. He was slightly bent over, taking deep breaths. It's over, Yagura. Your reign of tyranny and oppression has come to an end, Naruto said, closing the distance between them. Something is wrong, Naruto whispered to himself, observing Yagura intently. His chakra network was off. Very off. His chakra seemed to be all over the place, like he had some genjutsu affecting him. Could it be? Naruto thought to himself as he approached Yagura and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Kai! Release! Naruto shouted as he infused some of his chakra into Yagura's network to disrupt and restart his chakra flow. Yagura blinked and noticed the blonde in front of him. Who are you? Yagura asked Naruto, whose eyes widened. Oh shit, Naruto thought, since he was right. Suddenly his eyes became silver as his Rinnegan flared to life. Naruto placed a hand on top of his head. Human path, Naruto said, and started reading his soul. Naruto was rummaging through his memories when a certain orange masked individual appeared in them. Toby, Naruto thought angrily. It was all his fault. Toby had used the zombie as a medium to manipulate Yagura. He was just another innocent victim in all of this. What? Yagura said, dropping to his knees and looking at his shaking hands. What have I done? Yagura asked himself, and Naruto knew that look all too well. Regret, and a lot of it. Naruto turned to Kurama when the ground suddenly shook. Naruto quickly turned back to Yagura, who had a small smile on his face and a hand on his stomach. Time seemed to slow down as Yagura spoke. Thank you for setting me free. Take care of Kiri for me, Yagura said just before his body exploded and a bright light rose to the skies. The light expanded and started reforming in the air. 3 trails suddenly sprouted from the energy. The energy started condensing, gaining a light blue tone and several spikes. The zombie was reforming. He took his own life by fully releasing a zombie, Naruto sadly thought. Toby had wrecked yet another village and countless lives. And all for what?
Can you blame him?
Kurama rhetorically asked.
When he became aware of everything he had done, he couldn't live with it.
Kurama said, and Naruto nodded, looking at the zombie who had nearly finished reforming. I'll make sure he's remembered for who he truly was, Naruto thought to himself, as the zombie landed on the ground. Naruto looked up as the zombie looked down. Suddenly, and out of nowhere, one of the zombie's tails came down and crushed Naruto into the ground. I didn't think you would associate with humans, Kurama, the zombie said towards his brother. And quick thing, I understand the zombie was a he, but like at the beginning of the chapter, I thought that I read that the zombie was a she, and it was because of like how the fanfic was written. And I thought that initially, since I hadn't read the chapter in a while, I thought that the guy just like made the zombie a she in this fanfic, but that wasn't the case, so I'm kind of confused by the error. But I would just ignore the comment that I called the zombie a she in the beginning of this chapter, because you know that's kind of retcon in this later part of the chapter. So yeah, it's kind of annoying, but it's whatever. That wasn't very nice, Isobu, Naruto said as he started levitating until he was at eye level with the zombie. Those eyes, Isobu said in shock. This human had the Rinnegan, his father's eyes.
You see, he's not an ordinary human,
Kurama replied, chuckling. Why did you try to kill me, Isobu, Naruto asked curiously. After all, Naruto was the cause of his release. I know all of you humans, You are a bunch of power-hungry fools, and I don't intend to be sealed again, Isabu replied, and Naruto nodded. What if I told you that I never intend to seal you, Naruto rhetorically asked towards a surprised zombie. In fact, I have a proposition for you, Naruto said. Really? Isabu asked with caution as humans weren't to be trusted. What do you have in mind? Isabu asked curiously. Yagura's last wish was for me to take care of Kiri. I can't do that since I have Konan to look out for. I want you to protect this village, but this time, instead of you being a weapon sealed inside some human, I want you to be a guardian, Naruto said towards the surprised zombie, who looked interested and surprised by this human. This is your natural habitat, Naruto said, gesturing to all of the water around the islands. I just want you to be free, and while you're at it, defend this village. I promise that no one from this village will ever try to seal you again, Naruto explained, and waited for Isabu's answer. You amuse me, human. I shall accept your proposition. As long as this village and their shinobi don't disturb me, I shall do my best to keep them safe, Isabu replied, which made Naruto smile. That is all I ask, Isabu, Naruto replied and turned to Kurama. You can stay and catch up. Tell him about the Akatsuki and such. I'll see you later, Naruto said and swirled away. Truly an interesting human, Isabu said amused and turned to Kurama. Do you think he's the one? Isabu asked.
I have no doubt,
Kurama replied with a smirk. And that's the end of chapter 49. We will now move on to the last chapter of this video, the 5th Mizukage. Though I will say with this entire chapter, what I just read, it was a pretty great chapter. Again, there were some minor inconsistencies here and there, but it was a really good chapter, and I really liked the Yaga versus Naruto fight, quote unquote. And I really liked the Yagura stuff when he realized everything he had done. And looking back on this chapter, especially since, I read this back in high school, this might be one of the best chapters of the fanfic, though there are some other great chapters later on, so stay tuned for those. Anyways, let's move on to chapter 40, the 5th Mizukage, which is the last chapter of this video. Here we go. Chapter 40, the 5th Mizukage. 1 week after Yagura's death, the Land of Water was happy. The news of Yagura's death at the hands of Senju Naruto spread throughout the whole country like a wildfire. News that a single shinobi conquered the Mist Village and defeated their leader was the talk of the whole country. A single man had laid siege to the Mist Village and took down 2 fallen shinobi and their leader Yagura Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, the free-tailed turtle. Stories of how Naruto rose into the sky and controlled the thunders, how he made large meteorites rain down from the sky, how he created waves of black fire and summoned the Kyuubi himself to help. Senju Naruto, Shinobi no Kami, God of the Shinobi, as he was being called now, his legend had just started. Years of this war had left the water country weak and isolated from the other nations. A few bloodline users that never took part in the war were finally making their way back to the village, since they had no other place to live. The Mist Village was weak, but they would recover in time. The daimyo was also replaced with a more competent one. Flashback. Water Daimyo's estate. It was the following day after Naruto had conquered the Mist Village. After the Bloodline army had settled in and everything was taken care of, there was only one thing left to end this pathetic war. A coup d'etat against the Water Daimyo who funded this war. The dragons and Mei were staying outside of the daimyo's estate. It was night, and everyone was on edge. If this worked, then the war would be truly over. In with the new, out with the old. The Water Daimyo had gone along with this war, and even supported and funded Yagura. His unfair reign had to come to an end. How do you want to do this? Naruto asked Mei, who brought her hand to her chin. Mei turned to look at Naruto to see his blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. She still couldn't believe that Naruto was this powerful. Poor Chotaro fainted when Naruto had regrouped with them after defeating Yagura. Naruto conquered the Mist Village, and in the end, he wasn't even tired. He didn't have a hair out of place or a scratch on his armor. I'm done playing games with him, Mei said in a serious voice. We are taking the front door, Mei said, and jumped out of the shadows. The moment she touched the ground, Mei blurred and the 2 guards guarding the main gate dropped to the floor unconscious. Works for me, Naruto said, and with a single wave of the hand, ordered the dragons to advance. Yotan, Yokai no Jutsu, lava release, melting apparition technique, Mei said, and released a wave of lava from her mouth. The lava covered the gate and started melting it. A few seconds later, the once rock-hardened gate was nothing more than melted something on the ground. The alarm echoed through the whole estate as several shinobi dropped from the main tower to defend their leader. Several samurais also stepped outside from the ground houses and surrounded the individuals. The samurais took out their swords and grasped them strongly when they recognized just what they were up against. "I am here for you, Daimyo," Mei yelled loudly from the ground. She enhanced her voice with chakra to make sure he would hear her. Everyone waited patiently until the wooden door bursted open and the daimyo stepped onto the balcony, high up in the daimyo's tower. He must have thought he was safe up there. He even had his traditional blue hat on. "You dare to attack me!" the daimyo roared from his tower. He was pleased that the war had ended, but he didn't count on being attacked by the same person that won the war. "You have the nerve of saying that to us after what you have done," Mei hissed towards the daimyo. "You've supported and funded Yagura into this war, and for what?" Mei asked, narrowing her eyes at the leader of her country. "You're supposed to lead this country into betterment, not death," Mei said, releasing killer intent. "The Mizukage is in charge of his village. It's his job to ensure the safety of his village and country. If he says that we need to eliminate these bloodline scum, then so be it," the water daimyo sneered at Mei, who tightened her fist, almost drawing out blood. "They were innocent people," Mei yelled. How could he say such a thing? He was sheltered in this mansion. He had servants for everything. It were these so-called monsters that kept his country safe and stable. It were these monsters that fought for the safety and betterment of this country. "You ungrateful bastard," Mei roared, and turned to the shinobi saying in front of her. "Stand down," Mei ordered towards the shinobi. After all, they were Miss Shinobi, and as such, they were under her command and her command only. Not even the water daimyo had the authority to order shinobi around. That right belonged to the Kage and the Kage alone. "They won't listen to you. You are not the Mizukage," the daimyo happily stated. "And even if you were, they answer to me and me alone," the daimyo said. "I am Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage," Mei stated loud and clear with enough authority in her voice to make sure she got her point across. "I order you to stand down," Mei ordered. "You will not," the daimyo ordered, and the shinobi found themselves in a pickle. "Kill her," the daimyo ordered, and the shinobi and samurai were about to jump into action when another voice interrupted them. "You are welcome to try," Naruto said in a stoic voice as he made his presence known, stepping out of the shadows. Every single shinobi took a step back, noticing the presence of the man that single-handedly defeated Yagura and conquered the Mist Village. Every shinobi gulped. After all, sitting in front of them was Senju Naruto, god of all shinobi. "You!" the daimyo hissed towards Naruto, who simply raised an eyebrow at his tone. Naruto raised his head to face his daimyo with a bored tone. "I've got a bone to pick with the fire daimyo. How dare you allow Konan to interfere in another country's affairs," the daimyo said. The water daimyo had yet to realize what situation he was in. The state of this country was pathetic. You allowed some deranged fool to start a war and you didn't have the balls to stand up to him, Naruto said, making the water daimyo seethe, while Mei chuckled at Naruto's boldness. "You just hide behind these walls in your safe haven, and you allowed innocent people to be slaughtered. This is why I dislike political leaders. You simply order the shinobi around. A Kage leads them into battle. A true leader must be willing to die for his own men," Naruto said with a neutral voice, crossing his arms over his chest. "Enough!" the water daimyo said. "Kill them all!" the daimyo ordered, extending his arm and pointing towards Naruto. Naruto didn't even open his eyes for a few seconds, and when he did, the view didn't exactly surprise him. Every single shinobi and samurai was rooted in place. "I said, kill them!" the daimyo roared, but the shinobi didn't move. Maybe they were scared of facing both Mei and Naruto, or maybe they were having second thoughts about everything they learned here. Drop your weapons and let us finish this, Mei said. A few shinobi recoiled from her request. They shared looks between each other until they dropped their kunais and swords. Once they were disarmed, they dropped to their knees. Cowards! The daimyo yelled towards his forces. No, daimyo-sama, Mei said in a sweet voice, maybe too sweet. They are warriors. My warriors. And mine alone, Mei said, and made her way towards the door, while the shinobi and samurai did nothing to stop her. The dragons and Naruto secured the perimeter and made sure that the daimyo would not escape. With a final scream from the daimyo, the war was truly over. And a flashback. Once the daimyo had been dealt with, a new warrior replacement was found and everything started calming down. The new daimyo started working on getting new trading agreements with the other nations, trying to bring Kyuri from this dark hole that it had lived in for so many years. The Mist Village was bursting with activity. The damage from Naruto's siege had been minimal, and as such, the buildings only needed minimal repairs here and there. There was a different ambience around Kyuri. Where once people lived oppressed and scared of their tyrannical leader, now they were smiling and laughing. It was an unnaturally sunny day in Kyuri. Maybe it was the outcome of Naruto using his new and improved light jutsu by drawing energy straight from the atmosphere. Naruto was walking down the village with his beautiful girlfriend in his arm. The armor was long gone and was replaced by civilian clothes. Naruto was wearing black pants and a dark blue shirt. Over that, he was wearing a red trench coat with black flames on the bottom. On the back of the trench coat, the Senju clan symbol was proudly displayed in black color as well. Looking at his side, he couldn't help but gawp at what Hinata had picked. She was wearing what she called a gala dress or something. It was all confusing to Naruto, but he didn't seem to complain much. It was a dark blue lawn dress that showed a little bit of her cleavage. Her dark blue hair flowed in the wind. They were walking towards the Mizukage Tower where there was a small party, if you could call it that, to celebrate the end of the war and the election of Mei Terumi as the new Mizukage. The choice of a new leader happened swift and with overwhelming majority, minus then 5% of the Mist Village who disagreed with Mei Terumi being chosen as the new Mizukage. Naruto and Hinata smiled and replied to the people that greeted them on their walk. Naruto and his dragon to become somewhat famous over the duration of their stay. Kyuri no Hachi nin no Eiyu, the 8 heroes of Kyuri as they were being called. Mei tried her best to uncover what lay behind the mask, but hit dead ends every time. She knew of Naruto and Hinata at least. Mei had made them honorary members of her village and said they were welcome to visit any time they wished. Both of them arrived at the Mizukage's tower to see a large red carpet on the ground. The other dragons were already there. It seemed a bit weird for dragons to be wearing masks, but they had their identities to protect. You took your sweet time to arrive, Mei said with her hands on her hips. After all, the dragons were the guests of honor in this small event. Sorry about that, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. Me and Hinata-chan took a little too much time to getting ready, Naruto explained it to Mei, who narrowed her eyes. Surely didn't want to show up in our battle armor, Naruto rhetorically asked, and Mei nodded, dragging them both inside. They ate and chatted happily as the afternoon went by. It was following night, and the moon was shining high up in the sky. It was a cloudless night, so Naruto had a pretty good view of the stars and the moon from the top of the Mizukage Tower. Naruto sighed as he looked up at the starry sky. He was leaning on the metal fence, spinning a kunai in his hand. It's kind of funny that Naruto is wearing civilian clothes, and yet he still had a few weapons on him. So this is where you were, Naruto heard and turned around to see Hinata approaching. Why have you been hiding up here? Hinata asked as she joined Naruto by the metal fences, looking up at the sky. No reason, Naruto lighted his side and focused on the sky once again. Just trying to clear my mind, Naruto explained, and that didn't fool Hinata. You and I have known each other and lived together for nearly 10 years. You really think you can hide something from me? Hinata rhetorically asked, making Naruto chuckle. I guess, Naruto replied and gathered his thoughts before answering. I don't know. I feel guilty for killing everyone, Naruto said, sighing and looking up. They were innocent people, and even Yagra had nothing to do with this. It was Toby all along. He used Isobu as a medium to control him, Naruto explained, and Hinata's eyes widened as she never knew. Naruto didn't tell anyone about Yagra being controlled. When I saw you there, lying there on the floor, I don't know. I felt as if something inside of me snapped, Naruto said, and not just heard him, holding his hand firmly. I knew I could bring you back even if you died, but just seeing you there on the ground unconscious and in pain, I got so angry that I didn't even think properly and just rushed into the village to kill Yagura, Naruto explained, sighing. You went and got all my on them, didn't you? Hinata softly asked, and Naruto nodded. You know me too well, Naruto said, giving a hollow chuckle. I guess Itachi was right after all, Naruto said, and got a confused look from Hinata and decided to explain. I knew Itachi from back before the massacre. I had a Sharingan, so sometimes I watched Uchihas train so I could learn how to use my eyes. One time I heard him say this to his brother Sasuke. Being the best isn't all it's made out to be. When you're strong, you become arrogant and withdrawn. Even if what you sought after was your dream, Naruto said. He was right. I got so caught up in my own power that I started comparing myself to gods. I may not have become arrogant, but it's only a matter of time, Naruto explained. This is why I know that you aren't a god, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, and Naruto looked curiously towards her. A god doesn't feel remorse or guilt. To them, we're nothing more than insects. We are created by them, and they feel as if they own us. By owning us, they can dispose of us as trash without a care in the world, Hinata explained, and Naruto listened intently. Feelings are what makes us human, and the fact that you feel guilty after what you have done is proof of that, Hinata explained. I suppose, Naruto replied. It's just, I have absolute control over life and death. To me, it makes life seem like nothing, and yet I feel guilty over what I have done. Isn't it strange? Naruto rhetorically asked. I can take and give life as I wish, and yet every time I take a life, I feel empty inside, Naruto explained. That is the way of the shinobi, Hinata started. No matter how much we kid ourselves, we are weapons. We train kill so that others don't. We kill so that our loved ones can live peacefully. We kill so that the people of Konoha can live in peace, Hinata said, and Naruto looked at her. Hinata had really grown up from her old, shy personality. Where she once pulled her strength from Naruto, now she has her own. Everything you have done has been for the betterment of Kiri. It was best to end this war quickly than to further the bloodshed. It is the duty of the shinobi to carry this burn, Hinata finished, and locked eyes with Naruto, losing herself in his blue eyes. And you don't have to feel empty or withdrawn. You have me, Hinata stated, and pulled Naruto for a soft kiss, under the gaze of the bright moon in the sky. Naruto forgot about all of his problems and focused solely on his girlfriend. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer, deepening the feelings of bliss and love. Hinata wrapped her hands around his neck, pulling him closer as well. They were lost in their own world that they didn't even notice the presence of the dragons that witnessed the whole thing from the beginning. Aww! Red, Kushina, and Black Mito fawned over the couple kissing under the moonlight. Naruto and Hinata split when they heard that sound. Thanks a lot for ruining the moment, Hinata cutely pouted, making everyone chuckle. Come on, let's go back. Mei's speech is about to begin, Mei said, and Naruto and Hinata followed them, still holding hands. Nothing would split them apart, not even death. Mizukage's tower. Excellent, Ao says. He watched the dragon step in through the large double doors. Now that our guests of honor are here, we can begin, Ao said, and the crowd quieted down and listened to what Ao had to say. Today is a day of celebration. Today marks the official end of the Bloodline War and the rise of our new Mizukage. Several days ago, Yagura was defeated after waging war against his own people for several years, Ao said, and a few people lowered their heads. But that is the past. We are here and we will rebuild. So without further ado, I present to you Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage, Ao said, and the crowd erupted in cheers. From the side door, a woman walked out. Mei was wearing her traditional blue dress, but was also wearing her Kage hat. A dark blue hat with the kanji for water imprinted on the front of the hat. The hat itself was proof that she was the new leader of this country, the new Mizukage. Everyone fell silent as the new Mizukage made her way towards the podium. Mei took a deep breath and started. Kirigakure, we are finally united. This country has been split for far too long. Under the rule of Yagura, the war country had been slowly withering away, and this war didn't help. But Let's forget the past and work on building the future. I promise that I will do my best to lead this country and village to a brighter tomorrow, for I am Mei Terumi Godaime Misukage, Mei stated, and the crowd cheered. Everyone was happy that the war was over and that they could start fresh, so to speak. Mei raised her hand and the crowd fell silent once again. Though this victory isn't only ours to celebrate. This war wouldn't have been won so easily, and only Kami knows how much time we would have had to endure Yagura's reign without Konoha's help. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the 8 dragons of the leaf, Mei said, and all of the dragons rose from their seats. I present to you the Kiri no Hachi Nin no Eiyu, the 8 heroes of the mists, Mei shouted, and the whole crowd cheered for their heroes. Who would have thought that Konoha Shinobi would be considered heroes of another foreign country? But this was the start of an alliance that would last for decades to come. This was the first step of the peace the Sage of Six Paths had always wanted. As long as I'm Misukage, they will always be welcome here in our country. As per our agreement towards the Hokage, Kiri is now fully allied with the leaf, Mei said, and everyone smiled. And I hope this tree will last for years to come, Mei said, and the crowd cheered once again. Now, let's party and get drunk, Mei shouted, and everyone chuckled. You know, Hinata started getting the attention of Naruto. We never danced, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. You never said anything about liking it, Naruto said, confused. Naruto-kun, every girl wants to be like a princess, even if it's only momentarily, Hinata replied, and Naruto nodded. Where'd you learn how to dance? Naruto asked, curious. The academy, of course. Did you think that the seduction class was only about looking good and charming? Hinata rhetorically asked, but Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Besides, I did learn the basics when I lived in the Hyuga clan, Hinata explained. Sorry, Hinata-chan, but I don't know how to dance, Naruto replied timidly, scratching the back of his head. You really are a knucklehead, Hinata said, playfully hitting his shoulder. Your Sharingan can copy more than Jutsu, you know, Hinata said, amused, and Naruto blinked and blinked again as his brain caught up to her. I'm an idiot, Naruto said, shaking his head and activating his Sharingan. Maybe, Hinata replied, giggling. But you are my idiot, Hinata said, pecking him on the lips. Lead on, princess, Naruto said, and placed his arm around Hinata's waist, while Hinata placed her own arm on his shoulder. Naruto easily caught up with the steps, and both danced perfectly and in sync. They danced for what seemed to be hours, never looking away from each other. They were lost in each other's arms. Eventually the music came to an end, and he split for a small break and went towards the rest of the dragons. We have to do something, Naruto heard Green Hashirama said as they arrived near them. What's up? Naruto asked, and Green pointed towards Blue Toyirama, who was sitting down at a table silently watching everyone. I don't follow, Naruto said, confused, looking at his great uncle. We have to do something about him. Even back in the day, he was always sulking and brooding around in the corners. If it wasn't for my sensing abilities, I could swear he was an Uchiha, Green said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. What do you propose? Black Mito asked, curious as to what her husband had planned. A woman, Hashirama said, nodding his head, confident in his choice. You want to set him up with a hooker? Yelled Mito asked, tilting his head to the side, confused. Red Kushina smacked him in the head and dropped him to the floor. Why are all men idiots? Red rhetorically asked. You can make space-time ninjutsu that allows instant teleportation, but understand, woman? Gah! Kushina almost shouted. Even after you rescued me, I had to pin you to the wall and shove my tongue down your throat for you to realize I liked you, Kushina said, and made to pow while everyone chuckled. I know just the person for him, Naruto said with his eyes twinkling with mischief. And who is that person? Hashirama asked, and Naruto pointed to a woman with red hair and a blue dress. Oh! She is perfect for him, and I said, thinking about the new couple. Sure, until she gets pissed off and melts his balls, Miento sarcastically replied. Will you give it a rest? Kushina replied, smacking Miento again. Now, how should we do this? Kushina asked, and the dragons began plotting Toyirama's fate while he was completely unaware. 5 minutes later, everyone was in position. Get your ass up, Black Mio shouted as she appeared next to the brooding Toyirama. What do you want, Black? Toyirama asked, slightly afraid of her tone. Hell hath no fury as an angry Uzumaki, or Senju for that matter. We are going to dance. Now. Up, Mito said, and Toyirama complained. Why don't you take this offer up with my brother? He is your husband after all, Toyarama complained, as he just wanted some peace of mind. Now! Mito growled, and Toyarama jumped to his feet. That's better, Mito said, and dragged him to the dance floor. Toyarama and Mito were dancing, much against Toyarama's will, but he thought this would be the safest way out of the situation. Here, Hina said as she approached him. Have a drink, Hina offered, and Toyarama was about to refuse until he saw the murderous look on Mito's eyes. Even through the mask, he could feel her gaze drawing a hole in his skull should he refuse. Toyarama shook his head and gulped down the sake. I wonder when this nightmare is going to end, Toyarama thought to himself as someone poked him in his back. Heads up, Naruto said, and Toyarama got confused until he felt Naruto's foot on his back. Toyarama flew through the room. Naruto used his gravity manipulation to make sure Toyarama didn't collide with anyone and found his way into the arms of the right person. It only took a few seconds for Toyarama to collide with someone's back. Oh my, Meisei looking amused at Blue. You know, you have to crash into me to ask me for a dance. I'm not that hard to approach, Mei said, and offered her hand for a dance. Toyarama looked conflicted and thought best to accept, otherwise his balls might be in danger. I'm going to kill that brat, Blue angrily thought as he took her hand and led her to the dance floor. Success! Naruto shouted and every dragon cheered. Amagaker. In a dark cave, a lone figure could be seen walking towards another who was by the door. The one by the door had spiky orange hair with multiple piercings on his nose, chin, and ears. He was wearing a long black cloak with red clouds. He was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain, the other person called out as he approached. He had the same cloak with black spiky hair and an orange mask. It's time, Toby said, and Pain nodded, flashing through hand seals. In some unknown cave, 10 spectral figures could be seen standing in the dark. Every single one of them had the same black cloak with red clouds. They were standing in a perfect circle. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our newest member, Toby, Pain said as Toby waved to everybody. Toby is a good boy, Toby cheerfully stated. I guess these meetings won't be so dull now, Kisame said laughing, while Itachi remained stoic. As of now, we are back to 10 members. Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, Hidan, Itachi, Kisame, Setsu, Toby, Konan, and me, Pain started. It's time we begin our plans and start hunting down the Jinchurikis. As of now, both the Ichibi, Nibi, Hachibi, and the Kyubi are out of our grasp, Pain said until he was interrupted. Why don't we simply bomb the villages and then take them, Deidara said, molding clay in his hands. You're a fool, Deidara, Kakuzu started. The Hachibi has full control over his Biju, and he never leaves Kumagakur. Couple that with his brother A, the Yondaime Raikage, and it would be impossible for us to take them, Kakuzu said, and Pain nodded knowing that it was true. The same thing could be said of Konoha. According to my spies, the Kyubi brat has grown strong, Pain said. How strong? Itachi asked, curious about the growth of Naruto. Strong enough to take 2,000 shinobi and Yagura himself when he conquered the Mist Village alone, Pain said, and Itachi's eyes widened. You mean to tell me that the Kyubi brat stormed the Mist Village and defeated Yagura and his army? Kisame asked, not believing what he had heard. Yes, Pain simply replied. He is going to be a pain in the ass to capture, Kisame replied, laughing. The fact that the Kyubi brat is now being called the Shinobi no Kami, god of the shinobi, and that he has a fleet on site or in the bingo book is proof of his strength. Besides that, he also has full control over his Biju. Not only that, but he is always in the presence of at least his girlfriend Hyuga Hinata, who is also considered an S-rank shinobi and not to be taken lightly, Pain explained. I'll say, that damn girl defeated my second in command, forcing her into using Izanagi, Toby thought to himself. Things weren't looking good. As of now, those 4 are out of our reach. In the meantime, Hidan, Kakuzu, head for Taki and capture Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi. Itachi, Kisame, head for the Earth Country and scout for both the Yambi and Gobi. Deidara, Sasori, go to the Water Country and scout for Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the Rokubi, Pain ordered, and once he received acknowledgements from everyone, he left. Back in Amy, after the meeting was over, you know that you can only stand up to the Kyubi brat, right? Toby asked towards Pain. I don't think he is as powerful as you say he is, but if necessary, I'll be the one to capture him, Pain replied and walked off. Your time is coming to an end, Nagato. Toei fought darkly and warped away. Mei's bedroom, dawn. Everything was dark and quiet in this bedroom. As the sun came up in the sky, a few beams managed to sneak through the blinds and awake Mei from her slumber. Mei groggily woke up and brought her hand to her face to block the light. My head, Mei said, nursing her head and rising to a same position. Once she sat down on her bed, the sheets fell down to reveal her naked figure. Mei looked down and found it weird as she never slept naked, but then again, she couldn't remember much from last night. Mei tried to rise but found herself stuck as the sheets wouldn't budge. She looked to her right to find someone else lying there asleep. Judging by his lack of clothes, he was also naked. Oh god, Mei said to herself, covering up and shaking the man awake. Toyarama groggily opened his eyes and looked up to see the shocked face of Mei staring at him. Oh god! Mei yelled when she saw Toyarama's face and its blue mask on the floor. Shit. I'm going to kill that brat, Toyarama thought to himself and wondered how he was going to walk away from this one with his balls intact. Chapter 41. The Akatsuki Strikes. Konoha Gates. It was a serene day for the eternal guards of Konoha's gates. There was a small breeze in the air and the sun was shining high in the sky. Poor Izumo and Kotetsu were on their regular job. Kotetsu was sleeping like always while Izumo was tilting back in his chair looking up at the clear sky. Kukukukukuku. Izumo heard and shifted his eyes from the sky and to the gates, only to come face to face with the snake Sonic himself. Oh my. Look at what we have here. Kukukuku. Orochimaru said, chuckling darkly and licking his lips with his freakish long tongue. Orochimaru? Izumo started and proceeded to faint, smacking his head on the wooden desk. A small crack appeared as his forehead made contact with the wooden desk. Too easy, Orochimaru said, poofing into smoke to reveal Naruto in his battle armor. That wasn't even funny, Naruto pouted, while Red Kushina grinned at him and Hinata just shook her head. Alright team, Naruto called out, gathering the attention of the dragons. Go home while I report with Hinata-chan. I have a few things to talk about with Bachan, Naruto said, and everyone blurred out of his sight. It was a testament to their power as it only took a split second before every dragon was out of Naruto's field of vision. Then again, what would you expect from an S-rank shinobi? Let's go, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, and both of them jumped high in the sky, taking the rooftops towards the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. Yo, Bachan, Naruto said, making a hello gesture with his right arm as he entered Tsunai's office. As Naruto entered the office, it came into view just how much paperwork there was. Three Tsunais working hard on the paperwork while what Naruto guessed was the original, laid back in her chair with a cup of tea. Working hard, I see, Naruto said, amused with the glare he was receiving from the clones. He gave a small chuckle when he heard the clones murmur something about a rebellion against their tyrannical leader. A woman has to do what a woman has to do, I guess, Tsunai happily said, taking a sip of her drink. Shut up and get back to work, Tsunai yelled when she noticed the clones glaring at her. They flinched and got back to work, growling at their maker. So, welcome back, Tsunai said, welcoming Naruto and Hinata. They had been gone a couple of weeks. She was pleased as to how things were going. She had been hearing good news from the mist. It's good to be back. Mist is too moist for my taste, Naruto said, sighing in relief. And that mist is everywhere, and I mean everywhere, Naruto said while Tsunai's sweat dropped at his behavior. I didn't mind that kind of weather, Hinata replied, bringing a finger to her chin. Of course you didn't, Naruto replied, shaking his head. And there you can pull water from the air as you please, Naruto explained, and Hinata happily nodded. Enough of these pleasantries. Report, Tsunai ordered, and Naruto snapped from his child's play act and into his formal stance. The mission was a complete success. I'm pleased to say that the rebel side won the war, and with only 5% casualties since our arrival. Yagura, the Ondaime Mizukage Jinchuriki of the Sanbi, was defeated, and his tail beast was set free, Naruto explained, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Yes, the price they paid for our help was a promise to never seal the Sanbi into anyone, Naruto said, and got a small smile on his lips when he heard Kurama chuckle in his head. And they went along with that? Tsunade asked, dubious that they would agree with such terms. Kind of. I made a deal with Isabu that if he guarded their village as a guardian instead of a prisoner, then he would be set free, Naruto said, but Tsunade still wasn't convinced. It seemed that there was a chunk missing in his story. And the fact that Naruto couldn't promise pain to anyone that heard the zombie also helped him not supply again the glare from Naruto. Tsunade didn't need to know that Naruto was already threatening their allies. I should have known, Tsunade said, shaking her head. She should have known that side of Naruto to make sure that the Biju were treated fairly like any other living being. Here, Naruto said, and threw a scroll towards Tsunade, who easily caught it. What's this? Tsunade asked as she unwrapped the scroll, but Naruto shrugged his shoulders. The scroll was addressed specifically towards Tsunade, and Naruto didn't have the right to open it instead of her. This... Tsunade started with her eyes wide, looking at the contents of the scroll. What's wrong? Naruto asked, curious as to what would get such a reaction from Tsunade. It was like someone had just offered to pay up all of Tsunade's debts while giving her sake. The Mist is wanting to forge their special blades for us to use as a token of their appreciation for our help and to cement the alliance, Tsunade said, gobsmacked. The Mist was willing to forge their special blades for Konoha to use. The Mist had the best swords and all of them were special, either being Zabuza's Kubikiri Bocho or Kisame Samehara. Really? Naruto asked surprised, and Tsunade slowly nodded. She chuckled and placed down the scroll. The future was looking good, and she could have sworn she heard a squeal from Nico Yugao up in the ceiling. But enough of this. Any casualties? Tsunade asked, roaming through the paperwork. Yeah, about that, Naruto said, chuckling and scratching the back of his head. What happened? Tsunade said in a dangerous voice with her eyes blazing with fire. Even the clones stopped working and joined in on the glare. I swear it was Green's Hashirama's idea, Naruto quickly said, backing up and pointing his hands up as a shield. Back in the mist, Toyoran picked up Mei by her waist and lifted her up, pushing her against the wall. She wrapped her legs around his waist. Mei started running her hands through his hair as Toyorama hungrily kissed her neck. Mei tilted her head back in pleasure, allowing Toyoran better access to her soft skin. Toyoran walked forward and pushed her against her desk, knocking everything to the ground. So good, Mei moaned as Toyorama's hands started roaming through her body and massaging her thighs, upper flat stomach, filling her big and firm breasts. Feeling good, Mizuhime? Water Princess Toyoran asked closely to her ear. Mei got serious when she felt his warm breath down her ear and neck. I've got to thank that brat, Toyoran thought to himself, continuing his work. And then, as an offer's note, he says, and I leave the rest to your imaginations. Alright, back to the story. Back in Konoha. So you hooked up Blue Toyorama with Mei, Tsunade asked, and Naruto slowly nodded from behind Hina, much to her amusement. Nice work, brat, Tsunade said, and Naruto was surprised by that, but nonetheless sighed in relief. Naruto thought he would be on the receiving end of one of her punches when he and Hashirama decided to play matchmaker. Mei is a strong and independent woman. She will do him good, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. The only thing in real danger was Toyorama's balls, but Naruto could heal him should anything happen. And if things go well, we might have a way to first cement our alliance, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded, knowing that it was very true. Can you send your Anbu out of the room, Naruto rhetorically asked. I need to talk to you. In private, Naruto said, and Tsunade quickly caught up with the serious voice and did just that. And with a small wave of the hand, the Anbu left the room. Naruto quickly placed a silence shield so that nothing got out. So, what is it that you want? Tsunade asked cautiously and with a serious face. I need permission to talk with Sasuke, Naruto said, and Tsunade started sweating. Yeah, about that, Tsunade said, chuckling nervously. He kind of escaped the prison, Tsunade said, while her clones chuckled evilly at their owner's misfortune. How the fuck did he do that? Naruto blurted out. Language, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, scolding Naruto. I mean, I destroyed his chakra network. Not even you could have healed that kind of damage, so how the hell did he manage to escape, Naruto asked, and Tsunade sighed before explaining everything and showing him the surveillance tape that showed Tobi knocking the Anbu out and warping away with Sasuke. Gah! Naruto shouted in frustration, releasing enough chakra to crack the ground. That damn Uchiha is everywhere. Just what the hell does he want? Naruto yelled. First he released the Kyuubi and Konoha, killing my mother and father in the process. Then he goes to the Mist and starts a bloodline war. He what? Tsunade shouted, rising from her chair, but Naruto kept rambling on and promising a painful death to Tobi. Tobi was behind the scenes controlling Yagura. He was the one that began the bloodline purge, although we don't know to what end, Hinata explained towards her sensei, who fell back to her chair. Who the hell is this Uchiha? How can someone so powerful stay hidden from everyone? Especially the Konoha that was the Uchiha's birthplace. Tsunade Bachan, Naruto said, breaking Tsunade's train of thought. I want access to Konoha's archives about the Uchiha clan and permission to exhume Uchiha now, Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Why do you want that? Tsunade asked, and Naruto motioned Hinata to explain. I fought against Uchiha back in the Mist. She was a few years older than me, and she had an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hinata explained, and Tsunade's jaw dropped. Just what the hell was going on here? Uchihas were popping out everywhere. It's like they were copying each other. And if you look at the offers note here, you would see, the irony. Anyways, are you sure? Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded. I want to confirm that she existed and to see if there is a body to begin with, Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded, nursing her temples. She was having such a good day until Naruto arrived. Fine, Tsunade agreed, stamping a paper and giving it to Naruto so he had access to the archives. I'll set up the exhumation and perform the autopsy on the body, if there is one, Tsunade said. Alright, Naruto cheered back to his old personality. To Ichiraku's ramen stand, Naruto yelled, pumping his fist into the air and walking out the room with Hinata shaking her head at his behavior. Not so fast, Tsunade called out from behind her desk and stopping Naruto in his tracks. Now that you are back from your mission, I already have something planned for all the dragons while you are on vacation, so to speak, Tsunade stated, and Naruto stared at her. It seems that Tobirama will be busy in Kiri, so that leaves the dragons one man down. Since our Anbu commander decided to get himself killed, I need Hashirama and Mito on Anbu duty, Tsunade explained, roaming through the maze of papers before turning to Hinata. Hinata-chan, I need you at the hospital. We are short on personnel, and you could really help us out, Tsunade said, and Hinata nodded. As for you, Naruto-chan, I have a very good assignment, Tsunade said, chuckling, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her tone. I want you to participate in a small lecture at the academy for the students, Tsunade said, and Naruto stared at her. You want me to what? Naruto asked, confused, as he didn't know exactly what to do. You want me to teach the brats or something? Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side. Nothing like that. Konohamaru, you, and Kakashi will be participating in a small lecture for the students to tell them what the shinobi life is like from Genin to Chunin and finally Jonin, Tsunade explained, and Naruto slowly nodded. Why me though? Naruto asked, confused. There are plenty of Chunin around, Naruto stated. True, but you are the clan head of the Senju clan. Being a clan head does bring some obligations. Konohamaru is the first grandson and most likely one of the most promising and well-known genin. The same could be said for you in the Chunin area, and Kakashi is one of our best jonin, Tsunade explained, and Naruto nodded. Might be fun, Naruto said, grinning. So, when is this lecture I have to give? Naruto asked. I'll set up and tell you later, Tsunade said, and Naruto and Hinata left the room. Shizune! Tsunade yelled from her desk. Moments later, Shizune walked inside. Prep an autopsy room. I want this done quietly. Understood? Tsunade asked, and Shizune nodded. What are you looking at? Tsunade growled her clones. Back to work, she ordered, and the clones mumbled something before going back to their daily work. Tsunade sighed, tilting back in her chair. The wonderful life of a Kage, Tsunade said, taking a sip of her tea. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Naruto and Hinata arrive in a swirl as Naruto uses Kamui to quickly arrive at his favorite stand. And he was surprised to see Red, Kushina, gobbling up bowls of ramen. She was eating bowl after bowl, and didn't even invite Naruto. Dear Lord, Ichiraku said as he sped for the kitchen to keep up with the demand. It's like the Red Death is here once again, Ichiraku said, and Naruto chuckled inwardly. Old man, Naruto called out as he sat down with Hinata. You better speed up as I'm hungry, Naruto said, and Ichiraku paled. Ayame! Get in here! Ichiraku shouted to his daughter as he needed more hands on deck. Ayame ran to the kitchen and barely was able to greet Naruto before Ichiraku shoved a bowl in her face. How about a contest to see who eats more? Naruto asked Red, who grinned behind her mask. Ichiraku paled when he heard that. It was a shame he didn't know any clone technique. Ready? Red said as both of them picked up their chopsticks. Hinata and Yellow Minato could only shake their heads at their face-off. Set? Red said as a bowl of ramen was placed down in front of her. Go! Red said, and in a flash the bowl was empty. Ichiraku was running from place to place, and he was sweating. 10 bowls down, Naruto shouted as he managed to get a small lead ahead of Kushina. 10. Another, Kushina shouted at Ichiraku, who flinched and quickly placed another bowl down. 1 hour later. Victory! Naruto shouted as he placed the final bowl down and looked towards Kushina, who was passed out on her stool. I think, Naruto said as he brought his hand to his stomach. I'm gonna be sick, Naruto said, and ran towards a nearby bush and emptied his stomach. Ah! Kushina said from the stool as she regained her bearings. I win. You couldn't hold your liquor, Kushina said, panting before running towards the same bush.
Unbelievable,
Kurama muttered inside his host's mind. Even the fox was starting to feel nauseated. That's disgusting, Hinata said, and Minato just chuckled. Hinata and Minato ate a few bowls each and stopped once they were full, but Naruto seemed to have other plans. Both he and Kushina managed to eat an impressive 50 bowls each before they both threw up. I feel awful, Naruto said as he stumbled away towards his girlfriend. See you tomorrow, old man, Naruto said towards Ichiraku, who was on the ground huffing from the workout. Naruto took 2 steps before slamming face first on the ground with Kushina on top. You take her, I take him, Hinata said towards Minato, who nodded and picked up Kushina from the ground. Naruto, Hinata called out towards his boyfriend as he leaned on her arms for support. I have a favor to ask you, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her request. Anything for you, Hinata, and Naruto said, channeling a bit of Kurama's chakra to speed up the healing and bring him out of his sickness. I want to learn Senjutsu, Hinata said, and Naruto stopped walking and turned towards her. Okay, but why? Naruto asked, confused. Besides the fact it would be a huge power boost to me, I also want to explore the medical applications of it. I heard Hashirama can do wonders with it, and I want to try it as well, Hinata explained, and Naruto chuckled before nodding. Of course, since we have a few days, I'll teach you how to gather and control it, Naruto said, and Hinata pecked his cheek. Now, how about I show you how thankful I am, Hinata whispered into Naruto's ear, nibbling on his earlobe. He didn't have to be told twice before flashing away, leaving Minato with a fainting Kushina in his arms. How come I didn't think of that, Minato asked to no one as he also flashed home. Takigaku, next day. Takigaku was having a peaceful day as any other. Taki was a small shinobi village that didn't even come close to one of the Great Five. Their army rounded up to only 1,000 shinobi, and many wondered why they had a Biju to begin with. It's been a while, a man clad with a black cloak with red clouds said as he and another man stopped walking. I haven't been here in many years, Kakuzu said as he overlooked what was once his home village. Oi, 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 the other man screamed to his partner. He wore the same black cloak with red clouds. He had silver hair that was slicked back and purple eyes. On his back, he carried a triple-bladed scythe. Don't you go all mushy on me, Hidan screamed. Shut up, Hidan, or do you want us to get caught? Kakuzu reasoned as they walked through the village disguised by a small genjutsu. If it were up to me, I would kill everybody so I could bathe in the glory of Jashin-sama. All hail Jashin, Hidan screamed, drawing the attention of nearby people. Shut up, Hidan, or I'll kill you, Kakasu stated. As if you could, Hidan replied, making Kakasu groan in annoyance. They seemed to be walking calmly, but both of them kept their ears sharp for any chatter regarding Fu, the Jinchuriki they were hunting. Thank you, Fu said to the store owner as she ran towards her house with a small bag. Green hair, orange eyes. It's her, Hidan, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, Kakasu said as both of them watched their target leave, running towards the edge of the village. After all, the village was rather small when compared to the other great nations. If I remember correctly, she's heading to the edge of the village, Kakasu murmured to himself. Why don't you go play with the village while I take our target, Kakasu said to his teammate. Finally! Watch this, Jashin-sama. It'll be a show that you will never forget, Hidan said. He dispelled the genjutsu and picked up his scythe before he went running for the village, swinging his scythe wildly. And people say I'm insane for collecting hearts, Kakasu said, as he watched Hidan behead a civilian. At least he'll keep the village out of my way while I finish things with Fu, Kakasu said to himself before blurring after Fu. Waterfall Tower. Shibuki-sama, one shinobi yelled as he rushed towards the waterfall tower in the middle of the village. What's the problem? Shibuki quickly replied, saying up from his chair. We are being attacked by a Nukenin, the shinobi explained, taking deep breaths. Nukenin as in single, Shibuki asked, and the shinobi only nodded. Gather civilians and evacuate them to the tunnels beneath the lake. Summon the waterfall unit and have them stall the enemy until the evacuation is complete, Shibuki ordered, and the shinobi nodded, poofing into smoke. Takigakur main clearing. Mwahahaha! Hidan laughed as he slashed at another poor soul. All hail Jashin! Hidan shouted as he bathed in the blood of his enemies. Mizu Tatsumaki! Water tornado, Shibuki said, blurring through hand seals. A tornado of water rushed head-on and crashed into Hidan, who was sent flying into a nearby tree. Who the fuck did that? Hidan screamed as he got up to see someone with ink-black eyes and long, dark brown hair. Black cloak with red clouds. Akatsuki, Shibuki thought in worry. If this shinobi was really from the Akatsuki, then there was no one in the village strong enough to take him down. Send word to the Leaf that we are under attack and dispatch a team to Fu's location, Shibuki ordered. We can only hope to hold on until help arrives, Shibuki thought to himself, as he made another set of hand seals. Takigakuryu, Mizukiri no Yaiba, waterfall style, water cutting sword, Shibuki said, as water materialized itself on the palm of his hand and suddenly solidified. Shibuki rushed head-on against the trespasser. Looking at the horizon, he could see smoke from an explosion. Don't you dare lose Fu, Shibuki thought as he clashed with Hidan's scythe. Each clash of sword against scythe drew sparks from the power behind each swing. Shibuki ducked under a horizontal swing. Shibuki kicked Hidan's foot, making him lose his balance and tackled him away to get some distance. Hidan got up and rushed Shibuki. Hidan ducked under a kunai thrown by another shinobi. Hidan jumped in the air and brought his scythe down only for Shibuki to sidestep it and thrust his blade forward. Hidan tilted his body to his side and allowed the blade to pass by him safely. Hidan tilted his head back and headbutted Shibuki, who groaned in pain and fell backwards. Suiton, Suryuda no Jutsu, Water Dragon, Shibuki called out, and a water dragon rose from the jutsu with shining yellow eyes. The dragon roared and went for Hidan, who placed his scythe in front of him, blocking most of the damage, but nonetheless he was blasted backwards. Die! Shibuki yelled as he appeared next to a dazed Hidan and flexed his blade forward. The blade went through Hidan's back, right through his heart. Awesome, a shinobi cheered. Shibuki-sama is strong, another stated. Fuck! Hidan said as he spat some blood onto the ground. That hurt, Hidan said, looking directly at the widened eyes of Shibuki and everyone else. Oi, oi, stop moving, will you, Hidan said, and Shibuki quickly withdrew his blade and went to behead Hidan, only to have his arm caught. Hidan caught his arm and kicked him away. What monster is he? Shibuki asked as he spat blood to the ground and got up in a defensive stance. Fetch the Fiyu no Mizu, hero's water, Shibuki ordered, and the shinobi paled but went to get it. Apparently the enemy was stronger than it seemed. Fu versus Kakuzu. Boom! The tree was completely destroyed when a massive fireball collided with it. Fu jumped out and landed safely on the ground. She turned and came face to face with her aggressor. So, you came for me after all, Fu said as her heart started racing and adrenaline fled her veins. Why don't you come with us, girl? You and I both know you stand no chance, Kakuzu stoically said. I have a few aces up my sleeves, Fu said as she blurred through hand seals. Suiton Tepodama! Water bullet, Fu said, and sent multiple water bullets against Kakuzu who remained in place. Doton Suchi no Yoroi. Rock armor, Kakuzu fought as the skin became pitch black from being hardened with earth chakra. The water bullets hit Kakuzu, but he wasn't even phased. Kakuzu didn't even buckle as he felt nothing more than drops of water, as if it was rain. Tisk! Fu fought as she fought what she could do against such a foe. She didn't want to call and depend on Naruto to help her. If she called him, she would be placing him in harm's way as well, and she didn't want to risk it unless she absolutely needed to. Kakuzu dashed forward and engaged Fu in a taijutsu brawl. Fu quickly realized she didn't stand a chance as she was easily overpowered in both speed and strength. Fu's hits couldn't scratch Kakuzu's hardened skin and his punches felt like stone. Doton, Domu, Earth Spear, Kakuzu said as his right fist hardened even more and slammed into Fu's face. Fu dispersed in a puddle of water. Water clone, Kakuzu fought as several water whips burst from the ground and wrapped around his feet. Suiton, Soryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon, Fu shouted as a massive dragon rose from the ground, headed towards the immobile Kakuzu who stood his ground. The dragon washed into him with high pressure. Once the dragon attack was over, Kakuzu stood there being only drenched head to toe. You're going to have to do better, Kakuzu said as he broke the water restraints and jumped back to gain some distance. My turn, Kakuzu said, flashing for hand seals. Gatan, Sogaku no Jutsu, Cranium Carver, Kakuzu said, and a small but powerful fireball was sent towards Fu at high speeds. Fu poofed into smoke, revealing a small wooden log as the fireball crashed into the ground, exploding into a fire dome, scorching the ground and lighting up the trees in flames. Fu watched sadly as her house was consumed by the flames. Fu turned her attention towards her village and noticed that there were also fires there. She figured that the village was being kept busy while Kakuzu dealt with her. That or the village couldn't be bothered to send help. After all, who would want to help out a demon? Fu was brought out of her thoughts when she saw Kakuzu rushing towards her. Let me help, Chome said through their mental link. Chome? Fu said, surprised to hear her. If they capture you, it'll be the end for both of us, Chome reasoned, but Fu was adamant. I can't control your chakra in the version 2 cloak, and I think that version won't do much against them, Fu replied to her Bijou as she held off Kakuzu as best as she could. Power isn't always the best solution, Chome critically said, bringing a small smile to Fu's face. You have other gifts other than my chakra, Chome said, and Fu nodded, ducking under a punch and jumping backwards to safety. Haijutsu, Muchios, insect summoning jutsu, Fu said as she placed her hands on the ground and started releasing chakra into it. Insects from all kinds started gathering near Fu. Kakuzu wanted none of that and rushed forward. Kakuzu thought that Fu was weak and that it wasn't necessary to employ any ninjutsu for now. Bosui no Jin, Spindle Formation, Fu said, and a wave of bugs rushed Kakuzu in a spiral formation, stopping any advancement he tried. Kakuzu was being overwhelmed by the amount of bugs. Kakuzu decided to stop playing with his prey and his skin burst open. From inside his body came out a glob of black something with a red mask. The red mask flew high into the sky and fired a fireball towards the original Kakuzu. Kakuzu was set into flames, as well as the bugs were incinerated, as well as part of his cloak. A small price to pay to get rid of those annoyances. Fu ducked under the whip of the black something, and then she looked carefully at Kakuzu and noticed that he was releasing black threads from his skin. You're Kakuzu, a nukenim from this village, Fu said, shocked. This person defected long ago, but apparently he was still running around. Indeed, Kakuzu said as he released a mouthful of black threads from his mouth. His body started convulsing as 3 other black globes shot from inside of it. Kakuzu was now standing with 4 masks around him. 1 red mask, 1 light blue, 1 dark blue, and the last was a yellow mask. Both red and light blue masks came together and fused. Both masks opened their mouths as chakra started gathering in each. Katan, Zogaku no Jutsu, Cranium Carver. Futon, Atsugai, Pressurized Wind Bomb. Both masks released their attacks. The fire stream combined with the wind attack powering up, a wave of fire was released, scorching the ground as it made its way towards Fu, who had her eyes widened at the magnitude of the attack. Fu channeled a bit of her Biju's chakra and focused it on her back. Suddenly 2 wings popped out and started flapping wildly. Fu quickly rose into the sky as high as she could to try and escape the inferno that her enemy had unleashed. Though she avoided the fire attack, she didn't get too far as the light blue mask came up behind her. Futon, Atsugai, Pressurized Wind Bomb, Kakuzu said as the light blue mask released a pressurized wind bomb that collided head-on with Fu. Fu crashed hard onto the ground and had trouble getting up from taking such a direct blow. Fu winced as Shomi's chakra got to work on healing her wounds as she got back up. Hiden, Renpon Gaku no Jutsu, secret, hiding and skill power technique, Fu said as she exhaled a white power temporarily blinding Kakuzu. Fu got up and jumped back as far as she could to regain her breath. Man, I never had such fun, Hidan said as he approached Kakuzu. Hidan was carrying someone on his back. There was a body dangling from his scythe. Oh, back already? Kakuzu asked as he noticed how bloody Hidan was. It looks like you didn't lose your head this time, Kakuzu said. Shut up, you bastard! Hidan screamed, and Fu's eyes widened when she saw Shibuki's form with a scythe through his chest. Oh, Shibuki. Fu fought, sobbing as mass amounts of chakra surged through her body. Kakuzu and Hidan stopped talking and turned their attention towards Fu.
You bastards!
I'm gonna kill you both! Fu shouted as purple chakra surrounded and she entered her version 2 cloak. And that's the end of chapter 41. Let me know how much you guys enjoyed this chapter on a scale of 1 to 10. And we'll now move on to chapter 42, which is called Power Unmatched. Here we go. Chapter 42, Power Unmatched. Previously. No. Shibuki. Fu fought, sobbing as a mass amount of chakra surged through her body. Kakuzu and Hidan stopped talking and turned their attention towards Fu.
You bastards!
I'm going to kill you both! Fu shouted as purple chakra surrounded her and she entered her version 2 cloak. Now, Kakuzu and Hidan watched in wonder as the purple spear completely surrounded Fu. The ground was slightly shaking and the winds were rustling through the playing field. Suddenly the whole spear turned pitch black and a large beam of energy was shot into the sky. That can't be good, Kakuzu thought as she shielded his face from the scorching winds that Fu's transformation was releasing.
Roar!
A massive roar was heard from inside the spear. Both Akatsuki members flinched when they felt a massive shockwave that made the earth shake. The black spear started receding and Kakuzu could now see 2 glowing green eyes behind the small layer that was now the spear. Boom! The black spear suddenly exploded outwards, blasting everything away. Kakuzu and Hidan were blown away as a small crater formed from Fu's transformation. There, in the middle of the crater, was Fu, completely surrounded in a dark blue chakra cloak. She had 5 tails swinging wildly and wings protruded from her back. She was on all 4s like some hungry lion ready to pounce on his dinner. Around her blue shell was a small protective layer of bones. The bones covered about half of her body. The bones were shaped like claws on her legs, and around her head was a white cranium with 2 massive horns. Even through her helmet of sorts, the 2 green eyes remained glowing in the background and shining through the bone structure. Fu, are you in there? Chome asked her host. Chome wondered how did Fu manage to pull so much chakra from her since the seal was still intact.
Roar!
Fu roared at the 2 Akatsuki members who braced themselves for their upcoming doom. Kakuzu cursed Hidan for the 1000th time. He just had to kill and bring with him a person that the Jinchuriki seemed to like, and in such a condition. She's completely lost it. She isn't in control, Chummy thought, as she wrestled through the seal for control. Fu was a wild gun at this point, as she was nothing but instinct. Fu was nothing more than pure destruction, lusting for revenge against her two enemies. Things could go really bad from here for either the Akatsuki members or anyone that stood in front of Fu using her version 2 cloak. Fu called herself and leaped forward at blinding speeds. Before Hidan could react, Fu leaned her head forward and completely pierced him with her two horns. One horn in each shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Hidan screamed and tried to get away, but he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Kagsu quickly rushed his teammate and tried to kick Fu away, only to be swatted away by one of her tails, like some bothersome fly. Hidan was panicking and having flashbacks of his life as Fu removed her horns and secured Hidan to the ground using her tails. Hidan screamed as Fu opened her mouth and purple chakra started gathering in her mouth just inches away from Hidan's face. Kakazu! Hidan screamed in fear for the first time in his life as he watched the tail beast bomb increase in size right in front of him. Katon, Sugoku no Jutsu, Cranium Carver, Kakazu said, and fired a powerful fireball towards Fu. The fireball collided with Fu but got only white smoke. She didn't even bother to turn towards Kakazu. She had just one target on her mind right now, and he was right where she wanted him. The purple ball stopped growing, and with a small shockwave, it compressed to the size of marbles. Fu roared, and the small ball was sent forward, breaking through Hidan's teeth and entering his mouth. Before Hidan could process what happened, he swallowed the chakra ball. Hidan didn't have time to scream as the chakra ball exploded, lighting everything up. Suetun, Mizurapa, wild water wave, Kaksu said, and unleashed a water wave towards the site of the explosion to try and salvage what would remain of his partner. Suddenly, a shockwave rocked through the ground and a crater formed. Chunks of Hidan's body were blasted away from the epicenter. An arm here, a leg over there, his head not too far away from his torso, nowhere to be seen. It was completely obliterated. Kaksu had his eyes wide at the state of his partner. Hidan was supposed to be immortal and indestructible. He had increased regeneration and allowed any wound to heal in a matter of seconds. But now, he wasn't so sure of his immortality. Kaksu focused his eyes on his target. From inside the smoke, the same two green eyes were seen glowing. Fu started walking out of the crater as her state became more and more visible. She didn't suffer any damage from any of Kaksu's attacks or for being in the sight of the explosion. The only problem this time was a sixth tail that had just been formed. Kakazu had sweat rolling down his face as he noticed the predicament he was in. His partner had been obliterated and now he was facing a six-tailed Jinchuriki who wasn't pleased with him. Even Kakazu couldn't hope to withstand or even block a mildly powered tailed beast bomb. Remain calm. You still have your 5 hearts. Kakazu fought as he planned the best he could against his target who, right now, didn't seem like some weak girl. Oi! Kakazu! Hidan screamed, and Kakazu's eyes widened. Kakazu slowly turned to his right to see Hidan's head screaming towards him. You're still alive? Kakazu started looking at the state of his partner. I can't die, you bastard! Hidan shouted, slowly regenerating. He had already regained his vocal cords as his neck was already reformed. Stitch my arms and legs back together while I heal, Hidan said, and Kakazu got to do just that. He had his 4 masks keep Fu busy while he stitched what remained of Hidan back together. Hidan's head was on the ground with 2 legs and half of his arm. Kakazu watched in amazement as Hidan's neck was growing downwards. Suddenly the neck expanded and started forming a shoulder as it connected to the chunk of the surviving half of his arm, while the other arm was being rebuilt from nothing. Since the pieces were stitched, they just fell into their place, so to speak. Fu wasn't happy that her victim survived her attack. Fu roared and all of the masks were blasted back. Kakazu turned his attention towards Fu, who was running towards him. Fu raised one of her paws and slammed it on the ground, making a huge shockwave that pushed everything away. Kakazu flew back while Hidan just tumbled through the ground as he was still healing. Futon, Atsugai, pressurized wind bomb. The light blue mass sent a compressed air ball towards Fu. The ball exploded on impact, and Fu was sent tumbling through the ground and crashed into a tree. They were already out of the village since their fight began. Fu shook her head as she got up to see the green face of Hidan. "I can't die, bitch!" Hidan shouted at her while laughing maniacally. Hidan raised his scythe and brought it down as hard as he could. Clang. The scythe collided with her defensive bones. Hidan's scythe didn't even scratch her defenses. Fu swung one of her tails, and Hidan was thrown backwards. Fu turned her attention towards Kagutsu, who was staying still with his mass around him. 2 masks on each side with him in the middle. Katon, Karyudan, Fire Dragon. Suiton, Suryudan, Water Dragon. Doton, Doryudan, Earth Dragon. Futon, Furyudan, Wind Dragon. Raiton, Raryudan, Lightning Dragon. Each mask charged and unleashed its own version of the elemental dragon. The 5 elemental dragons rose into the sky, coiling themselves together. The wind dragon powered the fire dragon. The water dragon powered up the lightning dragon. The dragons roared and blurred towards Fu, who couldn't dodge in time. Boom! The big explosion was felt, and Kagutsu smirked, knowing that not even Fu could escape that combination without suffering any damage. He had to thank Senju Naruto for showing him the Lightning Dragon all those years ago. Maybe he could thank him in person if he ever got the task to capture the 9 Tails. The smoke cleared, and Fu was struggling to get up. All of the bones were cracked and some even gone. Even with her chakra-reinforced blue shell, anyone could make out that she had burn marks from the explosion. Hidan! Now! Kagutsu shouted as Hidan appeared next to Fu and brought his scythe down right on her burned parts. Hidan chose the burn marks because it was where Fu was the most fragile. Fu was able to dodge slightly and avoid being completely pierced by his scythe, but Hidan managed to cut her deep enough to draw blood. Hidan laughed as he jumped back. He brought his scythe to his mouth and licked the small amount of blood there was on the tip of his weapon. Slowly but surely, Hidan's skin started turning pitch black, with a white drawing of his bones. Hidan cut open his wrist and let blood flow out onto the ground. Hidan drew a triangle inside a circle and stepped into the middle of both. Hidan took out a spear and shouted, "For you, Jashin-sama," and pierced right through his chest, puncturing his right lung and nearly missing his heart. Roar! Fu roared in pain as she dropped to the ground and writhed in pain. She roared as she tried to stand back up, but to no avail. Fu started losing her cloak as the bones disintegrated into dust and her tail started receding. "Oh Lord, the pain. It feels so good," Hidan says. He took pleasure in the pain coursing through his body. In the meantime, Fu's version 2 cloak completely dissipated, leaving her cloak transparent. Anyone could see the horrible state she was in. A large hole in her shoulder that was sizzling as Chomi's chakra focused solely on it. Her skin was blood red, meaning that it had been completely burned off. Suddenly the whole cloak vanished and Fu was left on the ground panting and barely conscious. "I'm an idiot. Why did I lose myself?" Fu thought to herself. She gave in to her anger and could have gone on a rampage, destroying everything, even her village. "What a mess," Kagutsu said, looking at the battlefield. Everything within a 100-meter radius was gone and replaced with nothing but death. There was no plant life, no nothing. There was nothing but destruction. You, Fu started saying, making Kagutsu turn to her. "You've made a grave mistake," Fu said, chuckling weakly, slowly opening her eyes. You are all gonna die," Fu said, making Kagutsu raise an eyebrow. "And what mistake would that be?" Kagutsu asked, amused and excited to hear her explanation. "You should have knocked me out when you had the chance," Fu shouted, and faster than anyone could react, she took out a 3-pronged kunai from her pouch and stabbed it into the ground in front of her. Fu almost buried the kunai to the hilt from the speed and power she put behind it. Kagutsu's eyes widened when he recognized the kunai. He was quickly brought out of his thoughts when a clearing was illuminated with a yellow flash. Once Kagutsu and Hidan regained their vision, Kagutsu's blood ran cold. Senju Naruto was standing in front of them, and by the look of his face, he was pissed. His blood-red eyes were glowing, and the ground was shaking from his chakra pressure. Moments earlier with Naruto, Konohana's academy. Alright, quiet down, Iruka said to his class, who still continued to make noise. I said settle down, Iruka yelled, and everyone quickly shut up and sat down. From the hall, Naruto chuckled inwards. It looked like Iruka still used his trademark jutsu. Now, Iruka started seeing that the class had calmed down. Today is a very special day. Today we have free guests that will be available for questions on their shinobi duties and how difficult the missions are, Iruka said, and the class started cheering that they wouldn't be listening to Iruka for once. If you behave, they might show you a few tricks, Iruka said, and he was amused by their reaction. Everyone was giddy to meet the shinobi that would be teaching them instead of learning history or math from Iruka. Now, without further ado, I introduce you, Saratobi Konohamaru, Iruka said, and Konohamaru poofed into existence in the middle of the class, shocking all the academy students, saying that he came from nowhere. Konohamaru is a genin that graduated just last year and is already signed up for the next tuning exams, Iruka said, and the class cheered. Believe it! Konohamaru shouted, pumping his fist into the air. He's kinda cute, Hanabi thought to herself, suppressing a blush. That bastard stole my line, Naruto thought towards Konohamaru, considering putting him in a Tsukiyomi as a punishment. Next we have Senju Naruto, Iruka said, and the whole class gasped as Naruto appeared in a yellow flash near Konohamaru. The girls all had stars in their eyes, seeing that gorgeous face of Naruto while the boys glared at him. After all, Naruto was good looking, strong, and famous. As you all know, Naruto-kun here is a Chunin, the head of the Senju clan and grandson of our Hokage, Iruka explained, and Naruto nodded. And finally, we have our final guest, Hatake Kakashi, Iruka said, and waited, and waited. 5 minutes had passed, and there was no smoke and no door opening. I'll be right back, Naruto said, sighing, and vanished in a yellow flash. Iruka sighed, knowing that Kakashi still had his nasty habits. Not 1 minute later, Naruto arrived with Kakashi in tow, completely wrapped with rope. Naruto, was this necessary? Kakashi asked, as Naruto dropped him to the ground with a thumb sound. Yes. Yes, it was, Naruto said, nodding his head. As I was saying, Hatake Kakashi, one of our best Jonin. He is known as the Copy Ninja Kakashi. The man who knows over 1,000 jutsu, Iruka explained, and the class got giddy at such shinobi. Too bad none of them knew that Naruto could defeat Kakashi with a flick of a finger. Now, are there any questions, Iruka asked, and the class exploded, much to Naruto's amusement. Alright, settle down. Emi-chan, you go, Iruka said, and the girl nodded in appreciation. Senju-sama, Emi started, but got interrupted. Just Naruto will do, Naruto said, and the girl shyly nodded. Naruto-san, I heard you are quite strong. So, why are you still a Chunin, Emi asked, and Iruka admired the pretty decent question. It's simple, really. There are 2 ways to be promoted to Jonin. You can either get a field promotion based on the reports of your performance, or you can take the Jonin exams. The reason I'm still a Chunin is because a few weeks ago I returned from a 3-year train trip, Naruto explained, and Emi nodded happily. Next, Kimi-chan, Iruka said, and the boys groaned as Iruka was only picking girls. Kakashi-san, how'd you get that scar on your eye, Kimi asked, and Naruto flinched as he knew the story behind that. Kakashi hummed as he closed his pervert book and gathered his thoughts. It was the first mission after my promotion to Jonin. I got slashed by a sword and ended up blind in this eye, Kakashi explained, but Kimi got confused. Blind? But your eye looks fine, Kimi said, and Kakashi shifted uncomfortably. One of my teammates died on that mission. His name was Uchiha Obito. He sacrificed his life to save mine and gave me his eye as a gift, Kakashi said, sighing, and activated his Sharingan for the whole class to see. He gave me his Sharingan so he could see the world through my eyes, Kakashi stated. He was a hero, Kimi said, and Kakashi happily nodded. That is the way of the shinobi. Make no mistake, Kakashi started in a serious tone. death is a constant. The only way to survive and be strong is to form bonds. Train and fight for those you hold dear, and you will achieve power beyond your wildest dreams, Kakashi said, and Naruto nodded while Konohamaru was drawing blanks. Alright, Iruka said, breaking everyone from the sour mood. Next, Jiro-kun, Iruka said. Finally, Jiro shouted, much to Iruka's amusement. Hey brat, how old are you? Jiro blurted out towards Konohamaru. Who are you calling a brat? Brat, Konohamaru asked, fuming. You, Jiro replied. You look weak. I bet I could take you on, Jiro replied, saying from his chair. Bring it on, Konohamaru said as he placed his hands in a T formation ready to form shadow clones. Enough! Iruka stopped the growing argument and advanced towards another student. Hanabi-chan, you're up, Iruka said, and Hanabi nodded. So she's Hinata-chan's younger sister. They kind of look alike, Naruto thought to himself before Hanabi drew his attention. How is Hinata so strong? Hanabi asked, and the whole class went silent. Some students muttered around asking who this Hinata was. I don't intend to badmouth your father, if I can call him that, Naruto started, and Hanabi flinched. The Juken style you are learning never suited her. The Juken style was built to work around a steady stance with quick counter-strikes. However, Hinata-chan is a water-natured user. She is supposed to flow and avoid her enemy like water finding its path, Naruto explained, and Hanabi listened. As such, Hinata-chan would never truly master the original Juken. Your father never noticed this or just didn't want to see it, so he kept pushing her towards something she would never be able to achieve. With each failure, Hiyashi grew angry at her until he was finally sick of it, and expelled Hinata from the clan, Naruto said, and the class gasped, turning to Hanabi who shrunk in her seat. You asked me how is she so strong, Naruto said, gathering his thoughts. She was always strong to begin with. She had very high potential, but was being limited by your father's strict rules. Once we began training together, and with a bit of incentive and compliments, she found her way and built herself to all that she is today, Naruto replied, smiling. He really loves her, Kakashi replied, looking towards his little brother. You should swing by the Senju compound. She would be happy to see you, Naruto said, and Hanabi could only nod. Excuse me, Hisao interrupted and gathered the attention of everyone. Who is this Hinata? Hisao asked. That would be Hyuga Hinata, Hanabi's older sister and my girlfriend, Naruto explained, and sighed when he heard the pals from some girls. I think I know a way to get rid of their fangirl ways, Naruto thought to himself as he flared his chakra. Why did you flare your chakra, Naruto? Kakashi asked confused, but Naruto waved him off. A few seconds later, everyone felt the chakra usage and they could see water swirling in the middle of the room. Hinata had just arrived via water Shinshin. You called Naruto-kun? Hinata asked in a soft voice. She was wearing a white medic garb that ended up just below her knees. The coat was buttoned up and looked like it might burst open from her bust. She had her hair trapped in a long ponytail. Naruto brought his hand to his nose as he didn't expect her to look so hot in a simple medic outfit. You like it, Naruto-kun? Hinata cutely asked, bringing a finger to her chin. Bump! Naruto dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes with blood running from his nose. Hinata giggled and crouched to pick her boyfriend up when Naruto awakened and grabbed her. He leaned up and whispered, "Save that outfit for later." And Hinata blushed but quickly let it go as they were in front of kids. Naruto cleared his throat and the blood on his nose and turned to face the class once again. Now, I would like to introduce you to Hyuga Hinata, my girlfriend, Naruto said, and the boys had stars in their eyes. Now, girls, look carefully at her, Naruto said, and Hinata raised an eyebrow at what he was doing. She didn't exactly like being in the spotlight. Isn't she gorgeous? Naruto rhetorically asked, and the class could only nod. Even Kakashi, Rika, and Konohamaru nodded. Now, what if I told you that she can give the Hokage a run for her money, Naruto said, and the class had their eyes widened. This girl of 17 years was stronger than the Hokage? She's living proof that you can dedicate your life to being a shinobi while still being beautiful, Naruto said, pecking the cheek of his girlfriend. Naruto looked backwards, and Iruka sent him a thankful nod, seeing as Naruto tried to get rid of the fangirls. He's right. Nichan is so pretty, Hanabi thought, as she decided she would definitely get to know her better. She was everything Hanabi wanted to be, strong and beautiful. Thank you for participating, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, and Hinata was in a pickle. Naruto had basically fawned her to these kids like a piece of meat, but she knew he intended to bring these girls out of their ways, so she would forgive him. See you at home, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, and disappeared in a water shinshin. Now, next question, Iruka said, and the class raised their arms once again. Kaio-chan, Iruka said, and the girls squealed loudly. Dear Kami, Kakashi thought when he started hearing a small ring in his ears. That girl would put Sakura to shame, Iruka thought sadly. Sakura was the first one to go. Can I touch your fan, Kaio asked, but Naruto frowned. This fan is very special. Konohamaru suddenly walked up to Kakashi. Looks like Naruto is the center of attention, Konohamaru whispered, while Kakashi only nodded. Not that he minded much. He didn't care much for glory, but neither did Naruto. And it belonged to my grandfather, Uchiha Madara. Naruto finished his explanation as to why Mayo couldn't touch the fan without dying. But he took it out and showed it to everybody. Next, Isamu-kun, Iruka said, and the kid nodded and faced Naruto once again, who sighed. Do you really have the Kyuubi trapped inside of you? Isamu asked, and silence followed his question. I do, but why do you ask? Naruto asked, curious. How can he fit in there? Don't you get a tummy ache? Isamu asked, curious, and Naruto laughed. They are naive, but funny, Naruto thought, before a wild thought occurred in his mind.
He wouldn't,
Kurama thought as he noticed the face his host had.
He is,
Kurama thought as he noticed Naruto had bit his finger and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Kyuubi no Yoko, summoning technique, nine-tailed demon fox, Naruto said, slamming his hand on the ground. Chibi-fied version, Naruto added in afterthought as the smoke disappeared to reveal a small, nine-tailed fox. Kurama was in the outside world and no bigger than a bunny.
I'm not amused,
Kurama stated as Naruto picked him up and placed him on top of his head. Class, meet the Kyuubi, Naruto said, and the girls squealed at how adorable the little fox looked. Kakashi was just amused as to how Naruto could treat a fox that could wipe out their village in less than a minute like that. You see, he doesn't take up much space, Naruto said amused, and Kurama started growling, though it sounded like the fox was just yipping away. Next, Ichigo-kun, Iruka said, and an orange-haired boy nodded. What's the name of your most powerful jutsu? Ichigo asked towards the free shinobi in front of him. Rasengan, Konohamaru said, making a blue ball of chakra appear in his hand. That would be my Raikiri, Kakashi replied as his hand sparkled with chakra. My strongest purely offensive jutsu would be the Raiton Raijin no Ken, Fist of the Thunder God, Naruto stated. The Susanoo was considered more of a shield than a weapon, not that it didn't pack quite a punch, and the Rinnegan he wanted to keep a secret for as long as he could. Can you show us? Ichigo asked, and Kakashi paled. Better not, unless you want to turn the village into a crater, Kakashi quickly replied, as to not give ideas to Naruto, who grinned. Alright, next question, Yuki-chan, Iruka said, and the girl nodded, saying up. What can you tell us of Uchiha Madara? Yuki asked, and everyone raised an eyebrow.
I can tell you that he was a bastard for controlling me, and if I see him again, I'm gonna eat him.
The Chibi Kyuubi growled. Easy there, Kyuubi-kun, Naruto said, making Kurama glare at him. I don't know much about the man since I never met him, Naruto started. I suppose I can tell them a few things that Tosan told me, Naruto thought. For starters, he was a proud man. He was never ashamed of flaunting either his clan name or the superiority of the Sharingan. You can say that he was arrogant, but he could easily back up his words with his power, Naruto said before another thought occurred to him. Though I don't quite understand why he was called Konoha's greatest traitor. The only thing I know he did was leave the village. That hardly calls for such a title, Naruto said in afterthought, and everyone got to thinking. Naruto had a point. Why was Madara this great traitor when he simply left the village? Well, he did try to kill Shodaime, Kakashi stated, and Naruto nodded. Although Orochimaru left the village and tried to kill his son Daime. Oh please, Naruto said, waving his hand. Those two hate each other, but he would have never gone through with it. I heard he was a big softie on the inside, Naruto said, and Kakashi had his eyes widened. Uchiha fucking Madara, a softie, Kakashi wondered and thought. If Madara was a softie, then what would Naruto call a hard ass? His name alone would bring fear to every nation, Kakashi thought, shaking his head. Have you ever wondered why those two never kill each other? Naruto rhetorically asked. They fought countless times as they grew up, and they never kill each other. That's because, even though they were enemies, they were like brothers. Neither of them would be able to actually land the finishing blow, Naruto explained, and Kakashi stared at him. Look at it this way, Naruto started. Hashirama was one of the greatest medics to ever live. Don't you think he'd be able to make sure he was dead during his final battle? He saw Madara on the ground and couldn't finish him off, Naruto explained. What more can I tell you? Naruto asked out loud before continuing. He loved his family very much, especially his little brother Uchiha Izuna, Naruto said, and the class and even Iruka listened. It wasn't every day you could hear so much about such an old figure. Minato's point of view, flashback. Tosan! Tosan! A 5-year-old blonde-haired kid ran for the forest yelling to his father. Minato-kun, Madara said as Minato stopped near his father. Come look, quick, Minato said and dragged an amused Madara after him. Once they stopped running, they were at the entrance of a forest. Look, look, Minato said and took a deep breath and suddenly started running towards the tree. As Minato arrived near the tree, he placed his right foot on it, sticking himself to the bark. He then continued running up all the way up the tree, reaching the top. I finally did it, Minato shouted from the top of the tree. I can see that, Madara said amused at the cheerful attitude of his son. And you only took a few days. If you keep this going, you'll be as strong as your old man in no time, Madara said as Minato jumped down and landed in front of him. Really? Minato asked hopefully. Of course, Madara said, ruffling Minato's wild hair. You are my son, after all, Madara said, and both left towards their home where Hanako was preparing dinner. Tosan? Minato asked his father while they were walking home. Madara turned to Minato and motioned him to go on. Do you know why Kasan is sick? Minato asked slowly. There's nothing for you to worry about, Minato-kun, Madara said, laughing. Let's just say your mother is cooking your little brother, Madara said, amused when Minato jumped into the air at the prospect of a little brother. Minato didn't have many friends as they lived quite a distance away from the nearest town. Really? Minato asked hopefully, and Madara nodded. What's his name? Minato asked, curious about his little brother to be. Since Hanako-chan named you, I'll be the one naming your brother. He's going to be called Izuna, in memory of my own little brother, Madara said sadly. That bastard of my brother took out his own eyes and gave them to me, Madara thought angrily at the memory of losing his brother. Madara told him that he could still fight even when he was blinded by an enemy. Madara sighed and removed the dark thoughts of his mind and continued making their way home. Kasan! Minato called out. Hanako turned to see both Madara and Minato arriving. She was surprised when Minato rushed her and looked towards the food pan in the oven. When is Izuna-kun finished cooking? Minato asked, and Hanako faltered for a moment before turning to an amused Madara. And a flashback. And there isn't much else I can tell you about him, Naruto said, although he didn't tell them about this particular episode as it would reveal Minato's identity. Alright, next. Iruka didn't manage to finish as Naruto's head snapped upwards as if he felt something. Something's wrong. Fu just activated her marker. Kakashi, let Bachan know where I'm going, Naruto said and vanished in a yellow flash. Kakashi hummed and thought. He never did say where he was going, did he? Kakashi asked. Back with Fu. The ground was shaking as both Akatsuki members were frozen, staring at the escalating chakra of Naruto. He was pissed that the Akatsuki would dare to try and take another Biju. Even more, that this Biju was sealed inside a friend. Naruto was sick of this Toby fellow, and then Kakuzu and this silver guy tried to take Fu. This would be their last mistake. Naruto had just declared open season on the Akatsuki, and he would personally reduce them all to ashes. Naruto didn't even spare the Akatsuki members a glance as he turned his back to them and crouched near Fu. Naruto's eyes flashed silver. Naraka path, Naruto murmured, placing 2 fingers on Fu's forehead. Naruto's fingers glowed green, and Fu's skin started regenerating quickly. Her shoulder wound closed almost immediately. Those eyes! Shome fought in fear to herself deep behind her cage. This human had her father's eyes. She never would have thought she would ever see those eyes again. And to be fair, it scared her to no end. Those eyes had no limit. They could do anything the wielder wished. They were called the eyes of the gods for a reason. They held no limit. What? Fu asked as she felt revitalized in under a few seconds. How'd you do this? Fu asked curiously as she got up and turned to both Akatsuki members who had their eyes widened. I'll tell you later, Naruto said, and turned around, coming face to face with Hidan and Kakuzu. Now, I have a couple of worms to deal with, Naruto said darkly as a small smile made his way up his face. Kurama could feel Naruto's emotions, his thrill for battle. Hidan laughed as he regained his wits and pointed his scythe towards Naruto. Who's this pathetic mortal? Do you really think you can take both of us on? Hidan rhetorically asked. Shut up, you fool! Kakuzu yelled toward his partner. He is Senju Naruto, the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, the Shinobi no Kami, god of the Shinobi, an S-rank Shinobi with a fleet on site order, but above all, Kakuzu said, narrowing his eyes at his new opponent, Uchiha Madara's heir, and a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, Kakuzu said as a bead of sweat rolled down his face. Great, Hidan replied. We get to take 2 Jinchurikis instead of 1. We can kill 2 rabbits with 1 stone. Hidan laughed. He still doesn't grasp the severity of the predicament we are in, Kakuzu thought to himself. He still remembers the battle he had with Naruto 3 years ago. Even though Kakuzu was weaker by using the body doubles, he still lost, and 3 years of training could do so much. And now Naruto was standing in front of him, patiently waiting, stoically looking at him, and it scared him to no end. Hidan, Kakuzu said as he gathered his partner's attention. We are leaving, Kakuzu said, and got ready to leave. What? Hidan is screaming in outrage. You heard what Leader Sama said. He's beyond the strength of any of us, Kakuzu said towards his annoying partner. That fool seemed to have a death wish. They are running away just because Naruto shows up, Fu thought to herself, wondering just how powerful Naruto was to scare them off. You won't be going anywhere, Naruto said as a very large pearl barrier rose from all sides of the battlefield. You didn't think I was just sitting here, still, did you? Naruto rhetorically asked, smirking the panic in face of Kakuzu. He trapped himself with both of them? Fu thought, shocked with Naruto's boldness. Was he so arrogant that he thought he could take them both on? Or was he confident in his power? Deep inside Fu, Chomen was completely focused on the battle. If this person could really wield the Rinnegan, then the Akatsuki were no match for him. Enough! Hidan shouted as he rushed Naruto head on. Let's kill the bastard, Hidan said as he jumped high into the air and swung down his scythe. Hidan, stop! Kakuzu yelled, but to no avail as his partner charged Naruto. Hidan's scythe came down in a diagonal arc. Naruto ducked and let the scythe pass safely above his head. The scythe buried itself on the ground. Naruto swat Hidan's hand away from the scythe and brought his knee to his stomach. Hidan's eyes popped out and he buckled in pain. Naruto caught Hidan's neck and raised him into the air with a single hand. Do you want to dance? Naruto asked with his Sharingan glowing. Hidan was writhing in pain. He tried to make Naruto release his hand around his neck, but he couldn't. Naruto's grip was too firm. Hidan just stayed there, slowly choking to death, except he couldn't die. You're either very brave or very, very foolish, Naruto said, laughing at Hidan's predicament. Naruto turned his attention to Kakuzu, but the man was frozen in place and could only look as Naruto slowly choked his partner. Interesting, Naruto thought as he looked towards Hidan. The man was not dying. Naruto shifted his attention towards the necklace Hidan carried. It was a hollow circle with a triangle inside. I've seen that before, Naruto thought to himself. Careful, Naruto! Fu yelled from outside the barrier. Chome says that one is immortal, Fu yelled, and Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking intently at Hidan. Naruto released Hidan and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying into Kakuzu. Ah! Hidan screamed in frustration as he crashed into Kakuzu. I'm going to enjoy sacrificing you to Jashin-sama, Hidan yelled and turned to his teammate. Get up, you pussy, Hidan said and brought Kakuzu from his thoughts. Who are you calling pussy? Kakuzu asked in a dangerous voice. You! Hidan said, pointing at him. You froze against some teenager, Hidan explained. I froze? Kakuzu thought to himself as he made sure to never repeat the same mistake. It won't happen again. We need to work together against him, otherwise we'll both die, Kakuzu said, and Hidan laughed, saying he couldn't die. I remember now, Naruto thought as he was hit with a realization when Hidan said something about Jashin. Naruto read about people that prayed to this god Jashin, and as long as they gave him human tributes, this god would grant the humans immortality and advanced regeneration.
Turn him into ash, and let's him regenerate from that,
Kurama suggested from inside Naruto's mind, which he agreed. Either that, or I could remove his soul, Naruto replied, which the fox also agreed. Naruto used which one came first when the opportunity presented itself. Naruto bent slightly forward before he disappeared in a burst of speed. Fast, Kakuzu thought as he brought both his arms to his face in an X formation. Naruto's fist collided with Kakuzu's arms, but he was flung back nonetheless. Naruto ducked under a horizontal swing from Hidan and channeled chakra into his wrist seals. Naruto's Shakuto poofed into existence. Naruto quickly grabbed the hilt and started channeling light chakra through it. Naruto did an upward slice and severed Hidan's scythe in half. The three-blade scythe fell to the ground, with Hidan only holding now the worthless metal staff. Naruto smirked as he used his Kamui and allowed a compressed wind ball to face right through him and hit Hidan head-on. Hidan was blasted back while Naruto got away unscathed. Half a silver ribcage appeared around Naruto and a silver arm suddenly sprouted from that. Naruto Susanoo quickly grabbed the light blue mask that sent the wind ball and crushed it into nothingness. The light blue mask fell to the ground in pieces while the black threads dissolved into nothing. Damn it, he's already got one of my hearts, Kakuzu thought to himself as his mask regrouped with him. Doton, Tabe, Chikyu, Devouring Earth, Naruto shouted, slamming both his hands into the ground. Devouring Earth, one of Hashirama's most powerful jutsus that he taught Naruto. The whole ground started shaking as the earth started breaking and twisting itself. The ground beneath Kakuzu and his mask exploded as several huge jaws of earth rose from the ground to devour him. Kakuzu jumped to the side and up as both he and his mask did their best to avoid being swallowed. Naruto did the jutsu and turned to Hidan. That earth jutsu should keep Kakuzu busy long enough while he dealt with Hidan. Naruto turned towards Hidan and rushed him head on. Hidan pulled his retractable metal spear and parried Naruto's blows as best as he could. Hidan made use of his immortality and allowed Naruto to strike him. Naruto performed a downward slash, giving Hidan a large gash on his chest. Hidan took advantage of Naruto's blade being almost on the ground and brought his spear high into the air. He brought it down as fast as he could, only for it to phase right through Naruto and bury itself into the ground. Naruto kicked Hidan on the shoulder and he was sent tumbling into the ground. Hidan got up and looked towards Naruto, who had both hands on the ground. A golden chain sprouted from the ground near Hidan's foot. Hidan quickly sidestepped it and backflipped when another one came from the opposite direction. While Hidan was busy dodging chains, one of Naruto's clones was powering the barrier and saw a mask incoming. Since Naruto's clone had the Rinnegan active, they shared their field of vision, giving Naruto 360 degrees of vision around the battlefield. Naruto channeled chakra on the back of his fan. Goodbye, barrier technique. Naruto fought, and a silvery Susanoo-like shield appeared around Naruto, blocking a lightning bolt. Naruto rose, picking up his fan, and with a quick turn, slammed his fan into the yellow mask and sent it towards Kakuzu. Time to end this, Naruto thought, as he channeled more chakra into the earth. The ground shook and 10 chains sprouted all at once. Hidan didn't manage to avoid all of them and ended up snared to the ground on his knees. Kakuzu! Naruto shouted towards his enemy as he stopped his earth jutsu and allowed Kakuzu to look at him. Look at your partner very closely, Naruto said, and only raised his index finger into the air. Katon, fire style. Naruto said, a small orange light sparkled at the tip of Naruto's finger. Orange chalk could be heard swirling around his finger and started forming some kind of small spear. Go-in Rasengan. Great flame Rasengan, Naruto said, and suddenly the ball of chakra expanded, turning almost black, with the edges gaining orange and red hue, forming a ring of flames. It was like Naruto had a mini sun at the tip of his finger. I won't get there in time, Kakuzu fought as Naruto slammed his fire Rasengan into Hidan, who was blasted away and rose in the sky in a maelstrom of fire. Hidan screamed as he was being torn apart, limb by limb, until finally being reduced to nothing more than ashes. Naruto shielded his face from the fire tornado in the air. Suddenly the maelstrom of fire ended and there's nothing left. Kakuzu watched in fear as a few ashes floated away in the wind. There was nothing left of Hidan but ashes. He killed Hidan with a single jutsu. Kakuzu fought in fear. What monster had they unleashed? If you poke the dragon, Naruto started breaking Kakuzu from his thoughts. Be sure you can run away, Naruto said, smirking as he made his way towards Kakuzu, who braced himself. Enton, Goka Mikyaku, Inferno style, great fire annihilation, Naruto said, and unleashed a wave of pitch black flames towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu knew very well that he couldn't block this jutsu, and his only choice was to dodge. His mask flew high into the air as Kakuzu sunk into the ground. Kakuzu popped out from the ground as he tried to give Naruto an uppercut. Naruto backflipped and tried a horizontal swing towards Kakuzu's raising fist. Naruto was successful and cleaved 4 of his fingers. Kakuzu groaned in pain and jumped back, regrouping with his 3 remaining masks. Kakuzu and his mask gathered their chakra and unleashed the elemental dragons. They were Kakuzu's most powerful attack that, when combined, it almost surpassed S-rank level. Naruto smiled and simply raised his hand, facing the incoming dragons. Diva Path, Naruto says he shifted into his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei, Naruto said, and unleashed a shockwave that collided with the dragons and easily dispelled the technique. Everything was blown backwards, the elemental dragons, the mask, and even Kakuzu. Kakuzu spat blood to the ground and shapely got up, only to take a step back when he looked into Naruto's eyes. The Rinnegan, it cannot be. He has the same eyes as Leader Sama. Kakuzu fought as his heart was going a mile a minute until a realization hit him. The girl was right. We were all dead man walking. Kakuzu thought to himself, chuckling and accepting his fate. Several chains shot from the ground, snaring everyone to the ground. The masks were squirming and trying to get free, but to no avail. To think, you have the Rinnegan, Kakuzu chuckled as he tried to raise his head and meet Naruto in the eye. Naruto wasn't tired or even injured. All of this was a mistake. He truly is beyond any of us, Kakuzu thought, as he watched Naruto extend his right hand forward, with his palm facing upwards. Juryuton, gravity release, Naruto said, as purple chakra started swirling in his hand. Moments later, a small pitch-black spear formed in his palm. Around the spear, a series of white rings started appearing, orbiting the black spear. The rings started aligning themselves into a one disc-like shape around the orb. It seemed that Naruto had a black planet in his hand, with planetary rings around it. Either that or a black hole. Rasen Ringu, spiraling fear wheel, Naruto said, and didn't even need to throw the spear. The new Rasengan simply levitated from his hand and flew with high speeds towards the pinned down Kakuzu and his mask. Kakuzu watched in wonder, the last thing he would ever see. As the orb arrived near the enemy, it suddenly expanded in a maelstrom of blackness. The Rasengan expanded and started absorbing and pulling everything towards the center. It really was like a black hole, swallowing everything in its reach. The black hole kept swirling and dragging a mass that tried to fly away. Kaksu was long gone inside the Spear of Doom. The wind was swirling towards the black hole in the middle of the clearing. Rocks and trees were ripped out from the ground due to the attractive force and lost within it. Nothing within 10 meters range from the black hole could ever hope to escape it. Amazing, Fu thought watching the jutsu Naruto had unleashed. She had never seen such a jutsu in her life, and she wondered if that was even ninjutsu to begin with. Once the free mass had been pulled, the black dome started expanding, eating up part of the terrain and almost tripling in size. Suddenly, like a flash before anyone's eyes, the black dome imploded and disappeared, leaving nothing behind but a crater that it had created. 2 down, Naruto said as he dispelled his clones, and the barrier around the field was dropped. Naruto approached Fu, who had her jaw on the ground at Naruto's display of power. I should have called you sooner, Fu muttered. Yes, Naruto said, nodding his head. You should have. I spent the last 3 years preparing myself for them, Naruto said, and watched as Fu slowly walked up to Shibuki's body and fall to her knees crying. I guess he was important to you, Naruto softly said, placing a hand on her shoulder. He was the only one that liked me, Fu sobbed at the loss of her only friend in this village. What I'm about to do, Naruto said, making her face him to hear the seriousness of his voice. Tell no one about it. Understand? Naruto asked Fu, and she quickly nodded, not knowing what he was going to do. Ram, snake. Naruto made the 2 hand seals before he closed his eyes and concentrated. It can't be, Chome thought in disbelief from inside her host as she watched the events unfold. Ghetto, outer path. Renei Tensei no Jutsu. Samsara of heavenly life technique, Naruto said, as he started emanating a green light. Naruto placed his hand on Shibuki's chest, and his body was covered in a green light from head to toe. A few seconds later, the green aura died down and Shibuki started to stir. Fu had her eyes wide when she noticed Shibuki opening his eyes. He was dead. I'm sure of it, Fu thought to herself, helping Shibuki up and looking towards Naruto, who had opened his eyes to show his Rinnegan. Fu-chan, do not underestimate the power of those eyes, Chome warned from inside her host. With the Rinnegan, Naruto can do anything he wishes. He is close to a god, Chome said, and Fu slowly nodded. What happened? Shibuki asked as he raised to his feet. The last thing I remember was that silver-haired guy becoming all black and white, Shibuki explained, and looked towards Fu, who was wiping away a few tears. You were unconscious from the fight. I called Naruto to help, and once he defeated them, he healed you, Fu explained, discreetly looking towards Naruto, who nodded. Well then, you have my deepest thanks, Naruto-san. You not only saved my village, but also Fu-chan, Shibuki said, giving a small bow as a thank you. Take Fu and go rest. There is something I have to do first. I'll catch up with you later, Naruto said, and both Shibuki and Fu nodded and left towards the village. Once they were gone, Naruto walked to the middle of the battlefield and crouched near the fingers of Kaksu that he had sliced earlier. In the middle of the fight, Kaksu's rain started emanating chakra. It was strange for a rain to give off chakra. Naruto picked up the finger and slowly removed the rain. Naruto turned to the rain and noticed the kanji for north on it. Not being someone to back down, Naruto placed the rain on his hand, and his consciousness was immediately shifted to someplace else. Akatsuki hideout. All 8 of the Akatsuki members were gathered together as they wait for Kaksu and Hidan to arrive with Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi. Kaksu had sent a message saying that he found Jinchuriki and that he would proceed with her capture. What's the status of your searches? Pain asked as they patiently wait for Kaksu and Hidan to arrive at their location. Yeah, we have located the Jinchuriki of the Rokubi Utakata, I believe he's called, Daedor said, and Pain nodded. What about the zombie? Pain asked. According to my spies, Sasori started, the zombie is hiding in the lakes around the islands of the Mist Village. If my information is right, after the Q Jinchuriki defeated Yagura, the zombie was released, but he didn't seal it, Sasori explained, and Pain narrowed his eyes. You mean to tell me that there's a beach out there without a host? Pain asked, and Sasori nodded. It could prove more difficult to subdue as Bijus without hosts have full access to their abilities. Interesting, Kisame commented. Who's the new Mizukage? Kisame asked, curious. Mei Terumi was named the 5th Mizukage shortly after Yagura's defeat, Sasuke replied, and Kisame frowned. They won't steal the Sambi then. The Kiwi brat left the Sambi without a host for a reason, and most likely may agree to it. The turtle won't be sealed, Kisame explained. It matters not. I'll capture myself if need be, Pain said, and turned towards Itachi. What about the Gobi and Yambi? Pain asked, and Itachi simply opened his eyes to reveal his blood-red Sharingan. Both of Iwatch and Cherokee have signed travel rights. They are loyal to their villages, but don't have a fixed location. We have the Yambi's location, but the Gobi still eludes us, Itachi sulkily replied. Zetsu, work on tracking down the Gobi, Pain ordered. Yes, Leader Sama, Zetsu replied. In the meantime, Itachi and Kisame will proceed with the Yambi's capture. Deidara and Sasori will proceed with Utakata's capture, Pain ordered, and both parties nodded. Kah! Kisame shouted. What's taking them so long? Kisame asked as he was bored out of his mind. Pain's eye twitched as he was also tired of waiting for them to deliver the Jinchuriki. Zetsu, Pain called out. Yes, Leader Sama, the white Zetsu replied. Go find out why they're taking so long, will you? Pain said in a bored tone. Yes, they will not be coming. Everyone flinched at the new voice. All Akatsuki members shifted their attention from Zetsu and towards the newcomer who was standing in place of Kakuzu. The new holographic image had long blonde, waist-length, spiky hair with bangs that framed his face and partially covered his right eye. He also had 3 distinctive whisker marks on each cheek. On his back, he had a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomoes on each side. It had a long hand with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown with the edges being black. Let's talk, Naruto said, smirking with his Sharingan glowing and looking at the shocked faces of every Akatsuki member. And that is the end of chapter 42. Pretty good chapter, if I do say so myself, and we will now move on to chapter 43, which is called The Real Hunter. Here we go. Chapter 43, The Real Hunter. Previously, they will not be coming. Everyone flinched at the new voice. All Akatsuki members shifted their attention from Zetsu and towards the newcomer who was standing in the place of Kakuzu. The new holographic image had long, blonde, waist-length, spiky hair with bangs that framed his face and partially covered his right eye. He also had 3 distinctive whisker marks on each cheek. On his back, he had a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomoes on each side. It had a long hand with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown with the edges being black. Let's talk, Naruto said, smirking with his Sharingan glowing and looking into shocked faces of every Akatsuki member. Now, Naruto was standing in front of his supposed hunters. Everyone looked shocked at the presence of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, although the usually stoic Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but manage a small smile. They were all holograms with the exception of Tobi and some plant-like creature. Welcome, Naruto-kun, Itachi said quietly, chuckling. So quiet that if it weren't for the petrified faces of everyone, no one would have heard it. I've gotta say, Naruto started carefully looking at every single member of the Akatsuki, keeping in mind to remember every detail he could. He looked around and saw that every single person adorned the traditional Akatsuki cloak, which was a black cloak with red clouds. Beginning on his right, he spotted someone who was arched down. Naruto couldn't see much of him as he had his face covered with a face mask, similar to Kakashi. In fact, behind his body he had a tail menacingly waving. It was a long, mechanical, scorpion-like tail. Next to him was a blonde man. He had slanted blue eyes and very long blonde hair, which he wore drawn into a half ponytail with the rest of it hanging down freely, the bang hanging over his left eye. He also had mouths in each of the palms of his hands that seemed to freak Naruto. Naruto quickly realized who this was from his appearance. He was Deidara the Bomber, S-rank Nukenin from Iwa. Standing next to Deidara was a person Naruto knew all too well. Said person was Tobi, whose only visible Sharingan eye was narrowing at Naruto. Naruto could feel his hatred for the blonde, and Toby was watching him very carefully. Toby only shivered as he looked at the smirking face of Naruto. Everything about him screamed Uchiha Madara. His posture, his appearance, and the way he fought. If it weren't for their different personalities, they could pass for twins. Naruto continued looking around, and near Toby was something. He had two large Venus flytrap-like extensions that enveloped his head and upper body, giving him a plant-like appearance. Said extensions were slightly open at the top, revealing what seemed to be a head of a person. Although this head was half black and half white, split perfectly in the middle. He had short green hair and yellow eyes. Naruto repressed a shiver after seeing the weird feints the Akatsuki had, but continued. Naruto looked towards the remaining members, staying in front of him. There were two members that he had already fought and knew very well. Hoshigaki Kisame, Nukenin of the Mist Village, wielder of Samehada, and Uchiha Itachi, Nukenin from the Leaf Village, and master of the Sharingan bloodline. Nothing new there, so Naruto turned his attention to the last two members. He was surprised to see a female in such a group, but observed her as well. The woman had blue hair, amber-colored eyes, lavender eyeshadow, and a labrae piercing. Although everyone seemed shocked to see Naruto appear in the middle of the cave, she had a neutral face. Naruto shifted his attention to the last member of the group. The last member stood in the middle of the cave. He had spiky orange hair and bore 6 piercings, a metal bar through each ear, 3 studs through the side of his upper nose, and 1 spike stud on each end of the bottom lip. He also wore a metal headband with the scratch symbol of Amy. The thing that caught Naruto's attention was his eyes. Silver eyes with several concentric rings around his pupil. The Rinnegan, Naruto thought to himself, narrowing his eyes at what he inferred to be the leader of the group.
This is bad, Naruto.
Kurama called the attention to his partner. Naruto made a mental acknowledgement.
Look carefully to where you are standing,
Kurama said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow but looked down all the same. He and everyone else of the Akatsuki were staying on top of big fingers. Naruto carefully observed where these fingers were connected and saw that it were hands. Naruto jumped down from the finger and stood in the middle of the cave, facing every member and getting a good look at the statue. It was some kind of earthen-colored humanoid entity with most of its body looking decayed. It had 9 eyes, although the eyes were all closed for some reason. Its back also has a number of spike-like protrusions. The statue hands were also chained together. Is this the Ghetto Mazo? Naruto was shocked that the statue was summoned, but Naruto wasn't wrong. He could feel the statue, something that only someone with the Rinnegan could do. This is bad. Very bad, Naruto thought, pondering what to do with the things he learned.
What do you plan to do?
Kurama asked, also concerned. There is only one reason to summon the Ghetto Mazo from its resting place in the moon, and that reason was to awaken the Ten Tails. Let's take things slow. I plan on getting as much information as I could, but I never expected a Rinnegan user and the Ghetto Mazo. Let's see how things work out, Naruto thought before gathering his thoughts, and then he couldn't look surprised or worried about the events. He had to be seen as someone strong and undisturbed by the revelations. This is a nice setup, Naruto said out loud, breaking the stupor of every member. The reins allow anyone to shift their consciousness onto the destination and even give these illusions the ability to channel chakra to some degree, Naruto said, looking intently at Pain's eyes. Sharingan boring into the Rinnegan. Where are Kakasu and Hidan? Pain asked, narrowing his eyes at his prey. I don't know where Kakasu went, but I believe I saw a few ashes of Hidan flying around, Naruto said, chuckling, while Pain's anger exploded. You will pay for that, QB, Pain stated, but Naruto didn't seem very affected by it. You've got some balls, Brad, Kisame said, chuckling. Why, thank you, but I don't swing that way, Naruto said, smiling, making Kisame scowl. So, I take it you are the leader of the Akatsuki. Having the Rinnegan and all, Naruto said, making Toby narrow his eyes at him. Very well, I shall indulge you. I'm the leader of the Akatsuki. I'm Pain, Pain stated. So, you're a masochist, Naruto asked as Pain's eyes twitched and Kisame burst out laughing. Leave it to Naruto to make fun of S-rank shinobi. I wonder what Konan-chan would say, Naruto innocently asked, turning to the blue-haired woman, who flinched at the name. So I was right, Naruto thought to himself when he saw Konan flinch. He almost missed it, but his Sharingan caught it.
How'd you know?
Kurama asked, curious about his conclusion. The Rinnegan doesn't simply drop from the sky. You remember Erosanin and what he told me about the Rinnegan and the Amy orphans? There aren't many people who fit the description of Yahiko and Konan, and for two of them to be in the same room, and with one of them having the Rinnegan? I took a shot, Naruto explained, and Kurama chuckled. The brat was clever. So, I was right about you being Konan, Naruto said, as Konan narrowed her eyes at him. Jiraiya said that you died along with your friends, Naruto said. Jiraiya-sensei knows nothing, Konan neutrally replied, but Naruto shrugged his shoulders. And you, Naruto said, turning to Pain. You're disgusting. To think you would stoop so low to use your own friends as paths, Nagato, Naruto said, and Nagato's eyes widened. This is bad, Toby thought to himself. Nagato should have dropped the meme the moment the QB brat appeared, as to keep everyone's identities a secret, but now that was too late. Behind that goofy attitude of yours lies a very bright mind. You are much smarter than you let on, Pain said, gaining a smirk in return. Deception is the way of ninja after all, although you seem to have the wrong idea, Naruto started. You think that this is a story where the bad guys are all powerful and know everything, while the hero knows nothing and struggles to victory, Naruto said, laughing. No, Naruto said in just above a whisper. In this story, I'm the villain, Naruto said, laughing as his Sharingan glowed a menacing red. Your plan will never work. From the moment you left me alone to train, you cemented your defeat, Naruto said, smirking and releasing killing intent. No one can stand to the power of a god, Pain stoically said. Was I like this? Going on about being God Almighty, Naruto thought to himself as Kurama only nodded. Even gods die, Nagato, Naruto said. Although I'm curious about what your plans are. What do you want the Biju for? Naruto asked, playing the ignorant role. With the power of the Biju, I'll create a weapon that would destroy every nation. With it, no one would ever dare to attack one another. With this weapon, under my rule, there will be peace. A never-ending peace with no bloodshed, no wars, and no hate, Pain said, and Naruto was surprised to see that he wanted peace. Peace through fear is nothing more than an illusion, Naruto seriously said, his goofy attitude gone. After all, the Rikodu did ask for any descendant to try and achieve peace, and Naruto would do his best. Through fear and pain, this peace will last, Pain said with confidence. No, it won't. You will cage people, and eventually their animal side will come out, Naruto explained. It doesn't matter in the end, as you'll never be able to finish this weapon, Naruto said. Once you experience true pain, you will understand why this world is doomed without a god to watch over it, Pain said, and Naruto turned him off. You will understand it so, Naruto was saying, but quickly shut up and turned to the plant-like thing in the room. This chakra. That thing has two completely separate chakra signatures, Naruto said, focusing his Sharingan at Zetsu. Toei watched silently as Naruto observed Zetsu. Toei could see Naruto's eyes glowing, and he concentrated on the plant-like creature. Your chakra feels familiar, Naruto said towards Zetsu, who remained silent. Both of them, Naruto said, and Zetsu was surprised. Who are you? Naruto asked. I'm the White Zetsu. And I'm the black Zetsu, Zetsu replied, and Toby turned surprised towards his pet. Why did you answer him? Toby curiously asked. I find myself in a pickle, the white Zetsu started. Madara-sama created me, and as such, I'm obligated to answer to him and his blood. On the other hand, he told me to obey you, so... Can you understand my situation? The white Zetsu asked, completely unaware of the different reactions he got. Konan was right. He isn't Madara, Pain thought to himself, narrowing his eyes at Toby. Interesting, Naruto said as Toby narrowed his eyes towards Naruto. I now know why you feel so familiar. Your black half, your chakra is very similar to mine. If I had to guess, I would say that you are some clone of Uchiha Madara himself, Naruto said, and Toby had his eyes widened. Censors were a real pain in the ass. Yes, Zetsu was about to reply, but didn't get to finish as Toby used his calmly and warped him away into his dimension. I look forward to talking to him again, Naruto replied, and Toby was furious. Zetsu was supposed to be his most loyal pet, and now I found out that Zetsu is primarily allied to Madara. It looked like Madara and any descendants' orders took priority over Toby's. Another thorn in my end. I might have to call him back sooner than I thought, Toby thought to himself. Is it not strange? Naruto asked, but Toby got confused. How easy loyalties can change, Naruto said, chuckling. Toby, where are you hiding Sasuke? Naruto asked, and Itachi's head snapped towards Toby that he almost broke his neck. Itachi still thought that Sasuke was behind bars in Konoha. It appears that the Hokage kept things hidden better than he thought. Eyes like his are rare, but what is it you expect to achieve here? Toby asked. Nothing much, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Just to show you that no matter how much you try, how hard you try, you will fail, Naruto said, smirking. Big words for a 17-year-old brat, Toby said. You forget that I just decimated 2 of your members, and besides, I'm not alone, Naruto said. Yes, Hyuga Hinata, Toby said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at that tone. It would be a shame if something were to happen to her, Toby playfully said.
Don't let him under your skin,
Kurama said, and Naruto nodded, knowing it was very true. You won't do anything to her, Naruto simply said, and Toby raised an eyebrow. And I know this because you're a coward, Toby. You would never dare to face me, and you know it very well. You hide behind that mask of yours, telling the world you're my grandfather, Uchiha Madara, when you clearly don't have the power to back it up, Naruto said, and every member turned to Toby. You are just some Uchiha with a Mangekyo and delusions of grandeur. Take those eyes away, and what are you? Naruto rhetorically asked. Some loser who couldn't handle it back in the leaf, and wants to prove the world he's something, Naruto said to the fuming Toby. You had to resort to controlling the Kyuubi to attack Konoha, and even then, my father managed to steal the Kyuubi and defeated you. Not even with the power of the strongest of the tailed beasts did you manage to defeat my father, Naruto said, and he could feel Toby's anger and chakra just coming out of every pore. What happened? Naruto rhetorically asked. Did you want to be Hokage but my father beat you to it? Was that it? Naruto asked, and Toby was already thinking of swirling away towards Konoha and starting a massacre. Or you couldn't get it up in the bedroom and need a boost of morale, Naruto asked, and Kisame bit back a laugh as he thought it wouldn't be good to him if he laughed at his true leader. I will find who you are, and eventually, when that day comes, you'll end up at the tip of my blade, Naruto said as his Sharingan swirled into his Mangekyo. You don't know who you are messing with, Naruto, Toby stated, saying his name with as much venom as he could. I'm going to enjoy making Hinata my personal slave when I'm done with you. Toby said, chuckling evilly.
Let me at him. I'll slaughter him for insulting your mate.
Kurama yelled from inside Naruto. What do you say about not letting him get under our skin? Relax, Naruto says, his whiskers return to normal from the sudden chakra surge. Who said I'll be waiting for you? Naruto quickly replied with a smile, throwing Toby off for a moment. Anyone else would just wait and train until the moment this group chose to come after them, but you're wrong, Naruto said, looking Toby dead in the eyes. In this story, I'm the hunter, and you are simply my prey, Naruto said with a twisted smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. And like any good hunter, I enjoy a good chase. I'm going to hunt the Akatsuki down, one by one, and when I'm finished with everyone else, I'll be coming for you, Toby, Naruto said, smirking. You shouldn't underestimate us, Nagato said. The rest of the group was rather quiet and could only watch as their target threatened them with death. You may call it arrogance, but I'm not underestimating any of you, Naruto said before he started pointing and going through each member of the group. Sasori of the Red Sand. Destroy his puppets and he becomes nothing more than a Jonin. Deidara from Iwa. Low-class S-rank Nukenin, known for using clay explosives as long-range attacks. My economy makes him useless against someone like me. Naruto started as he turned to the remaining members. Kisame the Tailless Bijou, take away your Samehada and your power decreases exponentially, Naruto said, and Kisame scoffed. Uchiha Itachi, prodigy of the Uchiha clan, very skilled in genjutsu and fire ninjutsu. However, almost blind from overusing Mangekyo, Naruto said, but Itachi remained silent. From Zetsu, I got the feeling that he wasn't really the fighting type, Naruto said, and continued on. Toby, take your Kami away and you're pathetic, Naruto said. Konan, according to Jiraiya, you have some control over paper and origami techniques. Simple paper will melt before my fire techniques, Naruto said, but Konan remained silent. And finally, Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan. You're a coward just like Toby. While he hides behind his mask, you choose to hide behind your paths. Too scared to come onto the battlefield yourself? Naruto asked, but Nagato remained silent. You see, when I say that, I'm not overconfident or arrogant. I know everything about you while you know nothing about my true power or abilities, Naruto said, and turned to Toby. I know you saw what I did back in Kiri. I could feel your presence the moment I entered the village. I could feel you watching me from the Mizukage Tower. If you think that was all I could do, you are sorely mistaken. That wasn't even half of my true power, Naruto said, but Toby remained silent. I'm stronger than Hashirama and even Madara were back in their primes, Naruto explained. Why don't I give you a preview? Naruto rhetorically asked, smirking while everyone tensed. If you're coming after me, you should know the difference, Naruto says, his chakra flared, and he was surrounded by a small silver layer of chakra. Even inside the small cave, a small breeze flew by. Small rocks started levitating around Naruto as his hair also started to levitate ever so slightly. What's this pressure? Toby wondered as he felt Naruto's chakra start to increase. No, now. The gap between us. Naruto's chakra suddenly spiked and a small shockwave was felt. The ground cracked and shook as Naruto released more chakras to the point that the air was rustling fiercely. His body was covered in a powerful and bright silver aura, so bright that the Akatsuki couldn't see much but for his eyes who seemed to glow a dark red. The ground started shaking and the cave started crumbling. His chakra flared even more and chunks of the cave started falling down, exposing what was once a beautiful and sunny day. Suddenly the weather started becoming darker as massive clouds started forming in the sky. The Akatsuki members watched with wonder at the amount of chakra being released. Even Kisame, who had the biggest pool of chakra in Akatsuki, never felt so much chakra being released. Kisame suddenly felt like a small drop of water in a large ocean. Konoha. Hinata was passionate about a genin who sprained his ankle while training with his team. Just keep your weight off this foot for a couple days and you'll be fine, Hinata replied, and the genin thanked her. Hinata was filling out the report when she felt an ominous presence wash over her. This chakra, Hinata muttered to herself. It's Naruto-kun's chakra, but it isn't coming from the academy, Hinata said to herself, and was about to drop her coat when an Anbu suddenly appeared. Hinata-san, Hokage-sama has summoned the dragons, the Anbu said, and Hinata instantly shunshed into Hokage's office, ready to deploy. Back with the Akatsuki, Naruto took one step forward and the ground cracked. The sky sparkled with thunders upon thunders that lit up the darkened cave. The whole cave started shaking even more and forced every Akatsuki member to drop from the statue. Arrgh! The statue screamed as it brought its hands to its head. The ghetto monster suddenly got up to his feet and howled into the sky. This is bad. Very bad. Nagato thought to himself, wondering what kind of monster had they awakened. This is not possible. The ghetto monster was reacting to his chakra? Toei thought, worried. If the statue should ever slip from their grasp, their plans would be over before they even began. Naruto flared his chakra even more. Trees and chunks of rock were blasted away from the ground due to the wind. Naruto's eyes glowed a menacing red as he looked towards the sky. The clouds suddenly shifted ever so slightly, revealing a small glimpse of the moon. Arrgh! The statue screamed, and nature itself seemed to be scared. Everything started withering away, and even the moon started gaining a small red hue with black markings. Enough! Nagato, shut him down! Toby yelled for Nagato to sever the connection of the reins. If things continued on, the ghetto monster could sing with Naruto, which would put a wrench in their plans even further. Nagato did just that and closed Kagezu's reign. Naruto's illusion suddenly disappeared, but it didn't go alone. The sudden end caused a chakra backlash. A massive shockwave destroyed everything. The trees were uprooted, huge chunks of rock were blasted back, and even the ghetto monster was sent tumbling through the ground. What am I going to do with him? Toei muttered to himself, as he warped away, and every one of the Akatsuki was gone from me, knowing full well that they are nothing more than prey, with a hunter on their trail. Back in Taki, Naruto opened his eyes to see that he was back on the battlefield back in Taki. Naruto sighed to everything he learned. He raised his right hand into the air and watched as Kagezu's reign slowly started disintegrating into dust until there was nothing left.
What do you plan to do now?
Kurama asked. They learned very useful things about the Akatsuki. They knew their plan, their members, their strengths, and even weaknesses. We have to tread carefully. I can't afford to make a wrong move. How long do you think it would take to steal a Biju inside the statue? Naruto asked.
Hard to say. It would depend on Nagato's mastery of the Rinnegan.
Kurama replied.
Though I have a question. How did you know that pain is a path and not simply Yahiko using Nagato's eyes?
Kurama asked, wondering if Naruto made a good call. He had piercings of the chakra metal that can only be created with the Rinnegan, Naruto replied, and Kurama nodded in understanding. He can use the outer path if he's using dead bodies, Naruto said, and Kurama nodded. He might be using bodies for every other path. And it doesn't matter how many paths we destroy unless we find the real one, Naruto mused and thought, considering what to do about the leader of the Akatsuki. Naruto was surprised when he turned around only to be on the receiving end of a slap. Naruto groaned as he fell onto the ground. What were you thinking? Hinata asked, yelling at her boyfriend. Sorry, Naruto could only reply. Kakashi was next to you. Why didn't you bring him with you? Hinata asked, fuming at her careless boyfriend. You took on 2 Akatsuki members alone and without backup. What if you were injured and unable to escape? Hinata said with her eyes watering. I'm sorry if I worried you, Naruto said, getting up and hugging Hinata. It happened so fast that I didn't think about taking Kakashi with me, Naruto quickly replied. Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time. But next time, you'll be sleeping on the couch. Do you hear me, mister? Hinata warned. Yes, dear, Naruto replied with his head down. whipped, Minato said, making Naruto narrow his eyes at him. What are you doing here? Naruto asked as he looked towards the dragons with the exception of Tobirama, who was still in Curie. After you left, Kakashi-kun went to explain what happened to Tsunade, and she sent us as backup. I teleport everyone to your mark, Minato replied, and everyone nodded. I can feel your chakra all the way to Konoha, Hinata said, but Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. I was just giving a preview of my power to Tobi and the Akatsuki's leader, Naruto replied, and everyone was shocked. You met him? Minato asked, and Naruto nodded. You won't believe this, but it's Nagato. The wielder of the Rinnegan that Jiraiya trained and fought was dead, Naruto replied, and everyone was shocked. A wielder of a Rinnegan was behind the most powerful organization around? This could spell trouble. I'll tell you everything later on. Right now, I need to check up on Fu and Shibiki, Naruto explained, and the dragons got ready to leave, as they weren't needed after all. Who did you fight? Hashirama asked curious. The battlefield was a mess with craters everywhere. Hidan the Immortal and Kakasu of the Five Hearts, Naruto explained as Hashirama had his eyes widened. So Kakasu was still alive and kicking? Hashirama asked, and Naruto nodded. You better make it up to me for worrying me, Hinata huffed, and Naruto chuckled. I will, Naruto replied, pecking her cheek as everyone disappeared in a flash, leaving Naruto alone on the battlefield. Takikage's Tower. So, that's it, huh? Fu asked Shibiki, who held his head down in shame. The moment I become more trouble than I'm worth, they just get rid of me, huh? Fu asked, saddened by the fact that today would be our last day in the village. I'm sorry, Fu-chan. You know that I love you like a daughter, but there is nothing I can do to overrule our council. I don't have the same power as the other Kages do with their villages, Shibuki reasoned, but Fu huffed. Knock, knock. Come in, Shibiki said, and in entered Naruto, who had just returned from his meeting with the Akatsuki. The moment Naruto came inside, he felt the tension flowing around. Am I interrupting something? Naruto slowly asked. Fu looked pissed, and Naruto didn't want to deal with another pissed-off female, especially since she was a Jinchuriki. Not at all, Shibiki replied, motioning Naruto to come in. Let me thank you again for saving Fu and our village, Shibiki said with a small bow. Not at all. I would do anything for my sister, Naruto replied, looking at Fu, who had her eyes widened. Sister? Fu softly asked. Of course. I think of the Jinchurikis as my brothers and sisters. Very few people tolerate our kind, and even fewer actually like us, Naruto explained, rubbing the back of his head. Oof! Naruto groaned as Fu tackled him with a hug. Thank you, Fu whispered, hugging Naruto tightly. For everything, Fu said, letting go and wiping her moist eyes. I will always be there for you, Naruto said with a smile. Fu ni-chan, Naruto jokingly said, making Fu playfully hit him in the arm. Actually, I have another favor I want to ask you, Naruto-sama, Shibiki replied, making Naruto look at him funny. I know that you don't like honorifics, but you deserve it. Even Kages like me show respect to some, Shibiki said, and Naruto shook his head, chuckling. What do you need? Naruto asked, making Fu tense. The council has banished Fu from the village, Shibiki replied, and quickly squirmed in his chair. What? Naruto screamed in outrage, flaring his chakra. The Anbu would have tried to jump in, but they were frozen in place. I can't do anything, Shibiki quickly replied. In the midst of the battle, they assumed I die bowing that immortal fellow, Shibiki replied, and Fu flinched at the mention of his death. Very few people in this village like Fu. In fact, if it wasn't for me, she would have been long gone by now, Shibiki sadly said. In my absence, the council banished Fu from the village, Shibiki said, making Naruto fume. They don't think having a Jinchuriki is worth it, not with them being hunted down, Shibiki said. So, you are just throwing her to the wolves, Naruto angrily asked. You have to understand the council's point of view. They only care for the village's best interests, Shibiki started explaining. We don't have the military force of one of the great nations. A single member of the Akatsuki killed almost 10% of our military force. We don't have the resources to fight the group should they ever send anyone else, Shibiki explained. Even so, she's one of you, Naruto replied. That is why I ask you for this favor, Shibiki said, looking at Fu. She won't stand a chance against this group, especially alone and without the support of a village, Shibiki said, looking Naruto dead in the eyes. I want Konoha to take Fu in and make her a leaf shinobi, Shibiki said, and Fu's eyes widened. You are a crafty old man. I give you that, Naruto replied, chuckling. I try my best. Thank you, Shibiki playfully replied. Hello, Fu said, waving her hands. Can someone fill me in? You keep talking as if I'm not even here, Fu replied. Since you were banished, Taki has given up ownership, quote-unquote, of Chome. As such, you are able to join any village you wish without any repercussion, either be it economical or military, Naruto explained, and Fu is shocked. To put it simply, you can do what you want, Naruto explained. Maybe this won't be so bad. At least I won't have to deal with these ignorant villagers anymore, Fu thought happily for the first time today. This is where I come in, Naruto said, breaking Fu from her thoughts. If you wish, you can join Konoha and become a leaf shinobi, Naruto explained. Are you sure? Fu asked, a little bit worried. Won't they hate me? And what about the Akatsuki? Fu quickly asked, but Naruto waved her off. For starters, they won't hate you. I already took care of that. Besides, no one will know about your burden, Naruto said, and Fu happily nodded. Your concern about the Akatsuki is unnecessary. Konoha already has two Jinchurikis, me and Gaara. They will make their move on us eventually. And finally, you have friends there. You have me, Hana-chan, Gaara, and I believe you remember Shino, Naruto said, tapping his chin, and Fu quickly nodded. So, will you come with me? Naruto asked. Just like that? Don't you have to ask your Hokage? Fu asked, concerned about the politics. One thing at a time. I'll take you to live with me at the Senju compound, Naruto asked, and Fu nodded. Unless, of course, you prefer the Aburame compound, Naruto teased. Idiot, Fu said, smacking his head, and quickly turned away to hide her blush. It's settled, Shibiki said, rising from his chair. I know you'll be happy in Konoha, and I'm sorry for this, Shibiki said, kissing her forehead. Promise to keep in touch, alright? Shibiki asked, and Fu nodded. Goodbye, Fu asked, as Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, and both of them disappeared in a swirl. Hokage's office. Hey, Ba-chan, Naruto said, as he suddenly appeared in the middle of her office. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork to see Naruto waving and some green-haired girl next to him. Ora! Shit, Naruto thought as his partial Susanoo flared into existence. Fu quickly hid behind Naruto as the Hokage charged her fist. Crack! Naruto's partial Susanoo cracked as Tsunade's fist smashed into it. What are you doing, you crazy woman? Naruto yelled. What were you thinking fighting two Akatsuki members alone? Tsunade said, angry. Naruto groaned as he had already had this talk before. At least Hinata didn't empower slap with chakra. Hinata already said that to me, and I'm sorry about going alone, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded, saying back down. Oh, welcome to Konoha. Who are you again? Tsunade sweetly asked towards Fu, whose eyes were bulging out. Crazy old woman, Naruto thought to himself before dropping his shield. I'm Fu, Fu slowly said, not wanting to be on the receiving end of that punch. She's the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, Naruto explained, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Taki decided to banish her as they didn't want to be on the Akatsuki's radar. I offered her the choice of coming to live here in Konoha, Naruto said. You can't just offer things like that without consulting me first, Tsunade said, sighing, and Fu became nervous. You aren't Hokage yet, Tsunade said, chuckling. This is a sensitive matter, so I'll take this up with the council, Tsunade explained, and Naruto nodded. I'll drop her off at the Senju compound while you summon the council, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded, summoning an Anbu. Council room. 1 hour later. What are we waiting for? Hiyashi asked as he was tired of sitting down waiting for something to happen. This is a sensitive matter, for we must wait for the whole council to be gathered. Naruto-chan should be arriving soon, Tsunade said, and speaking of the devil, Naruto swirled into existence. Sorry I'm late, Naruto said as he sat down in the Senju clan chair. Now that we are all here, the meeting may begin, Tsunade said as everyone focused on her. We are here today to decide if we should allow Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, to become a Konoha shinobi, Tsunade said, and got many reactions. Some were indifferent, others suspicious, and some shocked. I believe that the Nanabi belongs to Takigaku, Shikaku said, with his eyes wide open. As of today, that is no longer true, Tsunade said, and Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Taki has decided to banish Fu from their village through the Akatsuki hunting them down, Tsunade explained and motioned Naruto to explain. 2 members of the Akatsuki tried to capture Fu today. Hidan the Immortal and Kaksu of the 5 Hearts. Since Fu had my Hirashin kunai, she called for my help, and I was able to kill them both, Naruto said, and Shikaku's jaw dropped. You took on 2 S-rank shinobi in 1, Shikaku asked in disbelief. Naruto simply nodded. Troublesome, Shikaku muttered beneath his breath. The council decided that having Jinchuriki was more trouble than it was worth, and simply discarded her, Tsunade stated. By being banished, Taki has forfeited the ownership of the Nanabi, leaving her free, so to speak, Hamura said, and Naruto gritted his teeth. He never liked when they talked as if they owned the Bijus like pets. Is she trustworthy? Koharu asked, suspicious of said girl. She suffered the same treatment as any other Jinchuriki. She was never liked in her village. I believe this is a place where she can start fresh, Naruto explained, getting a few nods in return. All in favor of Fu joining our ranks, Tsunade asked, and the response was unanimous. Then this settles it. Fu is now a proud Jonin of Konoha, Tsunade said, and Naruto smiled. Naruto was about to swirl away when all of the council heard a chuckle. Danzo was chuckling. The heavens must be falling for that bastard to laugh. I've got to say, Danzo started opening his single visible eye. I may not agree with your methods or ideals, but I cannot refute your results, Naruto, Danzo said, looking straight towards Naruto. What's that supposed to mean, Danzo? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes at the old bandaged man. Exactly that. Since you showed yourself to the world, you brought Konoha to new heights that it has never been since the founding of Konoha, Danzo started, gathering the attention of the whole council. You put the sand in their place when you alone killed 1/5 of their army, including their Kazekage. The result was a completely loyal Ichibi Jinchuriki, Danzo said. You know very well that I only meant to protect Konoha, Naruto coldly said. Be that as it may, I cannot argue with the results, Danzo said, chuckling once again. Then came the miss, where you alone slaughtered almost 2,000 shinobi and defeated Yagura, the Sanbi Jinchuriki. That allowed us a complete alliance with Kiri to the point that even if this alliance were to end, they would never think of striking Konoha. Not with you still around, Danzo explained, and Naruto gritted his teeth. You make it sound as if they are our allies out of fear, Naruto replied. He didn't like where this conversation was going. Fear is the ultimate weapon, Danzo said a bit louder. Something you use very well, to the point you do it almost unconsciously. I felt your chakra all the way from Taki. I know just how strong you really are, Naruto, Danzo said, but Naruto remained silent. And finally, you took on 2 S-rank shinobi and defeated them on your own. You gave a crippling strike to the Akatsuki, but above all, this has gained us something more, as yet again, you got us another loyal and trained Jinchuriki, Danzo said. You make it sound like I'm conquering the world piece by piece, Naruto asked in disbelief. You may not want to believe it, but when the Akatsuki are gone, your word will be absolute, Danzo said, smirking. I don't want to rule the world. All I want is peace, Naruto replied, getting raised eyebrows from everyone. Peace? Danzo said in disbelief. What foolish ideals you have. There can be no peace. Not in this shinobi world unless there is someone to rule them all, Danzo calmly said. Are you trying to persuade me to conquer the world? Naruto asked, shaking his head in disbelief. And why not? Danzo rhetorically asked. You certainly have the power and mind to do it. With the power of the tail beast behind you, and in your control, the world could be ours, and Danzo was saying but was interrupted. Ours? Naruto asked, and Danzo quieted down instantly. That is what this is all about, isn't it? Naruto rhetorically asked. You don't want peace. You want a throne, Naruto said, and Danzo returned back to his stoic self. To think the teachings of Hashirama and Toyirama were wasted on someone like you, Naruto said with a sneer. You are mistaken. I don't wish for the world, Danzo quickly replied. I only wish for the longevity of Konoha. Nothing more, nothing less, Danzo explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. That sure wasn't what Naruto got from that. You follow the same foolish ideals of the fur, Danzo started. The Hino Ishi, will of fire, is nothing more than petty words. The only thing that matters in this world is power. That gives someone meaning, purpose, and the means to achieve what they want, Danzo said. Which is a throne in your case, right? Naruto asked, and Danzo remained silent. My ancestor wanted peace, not peace through strength or fear, but through love and understanding, something that you will never understand. This meeting is over, Naruto said and swirled away. Danzo got up and hit his cane on the ground, disappearing in a poof of smoke. Did Naruto-san really do all those things? Choza asked, curious. Shikaku was looking at the ceiling after the whole conversation. Something about both of them was a bit off. Naruto was very focused on achieving this peace, while Danzo wanted Naruto on his side. For some reason. Yes, he did. This meeting is adjourned, Tsunade said and watched Erwin leave. Damn it, Naruto. You are making too many enemies, Tsunade thought to herself, biting her lip. Senju compound later that day. And here we are, Naruto said, opening the wooden door and showing Fu her room. The room itself was simple and pretty much empty. It had a bed, closet, a table, and a nightstand with a few drawers. You are next to Tamari, Naruto said. It's great, Naruto-kun, Fu said, hugging him. Thank you for everything you did for me, Fu said, and Naruto nodded. There is a problem, though, Naruto said with a glint in his eyes. What is it? Fu asked, confused. I don't think this bed is big enough for you and Shino, Naruto said with a straight face. Get out! Fu yelled and pushed Naruto out of her bedroom, slamming the door shut. Naruto chuckled and made his way towards his room. Squeak! And this is where I'm gonna have to skip a little bit, but let's just say it has Shikamaru wearing a leash, and he's coming out of Tamari's room, so make of it what you will. You saw nothing, Shikamaru said, glaring at Naruto. Kinky, Naruto said with an amused smile as he watched Shikamaru shunshin away from his compound. Naruto-kun. Naruto heard Hinata's voice and turned around only for his jaw to drop. Hinata was standing by their bedroom door with only a white medical garb. The garb ended up just below her waist, showing off her long and firm legs. And I might have to skip some of this part because I don't think Yuta's gonna like this next line. You coming? Hinata asked in her best bedroom voice. She bit her finger as she repressed a blush. They had never engaged in, I'm just gonna call it Dungeons and Dragons so I don't get in trouble. Oh, I'm coming, said Naruto. And that is the end of chapter 43, The Real Hunter, and the last chapter of this video. Oh boy, so a little bit of some cringe at the end, but I did like this chapter a lot. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and yeah. Alright, so stay tuned for some other videos that are coming, such as Half Senju, Half Hyuga, and again, the Legacy movie, which will come after this video is released. Watch my community tab like a hawk, that is really important. And yeah, if you have any fanfics you want me to read, be it Naruto or someone else, give me the name of the fanfic in the comments and I'll take a look at it. And finally, follow me on Twitter at MSH4 for my most active platform, Instagram for memes and the occasional DM, and Discord for access to my community, again, all of which are in the description. And finally, shout out to our patrons, my farewell patron Anguish and my farewell patron Gabe Tidwell. If you want to support me and get rewards for shouts like these, go to my Patreon, which is linked in the description. And yeah, we're getting closer to 51k. Let's get to that milestone and eventually hit 60k and eventually 70k, 80k, 90k, and 100k. Got it? Good. Alright, that should be about it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and this has been your boy, the Anime Sage, signing out. Peace. Your host, Sunny Shea, closes us out. Bye-bye. Peace.
Hi, this is Stephanie Shea, voice actress for Sailor Moon, Hinata, Orihime, and you are watching Anime Sage.